out that How to Beat playlist for more videos just like this one. I'm the guy. I'll see you in the next video, and have a damn good.
I didn't know.
Today we'll be taking a look at a movie called Dread, not to be confused with the movie called Dread. Unfortunately, we're not quite privileged enough to be graced with an entire movie solely revolving around Karl Urban's Stank-Face, but luckily we're able to explore an interpretation of a Clive Barker short story. Stories which tend to be full of sunshines, rainbows, and horrors beyond our wildest imagination. What makes this extra interesting is that the year prior, the director of this movie also executively produced another movie adaptation of a Clive Barker story, The Midnight Meat Train, that we covered the other week. A movie which consists of a bunch of men getting their meat out on a train. Beginning in one of the worst places possibly imaginable, a philosophy class, we're then introduced to one of our main characters, Stephen, as he's being indoctrinated by Plato. After class, he then meets another student named Quaid, as they begin discussing the class and talking about how instead, they should be discussing the things that they don't understand and the things that they fear the most. Like the menstrual cycle, the pair end up quickly becoming friends and go out for a few drinks together, where Quaid, rather socially unaware, proceeds to get Stephen to talk about his older brother and how he died in a drunk driving accident due to not being skilled enough. After having a nice conversation, reminiscing about how Stephen's brother became red paste on the side of the road, Quaid heads home to engage in the rather fun pastime.
Style and substance in the GMC Sierra. Or get 0.9% APR on these Sierra models. Or current eligible GMC owners get over $7,800 total value.
Martha?
Yes, Gabriel.
Is there any way I can have more meaningful duties? I want to guide people. I want to change their lives.
To save a lost soul, you have to find a lost soul.
Hey, Arch! Don't forget your pee bottle, bro!
A lost soul. Arch, I'm an angel. My name is Gabriel. I'm here to save you.
What? Who the fuck are you? How do you know my name?
I'm normally only in charge of saving people from texting and driving.
Wait, you're telling me I have a budget guardian angel?
Kinda.
Do you know that guy who's got the long hair, kind of tall?
Oh, yeah, Gabriel. He's an angel.
He's fucking hot.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go sit on his face.
That will really confuse him.
Of downing a bunch of prescription pills after a night of drinking alcohol. He seems to do this due to either having an overactive imagination, or to suppress a traumatic event from his childhood, which involved him watching a man break into his home and brutally hacking his parents to death with an axe, before running straight towards him due to getting him confused with a good-looking piece of firewood. As a little boy, Quaid watched on in horror as this large, intimidating man repeatedly took an axe to his mother's skull, before being tormented by the man as he tells him that bits of his parents are dripping from the end of his axe. axe. And after speaking to the literal 6-year-old about the contents of his parents' craniums, the man then suddenly turns into a pit bull at the sight of an infant and begins sprinting full speed towards the boy while foaming at the mouth. This, understandably, left Quaid quite traumatized. He doesn't understand how he could have possibly survived against the giant pit bull man, and this has led him to an obsession with painting naked women. Nothing like looking at a naked person to forget what your mother's brain cavity looks like. Stephen walks into Quaid's basement to find him painting a nude model, and after proceeding to look directly at her boobies like some kind of pervert, he watches as Quaid proceeds to completely undress right in front of him and get in the shower. But it's cool, teenage boys expose themselves to their buddies all the time. It's just part of growing up. With his balls still wet, Quaid then propositions Stephen with the idea of conducting a fear study. He wants to create a survey on people's fears while documenting it all on camera, something which he suggests that Stephen can use for his thesis. And at first, Stephen is hesitant to go along with it, but is quickly sold on the idea due to the overwhelming charisma that Quaid brings to the table, mixed with his autism that causes him to have absolutely no filter. Like when they go out for drinks to celebrate and end up bringing 2 women home, because it turns out that they were just homeless and offering them a place to stay for the night. And speaking of using women, this reminds Stephen that he needs to get an editor on board, so he convinces his friend Cheryl to join them to help edit the project. And just like that, they're the 3 Musketeers, except with more emo hair and a lot more mummy issues. After putting out flyers, due to this being before the extreme takeover of social media, and thus people still being able to notice things in the real world, they quite quickly start to accumulate a group of volunteers to talk about their deepest, darkest fears. But apart from rather tame things, ranging from spiders and heights, and also some dude worried about a worm crawling into his penis, the study hasn't quite got to the level of intensity that Quaid was after. He wants raw, primal, unfiltered emotion that doesn't involve things crawling into places that they don't belong. Because of this lack of satisfaction at the despair of others, this causes Quaid's already eccentric personality to become even more controlling and overbearing, to the point that he loses his temper and forcefully removes Stephen's watch from his wrist and stomps on it. Due to Quaid being jealous that Stephen knows what time is, the pair are about to break out into a fistfight due to really loving to touch other men's faces with their hands, until Cheryl decides to de-escalate the situation between them by asking the pair if she can be interviewed while promising to deliver on what Quaid wants. Which is then exactly what she proceeds to do, as this little weirdo is completely engrossed by the idea of her trauma, as she explains why she's a strict vegan. After hiding that for the entire length of the movie so far, and finally being able to blurt out that she's a vegan, she explains that her father used to work long hours in a meat packing plant, where he and his buddies could pack their meat all night long. But due to her father suffering from the fact that he's a little bit of a wrong'un, he'd return home from work in the middle of the night and molest her, while stinking of raw meat from the factory. Stephen is visibly disturbed by what he's hearing and tells Cheryl that she doesn't need to continue on, while Quaid appears to be completely enamored by hearing about her worst possible memories, almost as if he's feeling a sort of euphoria from it by watching her relive that part of her life. But after talking about her dad's smelly meat and seeing that Quaid is so obviously into it, she attempts to turn it onto him by asking him what his biggest fear is, which is apparently being asked this very question, as he then proceeds to turn the camera off and refuses to talk about it due to not being able to handle his own reality. But what this does, apart from reveal the fact that Quaid is actually a little baby boy who doesn't like to talk about his feelings, is trigger something in him, and not like a weird fetish after stumbling across a website you really shouldn't have at a young age. He proceeds to go into his bathroom and tip out all of his medication, as he no longer wants it to hold him back from seeing his true vision. His true vision being schizophrenia. The effects, which he almost immediately gets to experience, as that night Stephen is staying over due to missing his last train, and Quaid wakes up after falling asleep to hearing the sound of banging. Thinking that it's just his parents, he then discovers that it is them banging, but not in the way that he thought. He sees the killer from his childhood repeatedly hacking his father to pieces, with the weight of the axe creating the thumping sound, before then turning to see himself as a younger child sitting next to his butchered mother while playing in a pool of her blood. But it turns out that it was all just a dream, as he wakes up screaming as Stephen comes running to see if he's okay. After learning that Quaid is actually fine and he just has a really unusual sounding alarm clock, Stephen eventually manages to get him to open up. Well, not in the same way his mother opened up, but emotionally. He tells Stephen that when he was 6 years old, both of his parents were horrifically killed in front of him using his father's own axe, and the killer was never caught. And something about Quaid experiencing such a horrific thing at such a young age has made him want to seek it out in other people, instead of confronting his own demons himself. And that's exactly what he wants from Stephen. After learning about his older brother dying in a drink driving accident due to not being skilled enough, Quaid finds and buys the same model car with the exact same paint job, and
Chevy is called the heartbeat of America. Like the people who keep this country moving. For them, only America's most dependable truck will do. In every Chevy truck, dependability comes standard.
Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Take the shot.
Wes Anderson's The Phoenician Scheme is a hilarious 4-star adventure.
It's a delicious concoction.
You're drunk.
And the funniest movie of the year.
Help yourself to a hand grenade.
The Phoenician Scheme. Rated PG-13. In theaters everywhere June 6th.
And gives it to Stephen so he can, quote, find the beast. The Mr. Beast. After the initial, somewhat unsuccessful interviews, eventually the group land on someone with something genuinely interesting to share. Well, apart from the penis worms guy. They interview someone named Joshua, who explains that when he was younger, he was hit by a car due to unfortunately being a small child and not a piece of the road. Because of this, the resulting head injury resulted in him losing his hearing for 3 years straight, where he would be completely deaf. He might have his hearing back now, but Joshua is clearly struggling to get his words out, as talking about this deeply upsets him. It's what brings him the most terror in life, the thought that once again, he could lose his hearing at any time. Something which has Quaid fully engrossed, as once again he's been able to listen to someone directly tell him their deepest fears. But not only the fear itself, but the reason behind it, which is arguably what Quaid is looking to hear the most with his strange little sadistic ears. Wanting to blow off a little bit of steam, Quaid decides to head to the strip club, not for the reason that one might go to a strip club to blow off steam, that is, waste your money, but to ask the girl who he regularly paints if she'd be available, which she isn't. Upset that he's now forced to go and begrudgingly look at some naked women dance, he suddenly can see the man who hacked his parents up. He then watches as the woman in front of him starts suffering from the rather strange side effects of working in a place like this, as her skin suddenly starts to split open, as if she's being repeatedly hit by an axe, which seems to make Quaid freak out at the sight of a naked woman. Another one of Stephen's friends, Abby, who's made multiple appearances in the movie so far, but none important enough to mention in this video, asks him if he can come over alone to her dorm and interview her for the project. But what this really is some sort of elaborate woman plan to get him alone in a room where she proceeds to undress in front of him and attempt to sleep with him. Using her sex magic tricks, she tells Stephen that she's always been ashamed of her birthmark and has known that she's been different since she was 5 years old, after being asked what's wrong with your face. Upset, vulnerable, and also a little bit horny, she then removes her clothes and tries to kiss Stephen, where he then proceeds to nicely reject her. He tells her that he can't do this with her because his heart is somewhere else right now, in his chest, and not his penis. He's got feelings for Cheryl and wants to pursue them instead, as he hasn't got time for women throwing themselves at him. After telling Quaid about this, and also being mocked by him for not just sleeping with her, Stephen convinces him to go and see her and retrieve the camera that he left there after blueballing her. And while there, Quaid starts to use his charismatic ways to make Abby feel better by telling her that she's beautiful. This results in them going out to drink and dance together, eventually culminating in Quaid taking her back to his place to paint her topless, in a weird bit of foreplay before sleeping together. But unfortunately for him, the mood is somewhat ruined, as he then suddenly sees her laying on the bed, cut in half with her guts across the room. After rolling around in Abby's guts, and not in the fun way, we then see Stephen and Cheryl as their feelings towards each other start to become known as they finally kiss. After Quaid sees someone's insides and the other pair make out together, we then see what appears to be Quaid finally being interviewed. And after talking for a while, we then see from a different perspective that he's actually talking to no one. And after watching Quaid be about as mentally stable as your average YouTuber, the group then interview another person who at first glance seems to have something genuine to offer. A woman who claims that she suffered from severe agoraphobia for over 20 years and couldn't leave the house due to being afraid of people named Agora. She was entirely reliant on her mother, who she loved and simultaneously hated due to the control that she had over her life. But eventually, her mother would die of a heart attack, and it wouldn't be until 3 weeks later that someone would eventually discover her body after the neighbors noticed a foul smell, all of which is completely made up, as for some reason, Quaid is almost immediately able to tell, causing him to flip out in a rage and assault this random woman for daring to lie to him. Quaid, in his infinite wisdom and healthy state of mind, doesn't see the wrong in what he's just done. Because she lied to him, he thought it was completely within his rights to physically attack her. And after being told by Stephen and Cheryl that you can't just go around attacking women after they annoy you, he then reveals to them that this study was never just about some school project, as for him it was far more than that. Having the reaction of an angry toddler, but with the body of a fully grown man, he then proceeds to destroy the video camera before taking a baseball bat to Cheryl's computer containing all of the recorded footage. This slight overreaction causes Cheryl to leave after all of her belongings were just brutally destroyed by an immature man-child, before Stephen punches him in the face for having a stupidly punchable face. The next day, Stephen arrives at college fully expecting to fail, to learn that he's somehow been graded an A on his thesis, despite the contents of his thesis sitting inside of a broken computer. Quaid arrives and tells him that he had backups of all of their files, and that he's sorry for being such a giant man-baby. After making the incredibly smart decision of getting in this car with a slightly mentally unstable gentleman, Quaid tells Stephen that he wants to carry on with their research, despite the project being finished. But Stephen, not entirely thrilled by the prospect of doing schoolwork when there's no school to give it to, tells him that he doesn't want to, which causes Quaid to once again handle rejection like the mature adult that he is, as he then pulls out a flask and starts drinking while driving the exact same car that Stephen's brother died in. Thinking that this will somehow convince Stephen to continue their research together, he's then shocked to discover that after driving full speed towards a wall and braking at the last possible second, that Stephen wants absolutely nothing to do with him. And without knowing that Quaid had turned their assignment in for them and had attempted to pancake Stephen against a wall, Cheryl had gone over to his house in an attempt to recover the hard drive from the scene of the temper tantrum. But while there, she discovers a secret door, which reveals a room filled with Quaid's naked women portraits, who all happen to contain multiple axe wounds. Not being impressed by his rather average modern art, she then attempts to leave the house, with Quaid suddenly returning home. A week then passes, and Stephen starts to become concerned after not hearing from his girlfriend this entire time, as he starts to get suspicious why things are surprisingly peaceful. And as he's walking through the halls of his college, he walks past a room with Abby and a group of people huddled around a TV. It's the footage from Stephen's interview with her that Quaid was supposed to destroy, but instead of doing that, he's broadcasted it to the entire college, as they all get to see Abby's deepest and darkest fears.
Play Digital Instants for the chance to win real cash prizes right from your phone. With bonus games, free plays, and prize wheels. Discover thrilling gameplay and cash wins. Enjoy a special offer now.
And her boobs. Her biggest fear was being seen as that little 5-year-old girl who thought there was something wrong with her, and now absolutely everybody knows it. And after he's done non-consensually broadcasting naked videos of people around the college, Quaid then invites Joshua back to his place under the pretense of continuing their interview. But because Quaid is a little bit strange in the head and doesn't really understand social cues, he then proceeds to hit Joshua over the head with a bottle instead of offering it him. Joshua then eventually comes to from his surprise nap to discover that he's been restrained and has 2 glass jars attached to his head in an attempt to completely block his hearing. But unfortunately for both Joshua and Quaid, the glass bottles only appear to be impairing his hearing and not entirely stopping it. So, switching to plan B, with zero hesitation whatsoever, Quaid then removes the glass jars from Joshua's head before firing a gun point blank next to his eardrums, causing them to burst and bleed. Terrified and in complete agony, Joshua then starts crying out for his mother while unable to hear anything. All the while, Quaid is excitedly starting to film him while watching this man's deepest fear come true. After documenting his findings and getting all of the information he needs from Joshua, as if he was nothing more than
Tonight, authorities followed a tip that led them to a deserted motel outside Bryan, where they caught the man in the act of subduing 36-year-old Kelsey Keogh. The man, whose name is being withheld, claimed he and Kelsey were participating in an agreed-upon way, and that he had no connection to the...
Be my way out. What? Yes. A shortcut. What do I do with it? think. Just look around, Connie. Yes. Thank you. Jolie, you're still alive. This will help. What's that? Disgusting. Oh, disgusting. Maybe I can open those doors. I gotta find a way out of here. Shit! Get away! Get away! This should help stop the bleeding. I think.
Have to do this. This ain't no good at all.
Please. Please. Someone has to help us.
This is kind of like the old days. I still got it.
Shut up!
reported to Hellam's Ranch yesterday to investigate reports of cattle abuse, but what they found instead was disturbingly serene. The ranch was devoid of livestock. Instead, 13 men, all dressed in plain white clothes, were sitting in chairs spread throughout the property. Each one was wearing a simple rope belt, a pair of sunglasses, holding a copy of King James' Bible. No man.
What is going on? I think this is antiseptic. Should clean the wound.
Connie! Over here! Stay quiet.
I think I can make it. I don't know what this is. It might work on those doors. This is good. This is good. Oh, no. I've got one!
Oh, you poor little thing! Oh.
I think I lost him. I need to be careful. You might still be near. Just think, there's got to be a way out.
That's the fun part.
Just go away, damn it. I'm good. I'm good. Just stay calm. Why are they doing this to us? Where are they? It's too quiet.
scheduled draining of the Colton Reservoir was put on hold when city workers discovered the remains of more than a dozen animal corpses. The bodies are reported as being in various states of mutilation. Authorities believe the carcasses are from packs of wandering wild dogs, with them most likely to be rabid. Residents are cautioned to refrain from consuming any water source from the river.
Can I use this? Lost him again. I gotta stay hidden. Somehow. What do we have here? It's too quiet. Much too quiet.
Can't get seen again.
than a piece of trash, Quaid proceeds to drop him off in a dark alleyway somewhere and leaves him there completely on his own, terrified, bloody and disoriented, which sounds like the end of an average night out in the UK. After Abby ran off in horror after everybody had witnessed her on TV, Stephen then gets a phone call from the distressed woman who asks him if he'd like her if she was pretty, with her idea of pretty meaning suffering from third-degree chemical burns and looking like a feral beast from Fallout, as she then proceeds to fill up a bathtub with bottles of bleach before using a metal scour to remove her birthmark while pouring said bleach directly into the wound. Realizing that this probably wasn't her greatest idea, with all of her orifices now burning more than the next day after Taco Tuesday, she then exits her room and begins walking down the hallway while completely covered in blood, before being found by Stephen, who decided to look absolutely everywhere for her except her dorm room. Joshua and Abby are then both taken to the same hospital, unaware of each other's presence in the building, and Joshua, now completely deaf, spots Stephen walking through the halls and think that he was in on it. Stephen stops to look at a fire axe on the wall and decides that it's time for Quaid to taste some of his own medicine, except his medicine doesn't contain paracetamol and instead chopped up parts of his mummy. Quaid's woken up to the sound of something thumping in his house and discovers Stephen standing at the bottom of the stairs holding an axe. Freaking out and thinking that it's the killer coming back for him, Quaid retreats to his bedroom while Stephen goes all the Shining on the door. That is until Quaid eventually remembers that he has a gun, and gun always beats fire axe, before charging out of the room with it and knocking Stephen unconscious. Stephen eventually comes to as he's restrained to a chair as a video of Cheryl locked in a room with nothing but a piece of cooked meat, a bucket, and some water starts to play. Realizing that she's about to have the most boring meal of her life, Stephen then proceeds to get extremely angry and starts demanding answers. She'd been kept in that room for days with nothing but the meat that had slowly started to rot. With no way out, eventually Cheryl started to hallucinate and took after Quaid by having a full-blown conversation with herself, with Quaid then explaining to Stephen that he heated the room up to speed up the decomposition, resulting in flies finding it and laying their eggs inside. After several more days of being trapped inside without her smashed avocado on toast, her need to eat to survive simply outweighs her disgust at the thought of eating meat, as she now picks up the rotten piece of flesh which now has maggots sprouting out of it and devours it down to the bone. And after they're done watching Quaid's funny little home video, they suddenly hear a noise coming from somewhere in the house. Quaid goes to investigate while Stephen manages to free himself, and after retrieving a knife from the kitchen, he's almost able to sneak up behind Quaid with it, when suddenly a dumb, deaf and blind Joshua, except without the dumb and blind part, comes running towards them with an axe and plants it straight into Stephen's chest. Joshua starts cry-laughing in a delirious state, when suddenly Quaid, who only sees the man who killed his parents, aims and fires at him. While Stephen is rapidly bleeding out and dying on the floor, Quaid then proceeds to tower over his body and look him directly in the eyes as his last bit of life leaves his body. Once he's sure that Stephen is well and truly no longer Stephen anymore, he then drags his body down into the basement before opening a locked door to reveal Cheryl inside, where he then dumps the body of her boyfriend before locking her in with her latest meal. And before this video comes to an end, I'd like to just give a massive
Stay calm. You can use this. Locks, maybe? Oh my god! I'm right here, Connie!
This nigga's problem. Man, where is the car? It just came out the bridge. Where is your coach? That shit pissed me off.
Shout out and a big thank you to all of the YouTube members and patrons, the people who go out of their way every month to continue supporting the channel. If you're interested in becoming a YouTube member or a patron yourself, not only are you just generally being a great help, but you also get access to a few little perks, like being able to join the private Discord server, where you can then get links to all uncensored versions of videos. So starting off with this week's new YouTube signups, a big thank you to Hell Nor Heaven, Rashu Mont, Justin Paws, Labyrinth 2100, Toaster Beamer, Miss Magpie, Washal Gawai, Riley Zane, Zaza Lord, Zach Bennett, Anthony925, Celogram, Mafri Sabo, Levin, TXC0, Gualberto Carrion, Def the Kid 845, Thanos Gaming 145, Olaf422, Marius Hawkland, Die Shipton, Zane Munro, Ghost V8, Ozabowel the Fowl, Harangue, and Javi Lozada. Now heading over to this week's new Patreon sign-ups, a massive thank you to the Periwinkle Boy, Cash Bussy, Sigma Talata 22, Ella Hanny, Alex, Jared Lamando, Catty K, Thomas Herbert, Matthew Shawns, Kevin Barney, Oot Zed, Canon Lakota, Daymarco 5, Henry Simon, Voy, Ian Fraser, Lucas, Buried303, Rachel Dickel, MDGX, Bonku, Ben Riley, Eric Wilson, Malachi Benson, Izek, Jay Medina, Alex, Verain, Odin Williams, Jaquez, Jaden, Ryan H, Nebs, M, Moa, and Auntie Doom. So once again, a massive shout out to all of the YouTube members and patrons, and a big thank you to everyone else for watching.
40-year-old Austin admitted some of the ground chuck produced by the facility had become tainted when several rats were discovered to have fallen into the processing unit. And Mr. Austin did not halt production nor notify city health inspectors. He is currently awaiting trial.
Hello everyone, good morning. Welcome to Google I/O. We want to get our best models into your hands and our products ASAP. I'm particularly excited about the rapid model progress. And today, Gemini 2.5 Pro sweeps the Ella Marina leaderboard in all categories. It's getting a lot of love across the top coding platforms thanks to all of you.
Gemini 2.5 Pro is our most intelligent model ever. And now that it incorporates LearnLM, our family of models built with educational experts, 2.5 Pro is also the leading model for learning.
I got 2.5 Pro to code me a simple web app. Someone comes to you with a brilliant idea. I'm going to add in a prompt that asks 2.5 Pro to update my code based on the image. And here's what Gemini generates. Whoa. I was able to create this just based on a sketch. But what if it talked? That's where Gemini's native audio is.
That's a pangolin, and its scales are made of keratin, just like your fingernails.
Today, we're making 2.5 Pro even better by introducing a new mode we're calling Deep Think. Deep Think uses our latest cutting-edge research in thinking and reasoning, including parallel techniques.
We are in a new phase of the AI platform shift, where decades of research are becoming reality for people all over the world. Introducing Google Beam, a new AI-first video communications platform. Beam uses a new state-of-the-art video model to transform 2D video streams into a realistic 3D experience. Today, we are introducing this real-time speech translation directly in Google Meet.
It's nice to finally talk to you. Es bueno hablarte finalmente. No puedo esperar a alquilar tu casa.
Our research prototype, Project Mariner. It's an agent that can interact with the web and get stuff done. We released it as an early research prototype in December, and we've made a lot of progress since. And we are starting to bring agentic capabilities to Chrome, Search, and the Gemini app. Let me show you what we are excited about. We call it Agent Mode. Say you want to find an apartment for you and 2 roommates in Austin. You've each got a budget of $1,200 a month. You want a washer dryer or at least a laundromat nearby. Using Agent Mode, the Gemini app goes to work behind the scenes. You might be familiar with our AI-powered smart reply features. Now imagine if those responses could sound like you. That's the idea behind personalized smart replies. With your permission, Gemini models can use relevant context across your Google apps in a way that is private, transparent, and fully under your control. Let's say my friend wrote to me looking for advice. He's taking a road trip to Utah, and he remembers I did this trip before. Gemini can do almost all the work for me, looking up my notes in Drive, scanning past emails for reservations. Gemini matches my typical greetings from past emails, captures my tone, style, and favorite word choices, and then it automatically generates a reply.
Gemini Flash is our most efficient workhorse model. The new Flash is better in nearly every dimension, improving across key benchmarks for reasoning, code, and long context. Flash will be generally available in early June, with Pro soon after.
Gemini Diffusion is a state-of-the-art experimental text diffusion model that leverages this parallel generation to achieve extremely low latency. The version of Gemini Diffusion we're releasing today generates 5 times faster than our fastest model so far.
This is our ultimate vision for the Gemini app, to transform it into a universal AI assistant. In Project Astra, we've upgraded voice output to be more natural with native audio. We've improved memory and added computer control.
Google Search is bringing generative AI to more people than any other product in the world. In our biggest markets like the US and India, AI will
There has to be a way out of here. Just be smart.
Seems safe enough.
There's gotta be something I can use around here. This could be my way out. Wait, what's that?
That's my sweetmeat.
Just get back here. You're only making things worse.
Okay, stay quiet and...
I knew they were here somewhere.
I'm right here. Are you hurt?
Honest, sweetie.
Oh my god! I have to find help!
Authorities were alerted to Hellam's ranch yesterday to investigate reports of cattle abuse, but what they found instead was disturbingly serene. The ranch was devoid of livestock. Instead, 13 men, all dressed in plain white clothes, were sitting in chairs spread throughout the property. Each one was wearing a single rope belt, a pair of sunglasses.
I can get through here. Got it.
Quit being bad. You won't get in trouble.
Gotta focus. Gotta stay strong.
This shouldn't be that far.
What do we have here? All right.
God, it's open.
I can use this. Oh no, you're hurt. Stick with me.
You're alive.
Look at all this blood. They got trouble.
Got this. Lost him again. I gotta stay hidden. Somehow.
I'll kill you and swear you died. Trust me on that.
Views are driving over 10.
For over 135 years, National Geographic has gone to the ends of the earth to bring you the most stunning footage of nature ever put to film. But enough with the top of the food chain. It's time to shift our focus to the bottom. I've teamed up with Nat Geo to fast forward right past nature's glory hogs and get down in the mud. With nature's benchwarmers, not the superheroes, the super zeros. You tell them, Green Day. Wherever there's an itch in nature's undercarriage, there will be underdogs.
eventually nearly lead to the near extinction of the indigenous Tasmanian people due to their resistance to British expansion. And during this time, this movie follows an Irish convict named Claire, who's been forcefully relocated to Tasmania in order to work off her sentence for the rather serious crime of being Irish. She and many other Irish prisoners work for a detachment of the British Army in one of their remote outposts. The unit is run by a Lieutenant Hawkins, who is currently being visited by a Captain Goodwin in hopes of receiving a promotion in order to go up the ranks and to be able to move away from this outpost. Claire is called a Nightingale by Hawkins due to her ability to sing, and is often made to sing in front of all the men. So, one night she sings for them and the visiting captain, which gives him a chance to get a taste for the type of men that Hawkins is currently leading, which is rude, drunk and disobedient, with little to no care that a captain is currently among them, which is a pretty good summary of the English, to be honest. After the show, Hawkins brings Claire into his office and makes her sing him his own private show. Hawkins is what we like to call in the industry a sex pest, a Harvey Weinsteiner if you would. He apparently thinks that he can do whatever he wants to a woman due to being a lieutenant and also being a man in the early 1800s. Claire has served her time and should be allowed to sign off from Hawkins in order to be a free woman, but there's a bit of a problem. Hawkins is a little bit of a ripper and therefore a bad man. He doesn't want to sign Claire off despite her legally being entitled to it because he wants to keep her for himself. So after telling her to sit on his lap like a perverted little Santa Claus, he slaps her across the face for daring to be a woman with her own thoughts and opinions before mercilessly violating her after she tries to leave the room. With the British being no stranger to war crimes, sex crimes were apparently something they were quite familiar with too, as then Hawkins proceeds to go about his daily life as if all of those horrific events that literally just happened literally didn't happen. Kara goes home to her husband Aidan and infant daughter Bridget, where Aidan notices bruising around her neck. There was very little that they could actually do about this, because unfortunately for them, they were Irish, and the English were, well, English. Suffice to say, the English weren't exactly too keen on the potato race, and they had a long history of being subjected to their oppression and rule. Now that I mention it, kind of like anyone who's had the misfortune of meeting the English. The next day, Aidan attempts to confront Hawkins about having his wife granted her freedom, but is immediately turned away due to Hawkins not being a very nice man. This apparently gets Aidan so engaged in his favourite Irish pastime of getting drunk, that he goes to pay Hawkins a visit later that night in a tavern, where Hawkins tells Aidan that Claire is his property. Quite understandably not very happy about this, considering that Claire is actually his property, he then proceeds to punch Lieutenant Hawkins directly in his stupid little punchable face. And after a few punches back and forth and a headbutt to the ground, Hawkins realizes that the captain has been watching this entire time. The captain, who then tells him that he cannot recommend him for a promotion due to his conduct and the conduct of his unruly, constantly drunk men. Something which causes Hawkins to become somewhat irate due to him actually being a little baby boy man-child. He defies the captain and tells him that he's going to travel through dangerous territory himself to directly appeal this to the major and apply for the position in person. After the captain basically says, "Good luck with that." Having his feelings hurt because he's just genuinely bad at his job, he decides to go pay Aidan a visit to have a nice friendly chat about the incident with his buddies Ruse and Jago. And by have a nice friendly chat about the incident, I mean punch him in the face and horrifically violate his wife right in front of him. Hawkins beats Claire as she attempts to resist, and he stares Aidan directly in the face as he proceeds to horrifically abuse her. All the while, their infant child is screaming in the background. Hawkins then takes Aidan's musket and shoots him through the neck as Claire watches on in horror, and despite Ruse also looking on in horror, he then proceeds to brutally violate her too. Hawkins then begins screaming at Jago to make the baby stop crying, resulting in him attempting some infant chiropractic, but not being very good at it. After he slams it against the wall, realizing that they need to finish what they've started, forgetting the most efficient way to kill someone with a musket, they then hit her over the head with it and leave her be. And despite war crimes being something of a hobby to the British Army at this period of time, they somehow fail to kill this unarmed civilian, resulting in her waking up the next day to unfortunately realise that this wasn't some sort of horrific nightmare and that Bridget and Aidan are lying dead on the floor. Claire attempts to report the crime to the officials, but no one will listen to her on account of her being Irish and also a woman. Armed with nothing but their racism, a few guns and a small child, Hawkins, Ruse and Jago set off into the woods with the help of a few prisoners to transport supplies, because God forbid they'd have to do any actual work themselves. Knowing that justice will never meet these men in any official capacity, Claire decides that that they should meet it unofficially, by going after them herself with the help of an indigenous Tasmanian guide named Billy, also known as Blackbird. In order to get him to agree, she's told him that she's looking for her husband and will pay him handsomely if he's able to get her there through the harsh wilderness inhabited by all kinds of horrors native to Australia, like Australians. The only problem with this is that Claire is a white person in the 1800s and doesn't trust Billy on account of his melanation, so constantly has a gun pointed at him. Almost immediately, they pass a home burning with a mother, a child and a baby outside before coming across the husband, who proceeds to shoot at Billy due to being jump scared by the sight of a black man. He tells Claire that the natives set fire to their home and that they would have killed his family too if he hadn't come back in time and hung them from a tree. The constant death that seems to rear its funny looking head every time the English show up in history has caused tensions to be extremely high and people's perceptions of who they deem other to be somewhat negative. And because of this, she's constantly referring to Billy as boy and reminding him that she did indeed go to primary school to learn her colours by calling him black, while repeatedly threatening to kill him for the unfortunate timing of being alive at the same time as a white person. This here is a reference to the fact that they're all a little bit racist, disliking and distrusting Billy being somewhat antithetical to her whole mission right now, especially considering that she has far more reason to distrust the white man than this random person who's willingly agreed to help her. The horrors of what happened to her that night are never far behind her. She spends all day marching forward with nothing but anger, but come nighttime, every time she allows to slow herself down and let herself think, her mind becomes consumed by what those men did to her, as closing her eyes is accompanied by the horrified screams of her infant daughter. But it turns out that's just the noise Australia makes. After a night of sleeping in the bush, and not the fun kind, Claire and Billy find themselves walking directly into a group of prisoners who are serving a double sentence. Not only are they prisoners, but they're also in Australia. Billy hides because white people get all jumpy when they see a black bloke, and the two guards proposition Claire for some of the old prostitution. And considering that's not exactly a good method of flirting, Claire proceeds to gallop past them on her horse as they try to chase after her. While these men are busy thinking they can outrun a horse, meanwhile Hawkins and his group have been making some distance through the jungle when suddenly Ruse hears a Tasmanian woman talking to her child. The toddler, quite understandably, starts crying at the sight of a white boy before Ruse drags her back to Hawkins, where he proceeds to ask if he can have her. With Ruse seemingly mixing up reality with Pokemon, Hawkins asks what about the rest of the group, where Ruse proceeds to lie and say that he found her surrounded by the bodies of her people, when in fact he did not find her surrounded by the bodies of her people. So, with Hawkins deeming it safe, he decides that they can keep this woman for their own sick, twisted pleasure and has her tied to the cart because he likes his women how he likes his coffee.
This one goes better with the walls.
This is so much easier than the home improvement store.
So which would you recommend?
Do you like brown? Hey.
Yeah, some things are just better at home. With Empire's Home Floor Advantage, you can compare samples in your own space. Plus, I'll be here to help you with every step of the process.
Do you remember trying to figure out pricing and installation?
There's the measurement fee, delivery fee, restocking fee, convenience fee.
And installation.
Oh, no, that's not my department.
We have clear, all-inclusive pricing, no surprises, and installation is on your schedule. It could even be installed tomorrow.
Call or visit EmpireToday.com and get the Home Floor Advantage.
It really is better at home.
800-588-2300. Empire Today.
Chevy is called the heartbeat of America. Like the people who keep this country moving. For them, only America's most dependable truck will do. In every Chevy truck, dependability comes standard.
Terrified, Claire and Billy make it to a river, but Billy says that it's too high to cross, and Claire, reminding the viewers that she is in fact a female, decides that she knows best and proceeds to walk directly into the water. Water that almost immediately begins carrying her away to almost near certain death, if not for Billy safely getting the horse across and then jumping back in to risk his own life to save the silly lady who's been nothing but horrible to him. Maybe he just likes mean women. Heading into the jungle, completely unprepared, they found themselves with no food. So coming across a shack in the wilderness, they decide to live up to their name as Australians and start stealing things. It doesn't exactly go to plan, as Claire makes for an absolutely terrible lookout, resulting in the occupant of the house walking back into his home, where he proceeds to take out all of his hatred and anger on a bag of flour. After taking off running, that evening, Billy explains to Claire why he hates the English so much. He tells her that he was once served a Greggs sausage roll so hot that it left him with third-degree burns, and also a bunch of white people killed all the males in his family, and after that, they chained him up and beat him in an attempt to make him more civilized. To add further insult to injury, Hawkins would then use Billy to track down other Tasmanian natives, where he would then shoot them, and Claire, being Irish, has many of her own reasons to hate the English too, something that Billy doesn't understand at first, but starts to realise after initially thinking that she was also English. As just like him, she was ripped away from her homeland, and her entire family killed right in front of her, simply because the English felt like it. If you stop to think about it, the Irish are just white black people. We see why Hawkins was happy enough to take the woman with them, as he viciously and horrifically assaults her, followed by him returning to camp, where Ruse is eager to get some sloppy seconds on account of being a ginger. But eventually, the woman's people are able to track her down, and the next day, the group are attacked, as one of the prisoners who were forced to transport the goods takes a spear through the neck, while Jago takes one to the leg. Attempting to de-escalate this already tense situation, Hawkins then proceeds to shoot the woman in her back in front of her people for literally no reason, before running off into the woods again, except this time being followed by a group of angry people in Speedos armed with sharp sticks. Jago ends up getting split up from the rest of the group, with Hawkins showing absolutely zero interest in going back to help him, which results in Billy and Claire discovering his tracks. And after pursuing the person who gonged her baby's brains against the wall, he sees her. Eventually Claire manages to catch up to him, and immediately shoots him in his only good leg. While she's taking the time to reload the rifle before the next shot, he's profusely apologizing for her, saying that he didn't mean to do what he did after he went and did what he did. But her gun misfires. A fight then breaks out between an Irish woman and a cripple, followed by her taking his knife and driving it into his stomach. Thinking that his chest could use some extra ventilation holes, she proceeds to add way too much ventilation to it before picking up the musket and using the butt of it to repeatedly make contact with his skull. A horrified and disgusted Billy witnessed Claire bash the brains of a twinkin, so decides to turn around and walk away after being told that she wanted help finding her husband. She begs him to stay, with him eventually asking her what those men did to make Claire act like that. And despite at first being horrified and wanting absolutely nothing to do with this crazy white girl shenanigans, eventually Billy realizes what these men had done to her, which changes his attitude completely as he decides to carry on helping. And after leaving that guy to have a nap in the woods, they come across the abandoned carriage where Hawkins and his men were ambushed, before confusingly discovering that they've decided to walk up into a mountain, as Hawkins' guide Charlie seems to have taken them there. Charlie is senile, and he's taking them on a little adventure. After stopping for the night, Claire takes a look over a cliff ledge and lets her intrusive thoughts win as she decides to let her body go completely limp until her spinal column makes direct impact with a tree. Billy realizes that he needs to do something about this woman as she's suffering from tig-ol biddies and has no baby to empty them because the pain is becoming excruciating. Yeah, sure lady, try having sperm cramps. Billy creates a paste for her to rub on herself and performs some kind of smoke ceremony to make her boobies feel better. I'm not sure that's the type of smoke she should be inhaling to feel better though. After leading Hawkins and his group up a treacherous mountain simply for the fun of it, Charlie eventually reveals to them that he actually has no intention of taking him where he wants to go and says that he's going to just leave them there. After stopping to call Hawkins an England bastard, Ruse decides to shoot him through the chest. Shooting and killing, their only way out of there. Ruse, the ultimate trifecta. Racist, prejudiced, and also incompetent. As time has gone on, Claire has gone from disliking and distrusting Billy simply because of the colour of his skin, to realising that he's actually a decent human being who's just been handed a really unfortunate set of circumstances in life, and goes from sleeping away from him at night, constantly scared that he's going to attack her, to moving her bedroll next to him so she can feel safe while sleeping at his side. And after that, the next morning they then discover Charlie's body, something which greatly upsets Billy due to being close with Charlie after losing all of the males in his family. Charlie wasn't his blood, but he referred to the man as his uncle, so now Billy wants Hawkins dead for killing his fake uncle man. Following their trail, Billy and Claire eventually spot Hawkins and his group in the distance and get in place to conduct an ambush. But after getting into the perfect position to take Hawkins out, Claire proceeds to not do that and stands there frozen in place after exposing her position, which gives Hawkins the opportunity to raise his weapon and fire it at her, narrowly grazing her arm. And after coming face to face with her reason for being out here, she starts to panic and wants all of this to end. But Billy grabs hold of her and calms her down and reassures her that he's going to get her out safely. But But after going back for the horse so they can leave, he's then caught by Hawkins, who decides to use him as their new guide. And eventually, Billy manages to take them to a road, and a little boy named Eddie that Hawkins has been slowly bonding with over the trip is then tasked with shooting and killing Billy. But not wanting to be executed by a little midget, Billy runs off into the trees and narrowly manages to avoid the little ankle biter. This causes the literal child to become extremely upset and begin profusely crying, with Hawkins telling him that he's going to leave him to rot out here. Eddie, not exactly liking the idea of being left out in the woods all by himself, begins hysterically begging Hawkins to please take him back with him, followed by Hawkins turning around and shooting him dead because he kept talking about something known as a skibbity toilet. Claire too eventually makes it to a road where she's given a ride by a passing carriage, literally 2 seconds after being thrown from the passing carriage, where she now has a nice, easy, somewhat comfortable ride back to civilization. But that is until she sees Billy emerging from the trees in front of her, and remembering bros before hoes, decides to jump from the back of her free ride and run directly towards him, followed by her beginning to cry after making it to him, due to that being the effect that black people have on her. And rather conveniently for them, they pass a home where they're able to find themselves another musket, where rather inconveniently for the occupants, they've been butchered in their sleep. Something that would come as quite a blessing in disguise, not just because of Claire's hatred for random couples, but because they'd end up crossing paths with a group of slavers. Claire pretends to be holding Billy up at gunpoint as to not arouse suspicion, but as the chained men proceed to talk to Billy, they're all immediately executed on the spot, as their killers laugh and joke about what they've just done, with one of them proceeding to behead one of the corpses to keep his skull as a trophy. You know, like civilized people. After some more walking, they encounter an elderly couple who offers to ride them the rest of the way into town, and after making it there, Billy hides and watches as he sees Hawkins talking to some guy in a fancy hat about how he traversed his way through the wilderness without the help of a native. After telling Claire, she follows him into a pub filled with important higher-ranking members of the military and proceeds to expose him for being a murdering Lester the Molester in front of everybody inside. After walking into the room, saying he's a nonce and walking out, Claire and Billy then decide to ride back off into the woods, because I guess they're done now. After falling asleep and holding Billy's hand, Claire wakes up in the night to find him gone. Billy stayed up and rubbed Greek yogurt all over his body. He's been preparing for something. After heading back into town in the dead of night, Claire finds him walking into a building and follows him as he opens Hawkins' door, as there's a woman on top of him who appears to have mistaken him for a motorcycle. Billy throws a spear into his chest, killing him with his knob out, followed by him leaving the room and immediately being shot by Ruse. But powered by nothing more than hatred for gingers and Greek yogurt on his body, Billy takes the shot to the gut, but keeps on going and pushes another spear into Ruse's neck, killing him too. And finally, the 2 men and the ginger have been killed. Making their escape on horseback, Claire and Billy follow the river until making it to the ocean, as Billy begins to sing and dance while his guts slowly pollute the wildlife, before sitting down to admire the sunrise with Claire, thanks to their shared bond and connection through their united hatred for the English people.
There's DIY, and there's doing it yourself. It's the difference between being creative and being a creator. Between a homemade recipe and a household name. Between a daydream and a dream job. It's your business, your hard work. You do it yourself. Create your website on Wix.
So before we finish up, I'd like to just give a big shout out and a massive thank you to all of the YouTube members and patrons, the people who continue to support the channel every month. If you're interested in becoming a YouTube member or a patron yourself, not only are you just generally being a great help, but you also get access to a few little perks, like being able to join the private Discord server, where you then get links to all uncensored versions of videos going forward. So starting off with this week's new YouTube signups, a massive thank you to Mano Ferraro, Celogram, Nikki Shojan, Joshua Hansen, Nanokai, Morven Can, Alu, CR, Herbivore the Carnivore, Flooney, Exyfe, Sprinky, Lumal LP, The Francisco, Mickey Tang, Janus, Ian Berger, Private Tekken, Tuffy, Old Blue Collar, Samarth Ryan Edward, Thanos Gaming 145, Zane Monroe, Javi Lozado, Ofri Ranche, Resident Alligator, Avarice Art, Preston Lizen B, Jordan Parker, Nathan Geiger, Gangaro Horror, Makudez, Scary Jim, Dylan Guerin, Mr. 010396, Tony J. Dietz, Rohan Nayak, WinRAR 64-bit download, Brain Damage, Reggie Davis Wears Lingerie, McMonster Gaming, Danga 1999, Amelia, Luca Guarneri, and Zach Stevens. Now heading over to this week's new Patreon signups, A massive thank you to Payne GMYT, Kyla Francisco, Jeremy Shea, Gregory A. Maxey, Mauricio Rodriguez, Hannah Reed, Pix, Christian Stewart, Lorinda M, Akio Yuki, Babatanda Mustafa, Philip Bognar, Leather Hosin, Alexi, Zach Yeager, Joshua Rapp, Joe Shah, Silene, Dendave0318, Cora, Maxel Daxel 2, Michael Perillo, Colin Asher, Killian Burke, Corey Craven, Twig, Malzeno, Max B, Basil 2, Hayden McManus, Mina, Mr. Sophistication, Silissa, Peyton Day, Mr. Fart Stinkworld, Dr. Divine, Nate, Gabe Schnitter, Kaylee, Officer Bojack, Khaled Zero, Gamer Crusader Zero, Matt, Adam Brigante, Sky Guy, Sophie S, Daquan White, Patrick Dubois, Victor P, Runar Vigeland, Thomas Gustafsson, Uwu Ford Master, Torby Thing, Lily Roberts, Ashton Lewis, Smoking Weed Right Now, Harry, Rift, Almighty Boat, Fayan Walea, Sir Sticky Butt, Fabian Hoffman, Wekaz, NBA Simulation League, Alex Bruce, Robert K, Eugene, Chester, Lynn, Unsimpush, Demaya Grant, Jalen Thomas, Augustus Davids, Walter Sandufla, Mario Pratner, Stanley Robert, Dali Atom, El Topo, Philip Brand, Mason, Tash, Mr. Peep, Danger Sloth, Jordan Dodd, Undeniably Zara, The Pearl Winkle Boy, Cash Bussy, Aiden, and X-Jono. So once again, a massive shout out to all of the YouTube members and patrons, and a big thank you to everyone else for watching. Paranormal Activity is a movie series that deals with one of the most terrifying and uncomfortable things a person could possibly be subjected to. A mildly threatening gust of wind with a vengeance against suburban white people. Going on to become the 4th highest grossing horror series behind Jaws, Alien and Saw, Paranormal Activity proves that no matter how much you succeed in life, you'll never be good enough. Watching the found footage phenomenon that was Blair Witch, video game programmer Oren Pelly took one look at that and thought, yeah, I can do that. And do that he did. After moving into his first house with his girlfriend in 2003, being used to living in apartment blocks their whole lives, surrounded by the perfectly explainable noise of the hustle and bustle of life, they were suddenly suffocated by the overwhelming sound of complete silence. Except not really, because he lived with a woman. Every slight creak the house would make would have his girlfriend convinced that their home was inhabited by a mildly annoying entity with a strange fascination with floorboards. Coming up with the idea of using a video camera to capture their non-rent paying roommate, Oren realised that the idea of seeing something unexplainable happening while you sleep would be absolutely terrifying. So instead, he opted to turn his idea into a movie. A slightly questionable movie, as it mostly consists of a couple laying in bed together, and I'd feel really awkward if someone walked in and saw me watching it. But I wouldn't feel awkward if someone walked in on me cuddling this, because he's a little cutie. If you want one of these for yourself, we've got less than 21 days left to get the project funded and for you to get me in your bedroom. If the funding isn't met, everyone gets refunded, and I get sad. But if it does get funded, everyone gets a miniature version of me for very normal reasons. So click the link in the description to find out more. The premise is exactly the same as Oren's original idea. Mika and Katie, who happen to share their names with their characters, stay in Oren's house and begin filming their lives due to a series of strange occurrences. Like demonic possession. It's a little bit strange. It begins with Katie being intimidated by Mika's large girthy black camera, and the rest of the movie is a series of events involving Mika's large girthy black camera, sometimes pointed in Katie's face. Katie claims that she's been experiencing unexplained events since she was a child, around the time that her house burnt down. So Mika, much like the average family vlogger of today, decides to monetize Katie's past childhood trauma by filming the entire thing. The movie consists of a series of handheld shots in situations where most people would just drop the camera and run away, as well as the camera being set up in the exact same spot every night, so Mika can watch back the footage of just how much he's not getting it. With most of the nighttime shots in the movie being recorded in a singular night, because sleeping is for losers. The camera films night by night, with things starting off small like how this ghost can magically blur this book, floorboards creaking while they both sleep, before escalating into slamming doors and beating up women. They invite a psychic over who tells them he wants absolutely nothing to do with this, before imploring them to under any circumstances do not attempt to communicate with this entity as it's a demon who feeds off negative energy. Which is almost immediately followed by Mika proceeding to communicate with it, causing it to be angry, but in demonic. Katie, not too happy about Mika not speaking demonic, wakes up one night and proceeds to stare at him as he sleeps for a couple of hours, because that'll really show him. After walking away, because this is getting kinda boring now, Mika wakes up to find Katie gone, and after going to look for her, returns to the bedroom after hearing a loud bang and the TV turn on, as whoever's up there is getting nice and comfy to catch up on all of the Big Will videos. But before Mika is able to enjoy that for himself, he's jump scared by a woman, in a scene which is particularly scary, because much like Dairy, women make me shit myself. Over the next few days, the hauntings begin to escalate, but always out of sight of Mika and Katie, because this ghost has crippling social anxiety. And despite being told that it's an incredibly bad idea to bring a Ouija board into the house and attempt to communicate with the ghost, Mika brings a Ouija board into the house and attempts to communicate with the ghost. But it waits for the couple to leave on an evening that Mika just happens to forget to turn the camera off, before deciding to set the Ouija board on fire, because playing with fire is badass and always a good idea. And you might have noticed that the scenes where these strange occurrences take place, the camera just happens to be static. This isn't a coincidence, as Oren opted to use tripod shots for these scenes, purely because with a static shot, it's far easier to mask things out of the picture, leaving you with the ability to remove unwanted elements from the frame with relative ease. Removing elements being something which you can also do in real life if you wanted to, but is generally frowned upon because people don't really like murder. That night, after using it to fix his rather uncomfortable chafing, Mika places baby powder all over the floor outside of the bedroom because he finds it absolutely hilarious to make Katie clean things up. And as they sleep, footprints appear, and the sound of Bigfoot over there wakes them up. Mika being rather intimidated, because you know what they say about people with big feet.
Love to take my dog Coco on the go. That's usually when I get somebody's urgent email. The features in Grammarly have been really helpful to create clear communication in a second. My name is Claudia. I'm a marketing manager and adjunct professor. Grammarly can help adjust my tone for my marketing role and my marketing teacher role. With my students, I try to be really relatable, but then sometimes you have hard conversations and you need to make sure you aren't coming across a little too harsh. Download Grammarly today.
Big Socks finds that the footprints have originated from the attic, and with an apparent lack of personal regard for his own existence, goes up there alone and finds a burnt photograph of Katie standing outside of her old burnt down house. Because apparently this ghost has got quite the collection of little kid pictures and needs to be on some kind of list. And apparently he's not just into little kiddies either, as one night it rips Katie out of her bed and violently drags her out of the room so it can sniff her feet in private. But after its dastardly plan is foiled by Mika and his ability to be stronger than that annoying little invisible prick, the next day Mika finds Katie in a trance and squeezing a crucifix so hard that it causes her hand to bleed. So looking to remedy the problem, Mika burns the crucifix in the fireplace because screw God, who needs him anyway? And on the 21st night of recording the incidents, the ghost realizes that it can't count to 22, so it better hurry up and get on with it. And by hurry up and get on with it, I mean possess Katie and have her stand up and watch another multi-hour long episode of The Mika Show, before walking downstairs and screaming for help. Mika, being like, "Lady, please shut the hell up," runs after her before everything suddenly goes silent. She then throws Mika's body at the camera before throwing herself at the camera, and the movie comes to an end. It states that Mika's body was found shortly after, but Katie was never found because she's off girl bossing it somewhere with no need for a man. And there we have it. No phones, just people living in the moment. There were two other endings for the movie filmed, one where she kills Mika and stays there for a few days, before eventually being killed by police officers because they couldn't accurately see her skin colour in the dark, and another which involves her taking a kitchen knife and using it on herself for non-kitchen approved activities. Two endings that possibly couldn't work in the grand scheme of things, because money is really cool, and they're going to milk this franchise dry, give it a few minutes, and then milk it again. And what's most impressive about the original Paranormal Activity movie is that it plays with our most primal fears, something we can't see, and the fact that it was all made on a budget of $15,000 with incredibly convincing unknown actors over the course of 7 days with little to no script, causing it to skyrocket at the box office to almost $200 million. The film was picked up by DreamWorks, who saw the potential that the movie had, and by saw the potential that the movie had, I mean they thought, let's absolutely destroy this movie and suck the soul out of it. Because originally they wanted Oren to remake the movie with a much higher budget with much better actors, entirely misunderstanding what it is that makes it Paranormal Activity. But luckily Oren managed to convince them to hold a screening of the original version first, and once the execs witnessed dozens of people leaving the theatre in fear, they realised that they had something special on their hands. That, or they just forgot to wash them after the previous night. And thanks to the success of Paranormal Activity, not only would it spawn way too many sequels that absolutely nobody needs, Oren would also get the opportunity to produce the Devil Darth Maul movie, Insidious and all its sequels, while working with Jason Blum and James Wan at Blumhouse Productions. Paranormal Activity 2 is what you'd get if you made Paranormal Activity again, because Paranormal Activity 2 is Paranormal Activity again. It's also the start of the series being handed off to different writers and directors because Oren couldn't be bothered. Also, Oren had money now. The studio also had money, but the studio wanted more because faceless corporations will never be satisfied until they've drained the planet of every last resource. Everybody's favourite imaginary friend is back, demonic ghost entity, and he's here to steal your kid. The second movie focuses on Katie's sister Christy and is a prequel of sorts to the original movie, and by of sorts, I mean it takes place before and after. It follows Christy, her husband Dan, daughter Allie, and infant son Hunter, as they're relentlessly harassed by a very small person, as that's why you can't see them. But don't worry, they've got their trusty lovable dog who'll keep them safe. Oh, the second movie expands on the original, with the incredibly amazing and original idea of adding more cameras. A year after the birth of their son Hunter, they return home to find out that it's been burgled, but the burglars really suck. The only thing that's missing is a necklace that Katie gave to Christy because screw your sentimental value. In response, they end up getting a security company to install cameras around the house, with the employee actually working for a real-life security company to sell the authenticity, more than likely leaving him wondering, why does this 16-year-old girl have a camera in my face? And just like the original movie, things start off slow, like chairs being knocked over on their own, and footsteps being heard around the house. But because this is a rich white American family, it automatically means that they've got an older Latin American nanny who senses evil spirits in the house. And probably racism. Evil spirits that she attempts to get rid of one night by burning sage, resulting in Daniel and Christy returning home to find her hotboxing the baby. After Martine's fired, there's a little bit of backstory involving Mika and Katie coming over, where Mika hears about Katie's strange history of experiencing ghostly shenanigans as a kid, while being in awe of David's cameras, planting the idea in his head that he'd later use himself. The strange occurrences start ramping up as pans begin falling off hooks on their own and pool cleaners begin lifting themselves out of the pool, so Allie and her boyfriend, babysitting Hunter one night, decide to communicate with the ghost using a Ouija board because ghosts love Ouija boards. And later that night while sleeping, she's woken up by a shadowy presence in the room and is lured outside after seeing the front door open. The ghost, thinking that girls have cooties, locks Allie outside as we see something lift Hunter out of his crib, allowing him to make his way downstairs to open the basement door, before being found safe back in his crib as Daniel and Christy arrive home. Allie then proceeds to do some research, and finds out that if a human bargains with a demon for wealth or power, then they must forfeit their firstborn male to the John Cena demon that they can't see. And after checking the family tree, it turns out that Hunter is the first male born on Christy's side of the family since the 30s, so the David Bowie Goblin King with his prominent bulge is coming to take him away. The next day, being quite progressive for a demon, the ghost thinks that women don't belong in the kitchen and slams all of the cabinet doors open to make her leave. But Christy has pathological demand avoidance and comes right back to close them all because you can't tell me what to do. A scene that genuinely terrified the actor as she was told that only one cabinet door would fly open because someone on set hasn't quite grasped the concept of counting. One night, the basement door opens as David Bowie comes out for a little snack, and by a little snack, I mean the family dog. David and Allie take the dog to the vet, leaving Christy and Hunter home alone with a literal demon, who's about as mischievous as Macaulay Culkin if you like to steal infant males. So in a twist that absolutely no one saw coming, Christy's knocked to the floor, dragged down the stairs and into the basement, because there's something really cool down here that she's got to see. It's called possession. Allie then watches back the footage of Christy's impromptu slip and slide, so her dad decides to call Martine back because Latin people have got this sorted out. The only way that they can get rid of this demon is by transferring it to one of Christy's blood relatives. GG Katie, have fun. With Christine unaware of what Martine, David and Allie have done to her, a few weeks pass and the events of the original movie play out. When suddenly, Katie shows up at their house, but there's something really cool she wants to show David on that side of the room. She then walks up the stairs and fuss rodars Christy to death, and walks away with Hunter for the pair to never be seen again. And by never be seen again, I mean never seen until their next appearance in a later movie, because please come back to watch our movies. An interesting fact about Paranormal Activity 2 to 4, despite having a budget much larger than anything Oren could have possibly imagined for his installment, all follow a fairly similar production process, in the fact that they were constantly being rewritten, reshot and re-edited throughout the entire process, which is either a sign of keeping the series close to its roots, or a sign of utter incompetence.
And Max Verstappen wins!
The Honorable Podium Series, engineered for exceptional results.
Paranormal Activity 3 is a prequel to the prequel that takes place 18 years before the events of the previous films, following a young Katie and Christy, leaving me wondering if they suffer from early onset dementia due to them having absolutely no memory of this movie's events and the events depicted in later movies. With that being said, Paranormal Activity 3 is Paranormal Activity 2, except in the 80s, where all of the ghosts smoke ungodly amounts of cigarettes and are casually racist. It begins with Julie and her boyfriend Dennis, a wedding videographer, filming Katie's birthday party, while we see Christy, being a full-blown schizophrenic in training, talking to the shadow people on her own. It's an imaginary friend that she calls Toby. Toby is in the King of Demons Asmodeus from the Book of Tobit. So that's nice. After some unexplained incidents from the mildly aggressive gust of wind, like cupboards opening on their own and things banging, Toby decides that he's the only one who can bang, as Dennis and Julie are cuckolded by an earthquake-inducing ghost. I hate when that happens. After watching the footage back and seeing something other than his erection running away, Dennis and his colleague Randy decide to set up cameras in the house to make their own episode of Big Brother, but not terrible. But don't worry, I know you've seen this exact movie twice already, but now we have a fan that oscillates. Cool, right? At least they've got a bigger budget of $5 million and figured out how to time travel back to the 80s, otherwise this might have started to get stale. After strange events like hearing footsteps running around the house while the girls are camping outside, and a light fixture being pulled from the ceiling, Katie makes fun of Christy for having an imaginary friend, before Toby locks her in the cupboard for being a little shit. The girls are babysat by a girl named Lisa, who for some strange reason has a fascination with sitting on babies, and after she plays around with the girls putting a sheet over her head pretending to be a ghost, she heads downstairs to do some studying. But studying is for nerds, and Toby hates nerds. With the camera oscillating back and forth for that dramatic effect, a sheet suddenly appears behind Lisa with what appears to be someone inside, before dropping to the floor to reveal no one inside. Just like my heart, it's empty, apart from all the Reese's Pieces I store in there. While researching, after finding a strange symbol in the girl's cupboard, Dennis finds out about a coven of witches from the 1930s who wore a necklace with the exact same symbol on it, meaning that the big surprise in this movie is that women are evil. It's always the women. The coven would take people's firstborn males, just like Ali found out in the previous movie, and do not very nice things to them. And as Dennis is finding out about this, Katie runs into something in the bedroom before being lifted up by her hair as Toby's about to start spinning her around like Miss Trunchbull from Matilda. And that night, while she's sleeping in bed, something's moving under her sheets, and despite it being the 80s, it isn't Jimmy Savile. It pulls her to the floor and drags her into the cupboard until Christy agrees to do something for Toby, which convinces him to let her go. With Julie not believing Dennis and thinking that it's his fault that Katie's terrified of something, she walks into the kitchen to find out that she no longer has a kitchen, when suddenly out of nowhere, everything falls from the ceiling like rain, but wrong. Not wanting to clean that mess up right now, Julie decides that they're all staying at her mother, Lois's house for the night. Unfortunately, Peter and Brian weren't home, but at 1 AM as they're all sleeping, someone does come to the home. Dennis and Julie are woken up to the sound of a car pulling in, so Julie goes to investigate it like the big, strong, fearless man that she is. After waiting a while, Dennis follows and finds the girl's bed empty, and comes across a room downstairs with occult imagery all over the walls, looking like it's been vandalized by the edgy kid at school with undiagnosed mental illness. After doing a little bit more searching, Dennis is jump scared by the disgusting sight of old people before running away. He finds Julie levitating at the top of the stairs, something that women do when they're on their periods, before she falls down onto him. And after finding Katie at the bottom of the stairs, being all demonic like kids tend to do, he's knocked to the ground before Lois walks into the room and watches top 10 chiropractic accidents gone wrong. With the plot of the movies going from creepy things happening in the dead of night to now creepy old ladies in the dead of night, Paranormal Activity 3 would go on to break financial records, making at least one money. And where there's money, there's people who want more of it, because money good, me want more. The third entry is also where things tend to take somewhat of a thematic shift, as you can only make so many movies about two people laying in a bed unless you specialize in the genre that Jesus doesn't approve of. It goes from pulling at the deep fears within of not being able to see the threat, to explaining things as the movies go along with witches, covens, and freaky old people. And there's only so many times that you can make a door opening on its own appear creepy, so when you run out of creative and unique ways to scare people, you've always got cheap jump scares to fall back on, which starting in the third movie really starts to ramp up, while the previous two know you're a big smelly scaredy pants and don't need to do that. Next is a movie that deals with a home unfortunately plagued with one of the most vile and evil things a person could possibly ever imagine: the Xbox Kinect. But it's okay though, as this story has a happy ending, with the entire family dying. Wanting to make paranormal horror movies with an emphasis on random household technology is certainly a choice. A choice that they utilize well, as they make the next movie about an evil Hitachi magic wand. Paranormal Activity 4 is a direct sequel to the second movie, which in itself was a direct sequel to the first movie, while simultaneously being a direct prequel to the first movie. 5 years after the events of Hunter going missing, Paranormal Activity 4 is Paranormal Activity, but with Skype. It follows the Nelson family, consisting of Alex, her younger adopted brother Wyatt, her father Doug, and mother Holly, as well as Alex's best friend Ben, who accurately captures the true essence of what it is to be a teenage boy. That being a pervert. The married couple were also actually played by a real married couple, but unfortunately Doug ended up passing away not long after the filming of the movie. The Nelsons have new neighbours as a family moves in across the street, who has a kid about the same age as Wyatt. A kid named Robbie, whose most defining characteristic is that he's just kinda weird. Same man. He ends up staying with the Nelsons for a few days after his mother is taken to the hospital, because apparently no one else loves him. And one night, while everyone is asleep, while on Skype to Alex, Ben sees a small child run past her doorway, while Robbie is supposedly in another room. Because if there's something I know about kids, it's that they're terrifying and annoying. The next day, Ben rather strangely shares the fact that he secretly records underage teenage girls as they sleep, but I'm sure it's just a glitch. After showing her footage of Robbie climbing into bed for a little cuddle, we soon find out that someone else has quite the fascination with underage children, as Robbie has an imaginary friend named Toby, as this ghost has been hanging around with more underage children than the average member of the British monarchy. We then see them playing with the Kinect, where Ben shows them that if they turn off the lights, you can see a bunch of tracking lights emitting from it so it can scan for movement. And as they watch the footage back, they get freaked out to see someone sitting next to Robbie, because I too would be terrified of the Kinect. After coming down the stairs in the middle of the night and seeing Robbie staring at an absolutely abysmal marketing choice made by a multi-billion-dollar company, something suddenly rushes past the camera. So the next day, Alex has Ben install his not spyware but a glitch on all of the laptops, as these rich white people have far too many laptops. Don't you know there's starving kids in Africa who could eat those motherboards? And only now does it start to actually make sense for the constant recording in the house, opposed to before when it made absolutely no sense. The tried and true formula of the 3 previous movies is still in play here, as strange unexplained phenomena begin to happen, like gravity, and Wyatt's trike riding around on its own, as apparently Elon Musk broke in late last night and diddled with the children. Toys. Robbie takes Wyatt to see Toby and gives him this sick-ass tattoo, before Alex and Ben research the symbol to realise that it's the Illuminati, but for women. The triangular symbol is the same symbol used in Lois's house, and a symbol used by the Coven to communicate with the demon that shares something in common with my dad, in that I can't see him. The Coven will take a male, as well as a virgin, in order to perform a blood sacrifice. And of course Ben is the obvious answer here, as this guy is practically oozing with virginity, although his sock might have something to say about that. The next day, Robbie and Wyatt partake in a little bit of child endangerment and sneak out of the house to go over to Robbie's, with Alex following them over there, where she ends up meeting this nice lady named Katie, claiming to be Robbie's mother. Everything is fine. Robbie may have left the Nelson house, but Toby hasn't because he's got some more underage kids to hang out with. Wyatt's seen walking down the stairs with an ominous child-sized presence behind him, because what's worse than a children? 2 children. Wyatt begins arguing with Toby, telling him that his name is not Hunter, so Toby, showing him who's boss, drowns a child. but only a little bit, as Wyatt emerges from the water with a newfound appreciation for manners. Holly gives her daughter Alex a sleeping pill as she's been up for days thinking that their house is haunted, because drugging children is always the right answer. And once again, Toby somehow finding himself in a child's bedroom, not sure how that happened again, rips her sheets off as she sleeps and lifts her up from the bed to commit the ultimate and evil sin of placing crumbs beneath her as she sleeps. After Wyatt watched last night as his sister rejected the made-up concept of the Earth's gravitational pull, he now refers to himself as Hunter. Alex being like, there's something wrong with this kid, can we trade him for a different model at the orphanage, finds herself locked in the garage when suddenly the car turns on and begins to rev its engine, where she plays this cool new game all the kids at school are into, called carbon monoxide poisoning. After smashing her way out of the garage and being told to simmer down by her parents, her dad takes her out to dinner, because what else would you do after a supernatural attempted murder? While they're gone, Holly's picked up and thrown to the ground for smelling funny, shortly followed by Ben arriving at the house, where Katie breaks his neck because she really likes the sound it makes. Returning home and generally not being a fan of murder, Alex is horrified to find Ben's neck looking kind of weird, before she's then thrown out of the closet for daring to critique Katie's artistic masterpiece. After seeing Katie take Wyatt to her house, she heads over to find her dad banging the neighbor, and by banging the neighbor, I mean banging his head against the wall. After being sprinted at by Katie, she thwarts her evil plan by simply climbing out of the window, before forgetting about the menacing existence of women. And with the fourth installment coming to an end, I find myself empathizing with Alex and the terrible situation she's found herself in, because I too would be terrified of the Connect. Also, with it coming to an end, I have absolutely no idea who Robbie is if Wyatt was actually Hunter, and absolutely no idea why Hunter was put up for adoption by Katie if she was just gonna come and unadopt him anyway. It's like the most drawn out and elaborate plan to find herself a virgin blood sacrifice when she could have just easily not. I'm sure there's a much easier way to find virgin women. Just ask Toby. The next movie asks the incredibly important and mind-provoking question of what if we made Paranormal Activity, but with brown people? Hey, at least these ghosts aren't racist. But apparently you are, because this one made 52 million less than the previous entry, and you ought to be ashamed. The movie follows Jesse and his friends Hector and Marisol as they play the incredibly fun game known as Summoning Satan in a Creepy Church. Surprisingly, things don't plan out because everybody fucking dies, but that's neither here nor there. Jesse lives above a weird old woman named Anna and decides that it'd be a great idea to disregard her personal boundaries and dangle a GoPro down the air vents to see some of those sweet old lady folds he loves so much. But to his dismay, he ends up seeing a young naked woman instead. Disgusting. Not long after, they see their friend Oscar jump from Anna's apartment as if he's just killed a sweet old lady or something, shortly followed by the police wheeling out a dead sweet old lady. They're too afraid to take the footage to the police due to Oscar's older brother Arturo being the leader of a local gang, so instead they decide that the next logical step is to break into the apartment of a dead old lady who just happens to be into witchcraft and other elderly friendly activities. After finding the blood room, the room that everyone has in their house, they come across a journal before turning around to come across Arturo. After leaving, they find that the book contains pictures of victims from the previous movies, as well as information on how to create a door to an unholy place, otherwise known as Birmingham.
Birmingham is a fucking shithole!
So being the smart intellectuals that these guys clearly are, they create a doorway to an alternate dimension for the lols. But apparently whatever they let through suffers from an unfortunate case of IBS, as it's absolutely tearing up the bathroom stall like me after a McFlurry. After dreaming about a coven of witches, Jesse wakes up with a forbidden hickey on his arm because these old ladies are just kind of freaky. We then see Jesse, Hector and Marisol playing with the children's Simon Says toy because apparently they thought the Nintendo Wii was stupid and Latino people hate the Kinect almost as much as I do. The toy doesn't seem to be working correctly and after a while appears to be answering their questions with green for yes and red for no, which they all seem to find absolutely hilarious and not even the slightest bit concerning that an evil Simon from Alvin and the Chipmunks is currently in the room with them. Shortly after, Jesse's grandma, who lives in the same apartment, begins wiping vinegar all over the house to keep the demons away, or in her old age has mistaken it for a large portion of fish and chips. And not long after, Jesse and Hector are manhandled by two older guys who can't help but give them some tickles. Tickles that something following Jesse gets incredibly jealous of and throws them out of the way because he's the only one who gets to touch young men. And the next day after this incident, Jesse discovers that if he falls backwards, then something will catch him. Hector decides to give it a go, and we've gone from watching movies about things going bump in the night to things going bump on the floor. It then Tony Hawk's pro skaters him in the air and down a railing, because apparently this ghost has finally found a new hobby that doesn't involve following little kids around. Jesse, with his newfound confidence for falling off things, decides to invite himself to a party and start talking to some girls, which shows you that all you need in life to impress women is literal superpowers. Jesse and Hector take them back to the apartment, but with Jesse's grandmother being home, he decides to take them downstairs to show them the cool blood room. Chicks love that stuff. But after Jesse leaves to get a condom, the woman finds a secret hatch in the floor before being cock-blocked by Oscar, who grabs onto her. Jesse, now alone in a room with a dude instead of alone in a room with a girl, finds Oscar with black eyes, as well as the same bite mark that Jesse has. After running away from Jesse and Hector, and apparently not drinking enough Red Bull, jumps from the nearby church and lands on the car below because he saw a scary spider. Wanting to find some scary spiders for themselves, they then decide to check the hatch that Oscar emerged from to instead find a picture of Jesse because Anna liked to collect pictures of teenage boys. We then see Jesse at home pulling a pube from his eye, bringing a new meaning to the term eyeballs, before looking really angry about it for some reason. After paying their friendly neighborhood gangbanger Arturo a visit, they learn that the last time that he spoke to Oscar, he was claiming that a coven of witches were creating their very own army by possessing little boys with mummy issues. In Oscar's room, Hector finds the number for Allie, the only one who wasn't either dead or an infant in the second movie, before paying her a visit with Marisol after Jesse's behavior becomes erratic after he gets himself locked in Anna's basement with a bunch of creepy kids. She tells them about the Coven of Witches and how they'll soon take Jesse to a nearby property to complete the ritual to fully take over him. After Jesse engages in the unfortunate pastimes of disabling gravity for his dog and pushing his grandma down a slip and slide, except this one's made of concrete steps, he disappears. So Hector and Marisol enlist the help of Arturo and his friend and go on their merry way to shoot a bunch of old people. After arriving at the property, we see that it's Katie and Christy's grandmother's house from the third movie, and it's found itself with a rabid infestation of women. A few gunshots later, and Arturo and his friend find themselves in gangster heaven, while Hector and Marisol find themselves in an incel's worst nightmare, surrounded by confident women. Marisol then discovers the secret to human flight for about 2 seconds, before Hector's chased by a demon Jesse through a door and into the house of Katie and Mika from the original movie. He then finds himself right at the moment when Katie walks down the stairs and begins violently screaming as she's racist towards Mexicans, before violently killing Mika as she's racist towards lovers. Hector then runs away from this crazy white girl, to then be killed by Jesse as the movie comes to an end. A movie that seems to have taken more than its fair share of liberties with the franchise, as it's set up in a completely different style of no longer cycling through each night. Instead, everyone just seems to be constantly filming everything, because oh yeah, we're making a found footage movie. A found footage movie that loses almost all of its subtlety that gave the original its charm. I understand that there's only so many times you can kill a bunch of white people and steal their babies, but by taking the imagination away from the viewer, and instead replacing it with an over-reliance of special effects, it ends up feeling less like a traditional Paranormal Activity movie, and more like a glorified segment from the VHS franchise. Tying it back to the original does bring everything back to a nice full circle, while giving the franchise the room it needs to expand, and it would have been a fairly suitable place to end everything, especially as they went back after the fact and recreated the ending, after the original involved exercising Jesse, and not in the sweaty way. But apparently Toby's got more little kids' bedrooms to be hanging around in, while people have got more money to still give the franchise. Next is a movie that asks itself the difficult question, you know, the realism aspect that gave the original movie its signature edge due to its grounded and believable approach? Well, what if we made it boring? And to add insult to injury, they even forced in a 3D gimmick, as if anyone ever needs that many Ds anyway. Well, except you of course. Paranormal Activity: The Ghost Dimension is basically Paranormal Activity, except not really. Being a continuation of the third movie, with Katie and Christy finding themselves dadless again when their stepdad becomes their dead dad, this movie attempts to innovate on the formula by taking the biggest thing the originals had going for them, the fear of the unknown, and turning it into slightly bothered by the known. They've upgraded from everyday random household tech to a magical ghost camera who can see your cheesy CGI that's absolutely going to date your movie. After the events of the third entry, Katie and Christy are taken by their grandmother Lois to meet a strange man, who in turn helps them more easily communicate with Toby because he's just that excited to talk to little girls. The Coven then spends the next almost 30 years teaching that to the girls, making them forget it all, and then haunting them for the fun of it. As well as the Coven setting up everything perfectly so the Fleege family with their younger daughter will move into a specific specific house, find the spooky, magical, scary ghost camera, and live a nice, happy life of being dead. The setup is that Ryan Fleege, his wife Emily, and 6-year-old daughter move into the home of their dreams at a much cheaper price than they really should, while being paid a visit by Ryan's brother Mike and their friend Skylar. Not long after, Ryan discovers a camera supposedly left behind by the previous occupants that allows him to see anime tentacle people, but in real life. As well as discovering the hentai camera, Ryan also discovers a box of tapes containing footage of a younger Katie and Christy being taught to communicate with Toby. And while they watch these tapes, they see the girls describe things in the Fleege's present day, despite the tapes being recorded 25 years ago. Like how this house is actually built on top of Katie's and Christy's original home that was referenced being burnt down in the original movie. Because someone took Oren's Day in the Life vlog and made an entire franchise out of random, possibly improvised things that was simply said on the spot because they were just kinda making it up. You might be able to tell from how I'm covering this movie that my enthusiasm for it is comparable to my current will to live. Almost non-existent. At least they go back to the style of recording every night again, instead of constantly filming everything, because someone accidentally gorilla glued the camera to themselves again. The magical camera begins picking up a scary black entity in Leela's room, a statement that sounds incredibly racist, but I can assure you that I don't know the race of the ancient evil demonic being. An ancient evil demonic being that Leela begins to refer to as Toby, as this dude really needs to get another hobby. He then jump scares Ryan and Mike in Leela's room by quite literally pouncing at the camera in clear view, just like the anime kid at school when you tell them their Gundam fleshlight is cringe. A particularly strange choice indeed, as if he hasn't just spent the last 5 movies cosplaying as an aggressive fart in the wind. Leela then picks up a new special interest, burning the Bible, and Emily starts to believe Ryan after the fireplace turns on by itself, and the angel falls from the top of the tree because it just can't go on anymore. The recordings then capture Leela somehow on the ceiling of her bedroom, a fact that they simply just refuse to acknowledge, as if they're like, there's little old cute Leela being evil incarnate again, what a little gravity-defiant rascal. After not talking to her about rejecting the basic concepts of physics, Ryan and Emily leave her in her room after hearing a Christmas toy start on its own for Ryan to turn around and see Santa. But after going to get all physical with this big old jolly home intruder, he completely disappears before Emily can see it, because apparently he's got ADHD and just kind of forgot what he was doing. After finding a missing persons leaflet for Hunter, they also learn that he has the exact same birthday as Leela, before seeing him on one of the videotapes from 1992, despite him only being born in 2005, because someone's really bad at math. We learn that Hunter and Leela have some sort of connection, and later that night, a mystical doorway appears in her bedroom. Architects hate this one weird trick. After entering the doorway and not returning for an hour, the family decides to leave the house, as to ensure that their 6-year-old girl isn't enticed through the funny-looking demon door by evil Santa with games on his phone. Mike and Skylar return to the house for some supplies, due to the condition known as terminally stupid, when all of a sudden Leela appears in her bedroom, despite her just being at the hotel with her parents. And while at the house, Mike and Skylar discover that the Coven are attempting to give Toby a human body, and apparently all the little girls are the key to that. Ah yes, the Jeffrey Epstein approach. With them all leaving the house, but now being back at the house, they invite a priest over to party, and by party I mean exterminate a demon, but it pulls the Uno reverse card and exterminates him. They've created a protective circle out of salt due to the demon's extreme sodium intolerance, and after they throw a sheet moistened with holy water over it, they think they finally discovered its weakness, giving it a wash. But much like the average Twitter user, it's disgusted at the thought of being cleaned and causes Skylar to puke acid all over Mike, killing them both. Ryan's then given a hand, but perhaps a little too hard, and Emily chases Leela through the demon door. She finds herself back in the original house from the 80s, as she's figured out the key to time travel and eternal youth. Extreme paranormal hauntings. She finds herself in a dark room with a young Katie and Christy, as they've both got black eyes. And not just because this was the 80s and it was acceptable to do that to kids, but because they're up to some evil shit. After finding Leela, she tells her mother that Toby is alive now, when suddenly Toby appears with his human body and turns Emily off and on again, but forgets the on part. And the movie then comes to its end with Leela walking away while holding Toby's hand. And I'm left holding my own hand because no one cares about me, as I'm left thinking they've seriously missed the whole point of this being a Paranormal Activity movie. The original movie is always going to be timeless due to the nature of how it was made. It was created to seem believable and keeps its visual effects to a complete minimum in order to achieve that goal, with the only thing that the Ghost Dimension keeps to a minimum is its respect for the original source material, as its over-reliance on visual effects completely takes away the best elements from the original movies, that being what you can't see. forcing this movie into a box that's going to make it age about as well as that crusty sock under your bed. The CG effects, even by today's standards, are obviously CG, but 5 to 10 years down the road, much like my career as a YouTuber, are going to seem incredibly silly. But in 5 to 10 years, if you show the original to someone who hasn't seen it, you're almost guaranteed to get the reaction that that movie wants you to have. That is, if you have any friends to show it to. And this is where the Paranormal Activity franchise would finally come to an end, until it didn't.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Are you guys ready?
6 years later, and to the longest wait between any of the movies, would come Paranormal Activity: Next of Kin, a Paranormal Activity movie that isn't a Paranormal Activity movie. It's a standalone sequel revolving around Margot, her cameraman Chris, and sound guy Dale, as they're making a documentary about Margot's long-lost Amish family and the funny made-up language they speak, known as German. After meeting up with a relative named Samuel on his Rumspringa being a time among some Amish communities where the rules are relaxed for the youth and they're able to experience some of the outside world. But being an entry in the Paranormal Activity series, unsurprisingly it's framed as being a found footage movie. But being an entry in the Paranormal Activity series, unsurprisingly they just don't fucking care. As multiple times throughout the filming of this documentary, there's multiple other shots filming the supposed only other guy in the room with a camera, with the movie immediately disregarding the rules that it's just set. But that's fine, because sometimes rules are made to be broken, like paying taxes. As well as that, the feeling of it being a found footage movie is somewhat lacking once you realise that the entire thing has been professionally colour graded and contains a montage segment with music placed over the top, implying that a bunch of horrific and violent things occurred on camera and someone decided to turn it into a Casey Neistat vlog after seeing footage of Margot's mother abandoning her outside of a hospital because she couldn't really be arsed. Samuel takes them out to the remote farm that her mother originally came from. After arriving and being told to unarrive, they spend the night in a motel before being jump scared by the terrifying sight of a small child. A small child that just happens to have a loud noise edited in, once again raising serious concerns about whoever found this footage and put it all together. The child followed them from the farm, so after taking him back, they're invited into the home by the elder Jacob. We know that Jacob is in fact the elder because he's old. The next day, while walking around the property, Margot approaches a group of girls who tell Margot that her mother was impregnated from someone outside of the community before refusing to elaborate, more than likely annoyed that it wasn't by her first cousin. At dinner time, everyone proceeds to get incredibly German as they're all singing a song very loud before violently beating the table for no reason. That night, Chris heads outside to restart the generator before getting jump scared by an apparent screaming scarecrow, because either these are some rather technologically advanced Amish people, or someone once again added in sound effects to this quote found footage movie. He then punches its head off because screw other people's property. During the nights, Margot keeps getting woken up to the sound of banging in the room above her, and it's not the fun kind. After sneaking up there past the door that's usually locked, she finds herself in her mother's old room, the attic, because that's where they keep the village hose. After finding a letter written to Jacob telling him "you can't have my baby," Margot discovers a door made for elves. After climbing out of the magical kingdom, Margot proceeds to hide under the bed as Jacob comes up the stairs before leaving as something distresses him. But as she's under there, she feels the weight of someone climbing on the bed above, for her to then point the camera up to see that absolutely nobody is there because this woman is indeed crazy. The next day, Margot interviews Jacob about his daughter and Margot's mother Sarah. He tells her that she was forced into exile and was deliberately shunned by the entire community for the absolutely heinous crime of sleeping with someone, as that kind of thing is best left in the family. After being told that they kept her mum locked in that cupboard for having her thang out, Chris and Margot sneak out one evening and follow the sound of a commotion to a barn, where in secret they watch as Jacob delivers a two-headed goat before performing a fashionably late abortion on it. After watching them take the animal to a church on the property, they head out there for themselves the next day and find paintings on the ground depicting monsters doing monstrous things, as well as text stating that sacrifices must be made, as if they're a tech billionaire referencing an untouched Amazonian tribe. Jacob. They find a hidden trapdoor in the floor, and surprisingly for a hidden trapdoor in a church, does not contain a pit full of little boys, but instead an incredibly large drop, only accessible via a harness and a pulley system. A harness and pulley system that Margot immediately uses because she'll never miss an opportunity to get in someone's hole. After hearing something not so great down there, she's pulled back up before coming across a secret laptop in Jacob's room, discovering that he loves to watch videos labeled as scat. Dunno, must be a music genre or something. She comes across emails between Samuel and Jacob where it becomes apparent they were both deliberately trying to find Margot so they could bring her back here. After being far too weirded out by Jacob's browser history very much not being cleared, Margot decides that she's had enough of all of this and she wants to leave. But the car battery is dead and they're forced to stay another night and buy a replacement tomorrow. And during the night, something grabs Margot as everyone else is sleeping and violently lifts her up, because gravity is for nerds. The next day, Chris and Dale find her acting strange while covered in blood, while they're being told by the family that it's a mixture of stress and a severe menstrual cycle. It's on the ceiling. That's not a menstrual cycle, that's a menstrual Tour de France. After hitchhiking into town, Dale and Chris are told that that family is not Amish, there's something different. Weird. And once they get to the store, they use the clerk's computer to search the name found in the church to reveal that it's the Prince of Demons. Oh god, they made Toby a German. In order to stop the demon from doing demon things, a witch trapped it in the body of a chosen woman of God, and from daughter to daughter the demon will be passed down, or it will once again be unleashed and free to possess whoever it wants, and get up to its pesky shenanigans again. After getting back with the battery and finding out that Margot is a no-go, Chris, hearing the church bell ring, grabs a knife and runs towards it to stab God. Jacob points a gun at him, stating that if the demon is released, then it'll kill everyone. But Chris, not exactly being a fan of old people, pushes him into the pit. After lowering himself down, he finds that Jacob has been turned into two Jacobs and discovers an old lady performing a ritual. Thinking that old people smell kinda funny, he throws her to the ground, breaking the salt circle, as I guess this demon would have a really hard time in McDonald's. As Margot comes to see a creature standing up from a throne made of bones, having a bone to pick with everyone, it forces the old lady into an early retirement before charging at the others. Talk about mummy issues. With the creature being chained up, Dale manages to pull Margot and Chris up, with it breaking free and climbing up after them. It pulls Dale's jaw off in slow motion, because he doesn't really need it anyway, and chases the others through the barn, because it really wants belly rubs. The creature, being Sarah, seems to somehow recognize Margot, despite the last time seeing her, she somewhat resembled a baked potato, before Margot thrusts a hook into her, knocking her off the barn and into some sharp machinery, because screw you mum, you can't tell me what to do. After getting the keys from Dale and discovering that his kissing days are over, they return to find the place looking like the intro to Resident Evil 4, except with significantly less Spaniards. And just like Samuel said, the place is in complete and utter chaos as death and destruction sweeps through the property. But deciding that it's not their problem, they get in the van and drive away. It then cuts to a police officer's point of view as he arrives at the farm and he hears a baby crying in one of the buildings. But as he enters, he discovers that the baby has had an unusually large growth spurt and has turned into Samuel. He makes the officers go for the big sleep before taking one of their cars and driving away, as apparently they've got really good driver's ed classes in hell. Being the first entry in the series to not receive a theatrical release, Next of Kin feels like it's connected to the rest of the series simply because someone said it is. Half of the time it completely forgets that it's even a found footage movie, and if you take into account the fact that Margot and Chris did get away, so technically they could have put it together as a documentary with absolutely no documentary qualities, then maybe you could explain away the sound effects added over the top of the horrific deaths of their friends. Which technically wouldn't make this a found footage movie, it would make it a found footage then edited said found footage movie, but that also wouldn't explain how they managed to get multiple other shots that technically shouldn't exist as no one in the universe was filming, or how they managed to get the police footage from Samuel's car at the end. But that being said, much like the original Paranormal Activity movie, this does stand on its own as a somewhat actual good horror movie, as the vibe more than carries it. It's just a shame that they decided to sour it by adding in jump scare sound effects, causing it to become less about wanting to see something unnerving, and instead just reminding you that you should probably get your ears seen by a professional, as you've just had your holes violated. Your ear holes. Paranormal Activity is a series of movies that certainly exists. Do with that information what you will. It started off strong, but much like untreated syphilis, slowly started to rot the brain and make absolutely no sense, as I'm now watching a movie about scary old people, base jumping Mexicans, and some invisible dude that really needs to be put on a list. At the end of the day, they keep making money because we keep watching them. A fact that you should absolutely be ashamed of, because you could be using your time for something far more practical and productive, like rewatching all of my videos on a loop, or going to therapy or something. And much like the Paranormal Activity franchise continuing due to money, don't forget to check out my collaboration with Makeship so you can literally own my head. I don't care what you do with it, just don't tell me. They're only up for a limited amount of time, and a certain amount of them need to be sold before they even start making them. Don't worry, if the threshold isn't met, then no one's going to get charged. I did ask if I could just keep everyone's money anyway, but Makeship didn't really like that. The more of them that sell, the bigger my ego gets, and the bigger the opportunity to do something else with them in the future. So go check that link out in the description, or I'm going to tell Toby that you're a 6-year-old little girl. Videos like this are only possible thanks to my patrons and YouTube members, so a massive thank you to everyone who's clearly mentally stable enough to support this type of content, because it wouldn't exist without you. If you want to sign up to either be a patron or YouTube member, you get some bonuses like access to uncensored versions of videos, the private Discord server, a shout out at the end of every video, and a part at slowly breaking away my crippling imposter syndrome. Starting off with this week's new YouTube signups, a massive thank you to Anthony Clarté, Vincius Moraes, Jojo Ultra, Malquire Tabone, Shabab Hosseini Bey, Rex, X2 Ruby 69, and Rob. And heading over to this week's Patreon signups, a big thank you to David Yunt, Poppy Bell, Ricky Gonzalez, Mike Van Dinfer, Renegade, The Hernster, Ixion, Captain Kunga, Oliver B, Mokta, Joe, Jacob, Big Will, more like Big Goat in one word, Marvin Schmidt, Catlin DePape, Isaac CG, and McGee993. So once again, a massive shout out to all of the YouTube members and patrons, and a big thank you to everyone else for watching. Insidious is a movie about a boy having the best nap of his life. A movie which is written by Lee Winnall and directed by James Wan, who both shot to fame after their 2004 smash hit Saw, a movie about tools. With their movie about your average trip to Home Depot becoming inescapable for many years, even to its own creators, because despite its massive success and what that would potentially mean for their careers, nothing they would work on for the next few years would quite live up to the infamy of the movie about the pedicure gone wrong. With them creating a horror movie about annoying short people, Dead Silence, James directing Death Sentence, and both of them creating a short movie called Doggy Heaven, which involves a white boy rapping for the culture, before acting out the furry fantasy of disappointing God. None of which would prove to be as successful as Saw, until the pair decided to create 2010's Insidious, which actually performed about as well as Saw at the box office, while being created for a similar amount of money, raking in over $100 million, while being made on a budget of $1.5 million, because apparently people really like movies about little boys sleeping. And much like a speedrunner desperately holding on to their virginity, James would hold on to his money, as he would take one look at Insidious after it was all said and done, and do the exact same thing again, with the creation of the Conjuring universe quickly becoming the highest grossing horror franchise, leading him to become the 19th highest grossing director of all time as of 2021, which isn't bad for a guy who started his career by making a tutorial on how to fix an ingrown toenail. And speaking of engaging and incredibly fun activities, thanks to War Thunder for sponsoring today's video. The one and only downside I could possibly imagine to being in a coma is being unable to play War Thunder, a free-to-play, large-scale military multiplayer game with land, sea and air vehicles for whether you prefer your vehicles wet or dry. Being amongst the thickest of battles with the prettiest of graphics, with all it has to offer, War Thunder has me feeling like a diabetic in a candy store. With the advanced physics, variety of maps, and upgradable vehicles for you to choose from, War Thunder allows you to experience the game your own way. Available to play on PC, Xbox, and PlayStation, War Thunder's incredible arsenal of content has been improved thanks to the Air Superiority update, an update about the air and how superior it is. Thanks to the update, advanced military equipment has been added to the game, the famous T-90M and Su-27, the new modification of Abrams Tusk II, the legendary fighter Gripen, and the F-15 Eagle. Explosion and fire effects have been completely reworked to be even more explosiony and fiery, as well as the new Volcano Valley map for air battles inspired by Kamchatka that allow you to test the latest aircraft in battles amongst the volcanoes. And if you're anything like me and have the uncontrollable urge to blow things up, in video games of course, War Thunder is the perfect game for you. You can get started right away by clicking the link at the top of the description, with all new players and those who haven't played War Thunder for half a year receiving some special bonuses. Rentals for the P-40E1 aircraft and M4 tank for a week, along with a free unique skin for them. A special decorator, Eagle of Valor, 100,000 Silver Lions, 3 premium vehicles for free, a week of premium account, and even more gifts. So if you're interested in hopping on War Thunder today, act fast because the American vehicle bonus season is gonna end soon. Insidious begins with us seeing the Lambert family as they've recently moved into their new home. Stay-at-home mother Renee, played by Rose Brine, the father Josh, a high school teacher played by Patrick Wilson, their 2 young sons Dalton and Foster, as well as their baby daughter Callie. It lulls you into a false sense of security, with it setting up expectations of it being a traditional haunted house movie, until you suddenly realize that you're watching Lee Whannell's slightly bizarre Star Wars fanfiction involving sleeping kids and Darth Maul desperately in need of a good skincare routine. Dalton's lured into the attic by some kind of entity, where he ends up falling off a ladder and hitting his head on the floor, with him apparently being lured up there by the ghost of Jared Fogle, as something enters his body, causing him to enter a coma, aka the good sleep. 3 months later, and Dalton is back at home and out of the hospital due to the doctors not really understanding what's wrong with him and finding him kind of weird to look at. Renee starts to notice strange occurrences around the house, like hearing voices through Callie's baby monitor, as apparently she's a fast learner. Foster telling his mother that it's scary when Dalton gets up and walks around at night, Renee having a little oopsie and seeing someone in Callie's room who isn't really there, and Josh finding the front door open when he could have sworn he closed it, because early onset dementia is no joke. Josh finds a not-so-subtle Billy the Puppet Easter egg on his chalkboard, and Renee finds a bloodied handprint on Dalton's bedsheet because he started his period early. After waking up and finding another man in her bedroom who isn't her husband, and Josh promising that he's not having a gay affair, they break the horror movie cliche of staying in the same house and move out, because debt is preferable to a paranormal haunting. And right after moving into the new house, immediately Renee walks past this little boy staring at the wall and admiring its cool-ass paint job. An incredibly terrifying and heart-pounding scene on account of kids being fucking evil. James Wan then proves that atmosphere, feel and tension is everything in a horror movie, as he manages to pull off a genuinely unsettling shot in the middle of the day, as Renee's record changes on its own and begins playing a cover of Tiptoe Through the Tulips by Tiny Tim, before seeing a little boy doing a funny Fortnite dance to it. A little boy who was actually not played by a little boy, but a preschool teacher in his late 20s, Ben Wolf, who unfortunately passed away in 2015 after being hit by a car. Never missing an opportunity to assault a child, Renee runs into the house, but the kid is gone. She finds him again after playing the creepiest game of hide-and-seek ever, after the little Victorian-looking ass child wins by jumping out of the cupboard at her. After sitting Josh and his mother Lorraine down to tell them whatever was haunting them in the previous house has followed them here, Lorraine tells them both that she's previously experienced the same thing, as it must be a woman issue. She tells them that she dreamt of something in Dalton's room last night that wanted to take him away like David Bowie in Labyrinth, before looking up to see Darth Maul right behind Josh. Something then destroys Dalton's room because screw little kids, before Lorraine says that she knows the only person who could help them, an old lady. She'll clean that room right up. Elise Rainier, Lorraine's old friend, and a psychic who shares something in common with a schizophrenic. She sees things that aren't really there. But just like real life, in this world the schizophrenics are right, because there's an alternate realm named the Fervor, where all of the tortured souls and the unsightly horrors like the ghosts of the dead like to hang out, like the Swedish. Elise, with the help of her paranormal investigative friends, Tucker and Specs, is able to access this world to offer the Swedes some IKEA meatballs in hopes that they stay away. Specs actually being played by franchise writer Lee Whannell, who also played Adam in the original Saw, because why pay someone else when you can just do it yourself? And after arriving and seeing the scariest thing a person could possibly see, females, Elise, Specs, and Tucker realize that the family are most definitely not joking. They conduct a ritual where Elise has Specs draw what she's currently seeing, which is apparently the ghost of Jeffrey Epstein, as he's currently standing in the corner of Dalton's room. Elise proceeds to explain to the family that while Dalton's physical body is here, his spiritual one is not. The ghosts have followed them here, not because their house is haunted, but because their child is. Burn it. She explains that there are people in this world who can have out-of-body experiences and that they're called travelers. Yeah, because they travel to their local dealer's house. The traveling that she is referring to is known as astral projection, where the spiritual body leaves the physical one. And that's exactly what's happened to Dalton, except this time he's gone too far and something has taken him away. Much like the Swedish demons from earlier, astral projection being something that many people actually believe in, with it appearing in many different cultures and religions all over the world throughout time, in one way or another. And something that James and Lee thought would make a great plot device in a movie, as they thought that it was something that had been underutilized. Elise explains that Dalton has been traveling ever since he was a baby, but was unaware of what he was doing, as he thought they were simply just dreams. And because he thought they were just dreams, he taught himself not to be scared of the experiences, causing him to go much further than he ever really should have, resulting in him being trapped in the fervor. And they've been experiencing these hauntings around their homes, due to the spirits from the fervor arriving, as they crave life and can sense an uninhabited body to take. Whereas the demon that Elise saw in the corner of Dalton's room simply exists to cause pain and nothing else. The longer that Dalton's spiritual and physical body is separated, the easier that it's going to be for the demon to possess him, so they really should do something about it. Something that involves Elise hitting the gas mask bong, and apparently her tolerance doesn't seem to be that great, as the demon is then able to speak through Elise's body, before Dalton suddenly appears standing right next to them, before trashing the room like the ungrateful little shit that he is. Elise explains that the only way to get Dalton back from the fervor is that if someone heads in there themselves to go and get him. So Lorraine and Elise reveal to Josh that he's actually a traveler as well, but is unable to remember anything about it. When he was 8 years old, he would be visited by an old woman in his dreams who's slightly obsessed with little boys. She'd also appear in the background of his photographs, with her slowly getting closer and closer with each one, before Lorraine eventually contacted Elise to suppress his memory of astral projection to keep this strange woman away who's desperately trying to touch an 8-year-old boy. Hypnotizing Josh, they send him to a dark, mysterious alternate dimension inhabited by countless tortured souls. Liverpool. And waking up in a different version of his previous home, he finds a red door in the attic that takes him to the demon's domain, where he's subjected to the absolutely demonic act of about 5 crossfades in about 5 seconds. After the editor is done playing with Windows Movie Maker, we then see the demon sharpening its claws as the Tiny Tim cover of Tiptoe Through the Tulips plays once again, as it's his jam. The creature attacks Josh, but he's able to flee with Dalton, as this ancient, demonic, otherworldly being is nothing more than a slight annoyance, before they find themselves surrounded by spirits. Renee uses her mystical power of speaking to guide them both back with her voice to allow them to cross back over into the real world. And just like the man that he is, Josh is stopped in his tracks at the sight of a woman, except she's kinda weird looking, and it's the evil spirit from his childhood. I'm not here to judge. And after shouting at some old lady while Dalton is chased by Darth Maul with the zoomies, they wake back up in the real world. Elise decides to take a picture of Josh, because I guess he does look kinda cute, and she looks at it to reveal that his body has actually been possessed by the evil woman's spirit. Before Elise is killed for it, as Josh wakes up and aggressively touches an old woman, because there can only be one weird old lady in this house. Renee then comes across Elise sleeping on the job, and the first movie comes to an end with Renee looking at the picture and realizing that she isn't the cutest girl in the room. A first movie that seems to almost exist for James to prove that he is capable of creating a successful horror movie without using the extreme violence and over-the-top nature that was found in the Saw franchise. Which in itself isn't exactly the truth, despite whatever the public's perception of the first Saw movie might be. Because if you do rewatch the first movie, it's a lot less violent and in your face with its over-the-top nature compared to its sequels, with it relying a lot more on the disturbing idea of it all, instead of the disturbing visuals. That came later. And when you watch Insidious, it's apparent that James and Lee have a lot of respect for creating a genuine experience that aims to creep you out, because they don't simply rely on loud music and jump scares, with them both saying in various interviews over the years that they're not really a fan of the false scare. They don't want to abuse or waste the viewer's time and energy with repeated build-ups for a jump scare for something that wasn't even a threat. They've stated that by doing that, it works against the very movie that you're trying to create, as you're teaching the viewers not to be scared of what's happening, which in turn greatly dampers the real scare when it does eventually come. Something that James seems to have succeeded with in this movie, with him actually being a believer in ghosts and channeling that energy to his advantage and creating something that would genuinely terrify him. Which isn't all that hard when you take into account that both of them were raised in Australia, explaining why their minds are completely demented. And speaking of being completely demented, James would take one look at his highly successful paranormal movie involving children being scarred for life and say, yeah, I'm gonna do that again. And do it again he would, thus spawning his alternate, also highly successful paranormal series involving children, The Conjuring, which is kind of hilarious considering that he conjured up all of that money into his bank account. And only a month after The Conjuring would release, Insidious 2 would as well, despite originally James and Lee having no plans to make a sequel, because despite them being incredibly successful at what they do, they spend the whole time just hoping that the movie will do well enough. And much like they did with the original Saw movie, they hadn't written the movie with a sequel in mind, because I guess they were just perfectly content with leaving Renee with a funny looking woman for a husband. But ultimately, they ended up deciding to come back and make another entry, with it being the very first sequel that James would ever direct himself, as the pair had thought that they created an interesting concept with the fervor and wanted to come back to go even further. And go even further they did, as the movie begins in the Lambert family home back in 1986, aka the Dark Ages. A younger Elise and her colleague Carl meet Lorraine for the first time, as Elise learns about the terrifying thing known as a woman, and decides to suppress Josh's memory of astral projection to stop the pesky woman from trying to touch him in his sleep. It then jumps ahead as it proceeds to pick up almost immediately where the original movie had ended, as Renee is being interviewed by the police about the death of Elise. But I guess it's not really that important, as the entire family, Josh included, have now moved in with his mother Lorraine, while the investigation is underway at their home. And unsurprisingly, with having a woman in their house, strange things begin to occur, with Renee hearing the piano play a song that she had written in the previous movie, and finding Callie on the floor next to her crib as she's figured out how to levitate, just like all babies do. Renee obviously doesn't fully trust Josh, but almost doesn't want to admit it to herself, with James 1 telling Renee's actor Rose to act as if Josh has had an affair with her character and to channel that energy into being weary of him while trying to keep the family together for the kids. Because being cheated on by your significant other is basically the same as being possessed by an evil spirit. At least that's what my ex-girlfriend told me. In Elise's now unoccupied home, Specs and Tucker find a videotape that Elise and Carl made back in the 80s before immediately bleaching their eyes. They then play another tape and see that it's from when Elise and Carl hypnotized Josh as a kid to try and make him forget about astral projection. But while analyzing it for themselves, they notice something strange in the background. Meanwhile, back at Lorraine's house, she's startled by the terrifying sight of a woman who most definitely doesn't live there, before Dalton tells his mother that he overhears his dad speaking to absolutely nobody in the middle of the night, because having a wife and kids will do that to a man. Specs and Tucker proceed to digitize the footage and show it to Lorraine, where after brightening it, it's revealed that an adult version of Josh is visible in the background, despite the original footage being from 1986 when Josh was a child, and apparently incredibly proficient at Adobe After Effects. And with the second entry, it starts to become apparent that James and Lee are leaning away from the classic haunted house tale that the first movie resembled, as they refer to Insidious as more of a supernatural domestic thriller, as for the most part, it follows two separate stories in parallel, while it focuses a lot more on the history of these hauntings, before they eventually come back to meet. Renee's then told by the police that the bruises around Elise's neck are not consistent with Josh's hands, and the plot point is immediately dropped and never brought up again, because who really cares about old people anyway? Well, I guess the police don't, because after being faced with one minor inconvenience in their investigation, they make like me after starting many of my side projects, and immediately give up. Renee then sees the same woman that Lorraine saw, before hearing her upstairs and slapping Callie, and getting incredibly offended at it, as she's the only one allowed to slap her daughter. After opening the door to find the room completely empty, she's then slapped herself for somehow misplacing her baby. We then see Specs and Tucker contact Elise's old friend Carl, as they've got some questions that only Elise can answer for them. So using some dice to communicate with the dead, they're told to go to an old hospital that Lorraine used to work at. An old hospital where she remembers a patient named Parker Crane who once grabbed Josh, before riding down in an elevator with him a few days later, to then be told that he died the previous day after testing the speed of his terminal velocity against the concrete. We then see Josh in the bathroom, taking a rather unorthodox approach to dental hygiene by skipping it entirely. We then hear someone who he refers to as Mother, telling him that his dead soul is killing his living skin. As much like Elise pointed out in the original movie, the souls of the dead crave life and will do anything to have it, with Mother telling whoever is currently inhabiting Josh's body that he can only live if he kills them. Just like the investigation into Elise's death, a plot point that isn't exactly elaborated on, with it never really being explained how killing anyone would grant him life in Josh's body, unless they're referring to killing them so they won't be suspicious, instead of somehow their deaths contributing to some kind of power. And to add fuel to the fire of Renee's suspicion, she starts to recognize the song that the piano has been playing randomly, and upon playing it for Josh herself, he seems to have absolutely no recollection of it, because I guess it just wasn't that good to begin with. Lorraine, Carl, Specs and Tucker head to Parker's old address when suddenly the rocking horses begin moving on their own, before making the absolutely vile and disgusting discovery of a small child. A small child that tells them they need to be quiet, otherwise she'll make me kill you, before simply disappearing. I hate it when my kids do that. Dalton's woken up due to a rather obnoxious cold caller speaking to him through his tin can and rope phone, before suddenly realizing that it's coming directly out of the closet on the other side of the room. And after talking to the voice on the other end of the line, insisting that he's too young for insurance, he suddenly finds himself in an incel's worst nightmare. A room full of women. We then see fake Josh in the piano room, acting like a completely sane person as he talks to literally no one, telling them to stop trying to communicate with Renee, or he's gonna start punching the air or something. We then finally see that the real Josh has been trapped in the fervor this entire time, and the only thing that he's been able to do is make like the average Twitch viewer and simp over a woman who sleeps in bed with another man. Back in Peter Parker's house, Lorraine comes across a picture and recognizes it as the home intruder with a briskly paced walk, before a spirit attempts to commit insurance fraud and tells them that they're the mother of Parker Crane. Thanks, Spirit. After coming across my favourite room growing up, the murder room, they discover that it's due a clear out as it's full of dead bodies covered in white sheets. They then come across newspaper clippings describing a murderous bride in black, the woman who was appearing in all of those pictures with Josh as a kid. And after using his magical psychic abilities, Carl discovers that Parker is a Discord moderator, as he's actually just a dude who likes to dress up in women's clothes and commit horrific acts of violence against other people, meaning that Josh's body is currently inhabited by the spirit of Parker Crane, who when alive, embarked on a murderous spree simply because his mother told him to. And due to him wasting his prime years committing unspeakable acts against the innocent, Parker wanted his childhood back, explaining why he was after Josh as a child. And once Josh re-entered the fervor as an adult, Parker pulled the old snooze you lose and took the opportunity to take over his body before Josh could return to it. And after finding out that someone is controlling her son's body like a sadist playing The Sims, Lorraine tells Renee what's going on, and they send Carl to try and sedate Parker to be able to reach out to the real Josh. But Parker, like the mama's boy that he is still in communication with her and lets his mummy issues get the best of him as he chokes Carl unconscious. And once Specs and Tucker attempt to intervene, they're knocked out too, as we then see Carl wake up in the fervor with Josh. And while there, they see one of the spirits from the original movie entering the house that the Lamberts used to live in as it's trying to get Callie, with it being revealed that Josh himself was the one who rather rudely let the front door open, with Elise appearing there to send the demon back to hell, explaining why it disappeared. Elise tells the pair that they must find the woman's home in the fervor and use her memories in order to draw the spirit out of Josh's body. And while on their journey to tell Parker's mummy on him, they find themselves back in Josh's home as a child as he's about to be hypnotized, explaining how Josh ended up standing in the background of the footage, looking like an extra who didn't get paid enough. Young Josh tells old Josh where to find the woman's home, before we see Parker lure Lorraine and Renee back to the house. And upon arriving, much like the weird kid from school, he immediately begins running after the girls. But Dalton, not really being the biggest fan of his dad or women in general, saves his mother by hitting Parker over the head, giving Renee and the kids the opportunity to lock themselves in the basement. But much like the British eyeing up a piece of already inhabited land, Parker's going to kill them all and take what he wants anyway. And back in the fervor, they find themselves in Parker's home as they see him as a child being forced to wear female clothes by his mother before she assaults him for being really bad at drawing pictures. And Dalton, apparently able to sleep on command, sends himself into the fervor to save his dad, just like he did for him in the previous movie. And just as Parker breaks in and is about to peacefully interact with the locals, Elise kills the spirit of Parker's mother, as apparently you can make the dead more dead. This causes Parker to leave his body, giving Josh the opportunity to finally return to it with the help of Dalton. Carl suppresses both Josh and Dalton's memories of astral projection because remembering things is for nerds. And the movie then comes to an end with Specs and Tucker paying a visit to Jenna Ortega's house for some reason, with the spirit of Elise following them, and much like the end of the previous movie, seeing something absolutely horrifying, but much unlike the end of the previous movie, completely refusing to elaborate because screw you. The next movie, Insidious Chapter 3, exists to prove that Lee is capable of counting to 3, but not James, as he wouldn't direct any of the movies going forwards, with him having a scheduling conflict due to Furious 7, canonically the 18th entry in the Fast and Furious franchise. Instead, Chapter 3 would be franchise writer Lee Winnall's directorial debut, as he would debut his directorial all over the place, with Lee staying on to continue writing all of the other movies going forward, with him working together with Scott Teems on Insidious The Red Door, a movie about a blue Blue Door. Chapter 3 is a prequel to the events of the original movie, which is almost a byproduct of the way James and Lee created the movie when they proceeded to kill off one of the main characters integral to the universe, as they didn't create it with any sequels in mind, meaning that we're left not knowing what caused Elise to create the shocked YouTube thumbnail reaction, and we're never going to know because it will never be addressed. It takes place 3 years before Dalton had the best nap of his life, and focuses on how Elise ended up working with Specs and Tucker after an unlikely friendship was created between the trio after coming together to help a 17-year-old girl named Quinn Brenner suffering from an unfortunate case of a dead mum. She pays a visit to Elise's house, passing through the red arches in her front yard, resembling many of the red doors we've seen throughout the franchise, which serves as a way to symbolically represent something. Probably. Quinn wants to communicate with her mother Lily, who's been dead for over a year and a half, but has found it rather difficult on account of her rotting in the ground somewhere. But Elise, currently out of touch with her psychic abilities, and not usually offering to use them to help anyone, feels sorry for Quinn and decides to give it a try. And upon trying to communicate with the creepy dead, almost immediately stops trying to communicate because they're creepy and dead. After Elise sees something that scares her into stopping, Quinn returns home, where we see that she lives with her younger brother Alex and father Sean, who's been really struggling to keep things together since Lily passed away. And in an interview for the previous movie, James and Lee stated that if they were to ever make a third entry in the series, then they'd have to move away from the Lambert family, because continuously traumatizing the same child gets old after a while. Now moving on to a different child, we see that Quinn is attending an audition at a theatre school when we see someone in the distance waving at her before disappearing because girls are scary. After doing her audition in front of James Wan himself as one of the theatre directors, she proceeds to break a leg, but a little too late, after seeing the mysterious figure once again before being hit by someone apparently trying really hard to run a child over. In the hospital, she makes like the average medieval peasant in winter and fucking dies, before being jump scared in the fervor by an asthmatic, before respawning because she has hacks. 3 weeks later in her apartment complex, with casts on both of her legs as she's being a bit dramatic about the entire thing, a senile old lady named Grace, my favourite type of old lady, tells Quinn that the man who can't breathe was calling her name last night, as apparently he really needed her to pass the inhaler. Almost immediately, strange things begin to occur, with Quinn's momentary death allowing something to attach itself to her, first being seen, well heard, after her father gives her a bell to use to call for help, because apparently breaking your legs removes your ability to speak or something, when suddenly it rings on its own in the middle of the night as we see a man standing behind her. Bill Cosby. While falling asleep, Elise then sees a vision of something terrible happening to Quinn, as she often dreams about little girls. And now being convinced to help her, while trying to call out to Lily, the man who can't breathe appears and proceeds to breathe all over the place, leaving a nice big stain on the carpet as he tries to give her a sloppy kiss. And while Quinn is on webcam to her friend Maggie, as this is 2007, back in the olden days when you needed to use Skype, Maggie says that she can see someone standing next to Quinn, before Quinn turns to see a man struggling with the basic concept of curtains. A scene that was deliberately made as scary as possible for Quinn's actor, due to the director Lee Whannell keeping the design of the creature hidden away from the cast until they'd shoot with it, helping to keep their reactions to be as genuine as possible. He throws her broken-boned ass off the bed just before her dad comes running in to find her on the floor doing her best impression of a non-crippled person. We learn that the old woman Grace has passed away, and Quinn wakes up in the middle of the night to the oxygen mask wearing man pushing her down a hallway and throwing her into a room with a red door, because that's where he keeps all of his women. It's the room directly above her apartment, and while lying on the floor screaming for help, she sees a version of herself that can't see her because it has no eyes. The creature, with no hands, feet or facial features, desperately tries to crawl its way towards Quinn, performing some kind of slug maneuver, before Quinn's saved by her father as he comes running towards the screams. Sean follows the same footsteps seen in Elise's house, and follows them to the window, where he looks outside to see a man napping really hard on the concrete below, before Quinn looks, followed by the masked man trying to pull her out. Not sure what the best approach is for dealing with a levitating asthmatic, Sean pays Elise a visit, where we find out that she stopped doing psychic readings for people because after her husband died over a year ago, she attempted to visit him in the fervor, resulting in something latching onto her and following her back. A woman who would repeatedly scream that she's going to kill her every time that she would try to use her abilities, resulting in her eventually being killed by someone with the appearance of a woman at the end of the original movie. But deciding that Quinn really needs the help, she returns to the Brenner home to perform a ritual to contact the demon, where she finds herself in the further. And while there, she comes across the Lamberts' home from the original movie, a family that she doesn't even know exists at this point, where she's grabbed and attacked by the bride in black after unknowingly witnessing her death, before deciding that she actually doesn't want anything to do with this, as she changes her mind more than a person with dementia. Out of options with Elise gone, the Brenner family decide to contact some ghost hunters they've seen online, Specs and Tucker, where they're invited to the house in hopes of cleansing it. Meaning that not only did Lee Winold write and direct this movie, but he also starred in it. After setting up a camera on Quinn's forehead, they watch her get out of bed as she's supposed to be sleeping, and continue to watch as the camera rises and begins to move across the room, as if she's just casually gotten out of bed and has proceeded to walk, as if she doesn't currently have 2 broken legs. Possessed and depressed, she attacks them with a wrench, for breaking the casts off her legs by violently kicking them against the bed frame, because pain is merely a made-up concept. After ruining the cool papier-mâché sculptures the doctors made for her, she picks up a box cutter, and her legs make like Rice Krispies as they snap, crackle and pop as she walks directly over to them. After attempting to use the box cutter on a box that suspiciously resembles her own neck, they manage to restrain her before she can. Specs and Tucker are way out of their depth here and are about to run away at the sight of a strong female woman, when suddenly Elise returns as she meets Specs and Tucker for the very first time. Elise explains that a spirit used to live in this building a very long time ago and is now feeding on Quinn like a pit bull in a preschool after getting access to her after the accident. So after heading back to the fervor, Elise meets one of the man's previous victims and finds out that he lives in the apartment directly above the Brenners, and after entering it for herself, she ends up finding her late husband. Yeah, about a year too late, where he attempts to convince Elise to stay here permanently with him, causing her to realize that it was all just a trick. The man who can't breathe appears, very much breathing, albeit poorly, and then shows off his rather funny looking rescue dog. Knowing that that was a part of Quinn that was kept here when she died, Elise tries to return her back to Quinn to make her whole again, but not wanting anyone to take his Pokemon away from him, he throws the old woman across the room, so she responds by performing a fatality on him and dropping him through the floor. With the help of Quinn's mother Lily, Quinn's able to resist the demon as it has a hold of her, giving her the strength to pull off its mask and kill its unvaccinated ass. With Quinn now saved, Elise rekindles her love for looking at dead people, so teams up with Specs and Tucker to create the trio that we would see in the first Insidious movie. And to continue its trend of sequel baiting, the movie then comes to an end with Lorraine's dog barking at a floating head in the middle of the room. As you do, before evil Darth Maul shows up to bait an already existing sequel that came out 5 years prior. An already existing sequel from years ago that doesn't focus quite as hard on jump scares as the rest of the franchise will going forward, making the third movie the breaking point where things started to steer away from James and Lee's original philosophy on scares, as while monetarily it's going to be as strong as ever, scare-wise, things are starting to resemble what they didn't want the original to be. Insidious 4: The Last Key is a movie about someone losing their one and only key to the house and having to call a locksmith to get back inside, as well as being a movie directed by Adam Robitel, who's worked with Elise's actor before, Lynn Shay, as they both previously played characters in the movie 2001 Maniacs, that didn't in fact come out in 2001, but 2005, because time is a made-up concept, with him previously directing a movie called The Taking of Deborah Logan, a found-footage horror movie documenting someone suffering with Alzheimer's and their mental decay. So another movie about someone losing their keys. The Last Key takes place after the third movie, but shortly before the first, because they've got that weird Star Wars thing going on. It focuses on Elise and her origin story, where she must eventually confront her past, like that weird lump I've been pretending doesn't exist. Beginning in New Mexico in 1953, you know, like Mexico, but new. We see Elise as she lives with her parents, Audrey and Gerald, as well as her younger brother Christian, as they live right next to the prison that their father is a warden at. Nothing like the nice relaxing screams of a violent prison beating. Elise and Christian encounter the ghost of a small boy in their bedroom, and after it appears behind Christian causing him to scream, their father walks in and starts beating them, because kids are annoying. Elise tells him what they saw, but 2 kids already being expensive enough to look after, continues to attack her while trying to get her to admit she made it up. And as punishment for her not doing what he wants, he locks her in the cellar because that's where all the cool kids hang out. And while down there, a spirit starts to talk to her and lures her over to a red door by stating that she's the only one who can open it because apparently spirits don't have hands. And whatever it is that's talking to her recognizes the power that she possesses and manipulates Elise into unlocking the door, followed by a hand in desperate need of a manicure emerging and attaching the key to itself that she used to unlock it. Her mother finds her down there, standing in front of a plain wall, looking like one of those dogs with brainworms, when suddenly one of the electrical wires descends from above and kills her. After Gerald comes downstairs to find his wife hanging about, it jumps ahead to 2010 as someone rings her asking for help, but once she asks for the address, she realizes that it's the house she grew up in. Elise, Bex, and Tucker head out to the town of Five Keys in New Mexico, which, much like the real Mexico, is entirely fictional. With the house looking like an untouched time capsule from the 1950s, they meet the current occupant, Ted Garza, before entering her childhood bedroom alone. Hidden beneath the bed, Elise finds an old whistle that was given to her younger brother Christian that supposedly went missing when they were little kids. And after looking around the room, a silhouette approaches her from behind, before it's revealed to be the equally as terrifying Dirty Laundry. With a video feed being watched by Specs and Tucker, they spot a woman in front of Elise who grabs the whistle from around her neck and shouts help her. Elise recognizes the ghost from when she was 16, as she'd previously met her in the house, before being threatened by her father again for talking about spirits. But this time, Elise retaliates by grabbing him by the head and showing him how he will die alone and afraid. Take that, Dad. Elise would run away from the home after that encounter, leaving her younger brother behind to face the wrath of their abusive father. Her younger brother, who she would meet all of these years later, after coming across his daughters, Melissa and Imogen, in a diner, before realizing that he wants absolutely nothing to do with her. But before they go, Elise gives Melissa a picture of the whistle and asks her to give it to Christian because he's been known to really like to blow things. And that night, Elise attempts to communicate with the woman again when suddenly they hear the whistle. They're led down into the basement by the sound, where they find a secret door that she unlocks using her father's old keys. And once they're inside, they find a rather funny looking whistle in the form of a woman, who's indeed not a ghost, but very much real. Ted suddenly appears behind them and locks Elise and Tucker in, stating that they were never meant to find this, before going back upstairs to find Specs. And just as Ted is about to shoot Specs, apparently Metal Pipe beats Gun, and Bookshelf beats Skull. With Ted dead, after the police arrive, they take the woman away to safety, and Elise, Tucker, and Specs find out that she's been missing for 4 months. The police want them to stick around for the few days, and with the current owner of the house offering them a mind-blowing discount on the place, they decide to stay. With Elise being interviewed at the police station, Christian and his daughters arrive to look for the whistle, and Melissa is lured into the basement before being punched in the head by the man with the funny manicure. The demon then turns a key in her neck to put her on mute, before doing the same in her chest to put her on standby mode. Elise returns to find her down there taking a danger nap, when she's taken off to hospital with her father, while Imogen stays with Elise at the house to help after she discloses that she also sees things too. Yeah, well, I see them 3. After searching the basement, they find a piece of clothing in an air vent, causing Elise to experience a vision where she sees her father keeping a woman down there just like Ted did, as whatever male lives in the house has their brain manipulated by the demon, kinda like a gas leak. In the vision, Elise sees that the woman is the ghost that she's been seeing, someone that her father kept and killed. As we see back when Elise was 16, right before she ran away from home, that person that she saw in the house wasn't a ghost, but was in fact a pre-ghost, as she had just escaped right before being killed by her father. And further in the air vent, Elise discovers a suitcase containing the skull of the woman and her various belongings. And after turning the corner, she discovers many more suitcases, all containing the same thing. The demon then appears in one of them and jump scares her into the further with her childhood self, who tells her that the man with the keys is the one who opens all of the red doors, before he appears and grabs Elise. With once again the demon being kept away from the cast to ensure that their reactions are as genuine as possible, with Javier Botet using his natural born ability of being Spanish to
phenomenon, simply known as the Marfa ghost lights, are occurring at an astounding rate over the last few months. Witnesses report seeing white, blue, and red orbs of light dangle and dance above the Chinati Mountains for several minutes before quickly disappearing into the blackness of the sky. Although the lights have been visible for over 1 year.
What's going on? What is this place? I have to find him. I can make it. Oh, no, no, no. Please, can you help me? Let's stick together. Can you help me? It's too quiet. They're too close. Was that thing? Was that a person? God, I can't get away. I think they left. Shit. Oh, God. Slowly. No, they're back. Stay quiet. Finally. Why won't they leave me alone? Okay. You got this. Just go away, damn it. Think. Just look around, Connie. Was that thing? Was that a person?
Well, ain't you shifty? Me.
I think this is antiseptic. I can use that. I think they left. Stay quiet.
all that, man, you bitch ass nigga.
Jared Gaines wasn't sure what he was expecting when he discovered a burnt-out truck on his back 40 this morning. Gaines was patrolling the perimeter of his land just after sunrise when he saw the truck in the distance. It was apparent that the truck was damaged from a distance, but closer inspection led Gaines to find the charred remains of an unidentified man in the driver's seat and a large bag filled with money, roughly
What? Where am I? I think this is what we use back home. This should help.
Fight over here.
The money, I mean, the fame. So I think. Bro, oh, you know what? I'll sit down all day. What should have been a night of memories and celebration turned into a scene one witness described as hell on earth. Teenagers at Dutton High School were celebrating an otherwise uneventful senior dance when two local men, identified as 43-year-old Hackett Wayford and his 24-year-old son Randall, entered the gymnasium with a variety of bladed weapons and began attacking those inside. 6 students, all members of the football team.
What's going on? What is this place? This looks like some kind of lockpick. Oh, thank God. Yes. Please fit in that lock. Why are they doing this to us? I can use that. Hey, Anna, over here. What's that? It's blocked. Think. Just look around, Connie. This might fit in the door. Come on. I gotta find something I can use. Maybe I can open those doors. I gotta find a way out of here. This will help. Finally, a break. Is this human? Don't even think.
There you are.
Accurately portray the demon, and as well as playing many other modern Hollywood monsters, including the leper from the It movie, he works in a way where he stays in character as much as possible, we're only coming out of it to adjust for shots. With Specs and Tucker unable to wake up the narcoleptic old lady, Imogen, having the same abilities as Elise, agrees to be hypnotized to be sent into the fervor to try and retrieve her. And while there, the dead woman directs her through the red door and into the prison where both Elise and the spirit of Melissa are being kept. Elise is then given the opportunity to hurt her father in the same way he hurt her, and not one to pass up a good old-fashioned whipping, does just that, but quickly realizes that she's feeding the demon hatred and she's allergic to it. It responds by taking Imogen and is about to kill Elise, but her father's spirit, who's no longer under its control, proves why you should never apologize to anyone, steps in, says sorry, and then turns to ash. After the demon takes away Elise's ability to scream, Imogen throws her the whistle that she uses to summon her mother, who smacks it almost as hard as my mother smacked me. Elise is then given her voice back, and all three of them return to their bodies, where Elise finally makes up with her brother after all of these years of being separated, because years of constant abuse isn't really that bad. Elise, Specs and Tucker drive back to their home, where Elise dreams about the Lamberts and crackhead Darth Maul. She then gets a call from Lorraine asking for help, because that's how we create an entire franchise with a character we killed almost 10 years ago. Insidious the Red Door is a children's movie about colours and the dangers of going to college, because you might find yourself being possessed by an ancient demonic being hell-bent on following you around your entire life, otherwise known as student debt. Directed by Patrick Wilson in his directorial debut, the actor who played Josh in this movie and the original two, it's also the first one with the screenplay not written by Lee Winnall, as Scott Teems, known for helping to write Halloween Kills and Exorcist Believer, would come on board to help adapt the story that he and Lee had written together. Insidious 5 begins by actually being Insidious 3, as it's a sequel to the second movie, picking up 9 years after its events, where Josh was brought back from the fervor and he and Dalton had their memories of astral projection erased to ensure that they would never accidentally end up in a situation like the first two movies, except not really, because there's another one. 9 years may have passed since the horrific events, but things aren't looking good for the Lambert family, as Josh and Renee's love life is about as exciting as that time I had a mental breakdown, in that they're no longer together, because Renee can't stop imagining Josh in a dress. Josh and Dalton's relationship also seems to be strained, due to Josh struggling with his memory, since having a chunk of it erased to help protect his family. Dalton is leaving for art school, which is like normal school, except for dickheads, and Josh drives him there in hopes of them having some sort of connection. They don't. Dalton meets his roommate Chris and seems to be a bit startled to find out she's female, because I guess girls are kinda smelly, before making his dad cry like the loving, caring son that he is. Take care of me, love for me, and provide for me my entire life? Screw you, Dad. All Dalton knows about the events of the original movie is that he was in a coma, and ever since recovering from the coma, he's been afraid of the dark because he's racist against the shadow people. And in Dalton's first class, during a meditative exercise, Dalton ends up drawing the red door, except he forgot how colors work, when suddenly something grabs onto his hand, causing him to bleed, while simultaneously waking up Josh. The meditation has let something in, and since Dalton and Josh are both connected, Josh feels it too. Struggling with the memory loss that's put a strain on his family, due to his his ex-wife gaslighting him about not being able to remember things, Josh decides to try and figure out what's going on with him and goes to the hospital, not because he's suffering from the condition known as being an American, but to get an MRI scan, because if there's anything he needs in his life right now, it's crippling medical debt. And while getting the scan, the power suddenly goes out, and he finds himself trapped inside with the doctor not responding. After a while of being stuck, he looks down to see someone about as happy as a priest when they see a choir boy frantically approaching him, but suddenly the lights turn back on, and the doctor tells him that he's been sleeping for the last 15 minutes, and he should really hurry up because he's got other patients to see. Like a reverse Rolling Stone, Dalton proceeds to paint his black door red with his own blood, like a perfectly normal person, before spotting a bloodied handprint on Chris's bed, just like the one his mother found in the original movie, before suddenly something jumps out of the bed at him, because you never really know what girls keep in their beds. Demons, mostly. They head to a frat party together, and Chris takes Dalton upstairs to their bedrooms because she really wants to sniff their underwear or something, before Dalton comes across someone puking in the bathroom with white eyes. It's the spirit of someone who'd previously died at one of the parties, stuck in a permanent purgatory of being a lightweight. And while in a bedroom that he shouldn't be in, he hides under the bed after hearing someone coming, before the ghost proceeds to puke all over his face, because sharing is caring. Later, while back in his room, he falls asleep while painting, and accidentally enters the fervor. And while Chris has moved rooms because boys do smelly penis farts, Dalton, for some reason, decides to walk to her room in the middle of the night and completely terrify her while she can't see him by playing a song on her melodica and throwing it on the table and running away, to which she responds to seeing the floating instrument in her room by heading right to Dalton and believing absolutely everything he has to say. And the next day, while doing memory exercises, we see that someone is watching Josh from outside, with them progressively getting closer and closer, probably trying to figure out what this man's got taped on his windows. Eventually, they get a little too close and jump right through the window because he could really do with some natural light in here. He tries to give Josh a high five, but after he declines, he's knocked unconscious temporarily into the fervor before snapping back to reality. Oh, there goes gravity. While trying to help Dalton, Chris finds out about astral projection and finds a video that Specs and Tucker uploaded to the internet explaining it, so they decide to sneak back into the frat house and talk to the puke ghost because it tasted so good last time. And while in there, Dalton enters the fervor, leaving Chris alone to be attacked by something. She's choked unconscious just as Dalton returns to find the lipstick demon, aka Devil Darth Maul, crouched over her, before they both suddenly wake up, because I guess he's not really much of a threat anyway. After Josh was attacked, he found a box containing information about the father he never knew, a man named Benjamin Burton, who was diagnosed with schizophrenia and admitted to a psychiatric hospital in 1978, with his file containing notes about astral projection. And after he sees his picture, he realizes that it was the aggressive high-fiver. Taking this information to his ex-wife Renee, she finally tells him about the events of the first two movies, when suddenly their son Foster walks in with a picture that Dalton has just finished, depicting their father being possessed during the events of the second movie, which somehow convinces both Renee and Josh that Dalton is in trouble. Somehow, Dalton enters the fervor and finds himself in recreated scenes from the original two movies before being jump scared by the lipstick demon and sent back to the real world, except not really, because just like with Josh at the end of the original movie, it isn't Dalton who's been sent back. Chris enters the room thinking that it's Dalton, as we see the real Dalton being held in the lipstick demon's domain as the cover of Tiptoe Through the Tulips plays. Dalton seems a bit older than the boys he usually prefers, but he'll do. Renee then sends Josh into the fervor to find Dalton, despite them both having literally no way to know that he's currently there. As we see Demon Dalton, or Double D as I like to refer to him, about to kill Chris with a wire, he suddenly stops after sensing Josh is trying to free the real Dalton. And after freeing him from an ancient demon's clutches with no real resistance, Josh holds back the red door as they're pursued by the red demon, as Dalton's sent back to his real body. All of this began with Dalton painting the picture of the red door with his own blood, so once back to the real world as Josh is holding the door shut, Dalton paints over the picture in black and manages to cover it just before the creature can get through. With there now being no real threat from the demon, Josh then meets his dad, who was just trying to beat him earlier for old time's sake, before returning to his body too. And after making his way back to the real world, he then sees Elise's spirit, not fully remembering who she is, but knowing that she's someone special. And the movie then comes to its end with Josh still being divorced, but hugging his eldest son, while we hear the actor Patrick Wilson singing with the band Ghost over the credits, as it's the only Insidious movie to end without featuring something insidious at the end. Well, unless you're disturbed by the prospect of a healthy family dynamic. They usually end setting up some sort of sequel or spin-off to the series, but in this case there's nothing to hype up, as the series has finally come to its end, is what I would say if I wasn't lying to you, because a movie called Fred an Insidious Tale is currently in development and supposedly features a married couple attempting to use a spell to travel back in time to stop the death of their daughter. And with Insidious the Red Door becoming the highest grossing film out of the entire series, chances are we won't be seeing the end of this franchise anytime soon, especially if the new spin-off proves to be a hit, because money is nice, me want more. Before this video comes to an end, I'd like to just give a massive shout out to all of the YouTube members and patrons, the people who every month continue to help support the channel. If you're interested in becoming a YouTube member or a patron yourself, not only are you just being a great support, but you also get access to a few little bonuses, like being able to join the private Discord server, where you can see uncensored versions of all videos going forwards. Starting off with this week's new YouTube member sign-ups, a massive thank you to Dorak, Janalee Franco, Pock, Alex Prody, Jansen, Devlin Leverin, Kathy Burned, Tristan, Sir Dominic, Madison, Emo69, K Thomas, Starlord, Seth Stevens, X2 Ruby69, Mad Skills, Martin Schmidt, Aaron Thompson, Niall Newman, Roberto D. Francisca, and Eric Sourceguard. And moving over to this week's new Patreon signups, a big thank you to Brandon W. Rogers, Gohama, Reno Milvid, Cherex, Pablo Galagos, Grace, Elskull, Scott the Whistle Knot, Rachel Dixon, Julian Kona, Austin Perry, Travis Jones, Shane Bethany, Joe Bonatron, Max Han, Joey, Noah Parsons, Skull XXZ, Luke Dickinson, Michael Buxton, Flo Ratide, Jacob, Emery, Ryan Ferrick, Mark Huben, David Ogden, JTEZ420, Assetto Photography, Kieran Lugar, Melissa, Carly, Kyle Turnbull, ShineInfo666, Darren Bell again, Alexis Robinson, CJ, Guitarded, X43ROZ, and Brian Kyles. So once again, a massive shout out to all of the YouTube members and patrons, and a big thank you to everyone else for watching. The Blair Witch Project is a movie about the dangers of women and why it's actually a bad idea for them to have their own thoughts and ideas. Written and directed by Eduardo Sanchez and Daniel Myrick for a budget of 60,000 fake American Monopoly monies, they'd hit it big with their North Korean propaganda film aimed at making people afraid of nature. But before helping to kick off the rebirth of the found footage genre and giving thousands of people around the world motion sickness because they're not tough enough to watch the TV, they'd have to create a realistic, believable, and most importantly, a scary urban legend about the most terrifying thing known to man: a female. Originally intending to be a part of the Blair Witch Project movie until being forcefully removed like a parasitic twin in the womb, Daniel and Eduardo would create a companion piece to the movie, a documentary called The Curse of the Blair Witch, which, like all documentaries, is completely fictitious in every way. In the fictional town of Blair, in the fictional country of America, there was a fictional creature known as a woman who had her own thoughts, feelings and beliefs, so was quite understandably put to death for it. The year was 1785, and several children would accuse a woman named Ellie Kedward of trying to steal their blood, which they didn't take too kindly to on account of not liking to share, resulting in her being accused of being a witch, kind of ignoring the most rational explanation. Maybe she was just a bit thirsty. Your blood led a few kids and everyone gets all uptight about it. Sometimes people make mistakes. But it also could have been something to do with the fact that she was an old Catholic lady in a Protestant community living in a country that's incredibly tolerant of other people's beliefs. Racism is okay if it's against the Catholics or old people. And you know what they say about other people's religions. Ooh, gross. She was blindfolded and taken out into the middle of the woods during one of the worst recorded winters and tied to a tree and left to die, because that's what Ellie Kedward got for being quite the enjoyer of children's inside juices. The townsfolk, with their anti-kid bleeding agenda, attempted to go on with their lives after engaging in everyone's favourite communal activity of tying old women to trees and leaving them there, but a year later, all of the kids who accused her, and half of the town's children too, because screw those kids, suddenly disappeared because one of the locals really liked the way children's soup tasted. Terrified by the idea of free childcare, the entire town proceeded to flee from Blair because there's nothing more scary than a strong independent woman doing her own thing. It remained abandoned for 38 years before being rediscovered, resettled, and renamed to Burkittsville. And not long after claiming their free real estate and moving into a perfectly good town that couldn't possibly have been abandoned for any bad reason whatsoever, the new residents soon learned that America is a capitalist society and that nothing is in fact free. They were going to need to pay for this. And the currency for this transaction? The lives of your children. No, not the free labour. While gathered at a nearby creek to stare at some water or something, 12 witnesses supposedly saw a hand emerge from the water and grab hold of a little girl before pulling her below, and all 12 of them proceeded to do absolutely nothing about it because this was the dark times before Netflix and you had to make do with whatever entertainment you had. After not intervening due to their extreme phobia of little girls, the body was supposedly never discovered, despite the fact that this was incredibly shallow water, as they all thought that she just really needed to take a bath or something. A permanent one, meaning that the only possible explanation for this horrific tragedy is witchcraft and definitely not negligence. For a week, the water would fill up with oil due to it being common knowledge that little girls are 60% oil, as well as floating sticks being tied together making an appearance too. A year after that, another little girl would be lured into the woods by a floating woman, floating being a little known side effect of a woman's menstrual cycle, where she was then told to wait in a basement and stare at a wall due to the witch being self-conscious of the mess in her house. A search party would be sent out to look for the little girl, but would never return home. Shortly after the search party was sent out, the child would return to Burkittsville unharmed. But with no sign of the search party returning, a search party was sent out to be a search party for the search party, because there's nothing more fun than a bunch of dudes hanging out in the woods. The initial search party would eventually be discovered, lounging around and not doing a very good job, due to the unfortunate side effect of being completely disemboweled. And after finding them at a location, rather appropriately named Coffin Rock, the other search party would run away in fear because they didn't want to get blood on their clothes, before returning with even more help later to discover that the bodies and any sign of them were gone. Either someone in the second search party was incredibly hungry, or there was something even more sinister out there. A woman. Time would pass, and come 1940, kids would once again start to go missing due to them being too poor to afford a phone with Find My iPhone on. Eventually, a hermit living up in the woods by himself would make his way down into town before announcing, "I'm finally done." With that obviously meaning, "I've kidnapped a bunch of kids and not literally anything else." He was immediately arrested for speaking words, before the police would go out to his shack to discover 7 bodies which had all been disemboweled, as well as having pagan markings etched into their skin, as this man's kidnapped more children than your average Minecraft YouTuber. The accused, a man named Rustin Parr, being an enjoyer of kids, was believed to have lured the kids into the woods by offering to show them a really cool stick or something, before ultimately taking their lives. And a survivor named Kyle Brody, who was kept by Rustin, was forced to stand in the corner and face the wall while the atrocities were being committed because Rustin would get performance anxiety. And while being held in police custody, Rustin Parr would explain that he committed these horrendous crimes because a woman in his head told him to. Just like the woman in my head told me to make this video. And luckily for me, this is where the fake documentary made to accompany the fake documentary that was made to accompany the fake movie comes into play. Because yes, they made more than one documentary about the Blair Witch Project, which just so happens to be alright with me, as my neurodivergence loves it when I watch multiple hours of fictitious documentaries that teach me absolutely nothing about the real world. The Burkittsville 7, directed by Ben Rock, who would do the production design for the Blair Witch Project, you know, like being in charge of where this stick and that rock goes and stuff, is a deeper look into the Rustin Parr case, as well as Kyle Brody's aftermath after he was forced to look at bricks in the corner for a really long time. Even before Kyle's abduction, he was known for being quite the inquisitive little kid, as like any normal prepubescent boy, would force cats into mailboxes and cut the limbs off frogs because they didn't have cocomelon yet. Over the years following his abduction, Kyle would find himself in and out of psychological institutions for the criminally insane because he was just kind of a fun guy. And a documentary within this already fake documentary, accompanying another fake documentary, would be filmed at one of these institutions, and it would contain footage of Kyle mumbling the words "never given" to himself, a phrase that the guards who watched over Rustin Parr would report that he repeatedly screamed. A historian and Rustin Parr truther would reach out to the creator of this documentary to request extra footage of Kyle, and would discover a shot of him writing in the ancient witchcraft language, Transitus Fluvi, a language which was written all over the walls of Rustin Parr's shack, leading this man to the logical conclusion that Kyle Brody, who was a literal child at the time, managed to convince Rustin Parr to kidnap and kill those children over the course of a year before forcing Rustin to take the fall for it. And by take the fall for it, I mean quite literally fall from the gallows, follows with a noose around his neck. So briefly going back to The Curse of the Blair Witch, the fake documentary that I was talking about before talking about the fake documentary, it had come to be believed that the Blair Witch would resurface roughly every 60 years or so, a time frame that this very documentary has already proven wrong. But much like ethics, continuity is not something which is all that important. So about 60 years after the Rustin Parr incident, a group of film students, Heather, Josh and Mike, would decide to create a documentary for themselves and head out into those very woods to produce something for Heather's film class. They would set off into those woods and never return. And 10 days after they were reported missing, the searches were called off on account of people not really liking them anyway. A year would pass, and an anthropology dig would be conducted in the forest at the remains of a colonial-era home, and beneath piles of stone and undisturbed layers of ash and earth from when the building originally burnt down, the trio's footage would finally be discovered. Their footage is what would be known as the Blair Witch Project. But as we all know, the Blair Witch, much like the Albanians, is a myth. And while often being cited as the catalyst to kick off the found footage revival, it wasn't the first of the genre. That award goes to Grandpa's weird home videos that we found after he passed away, but we don't talk about them. Taking a page out of Ruggero Deodato's book with 1980's Cannibal Holocaust, they murdered a bunch of animals and abused the local indigenous population. I mean, Ed and Dan went out of their way to sell the illusion of all of this being real. Ruggero Deodato may have had his actors hide from the public and not appear in any movies for a while, but Ed and Dan had a far more hardcore idea. They made a website, because it was 1999, and websites were still cool. So, while not being the first, it certainly helped pave the way for the likes of Paranormal Activity and Wreck, and most importantly my favourite of them all, 2016's Slender. So written and directed by friends Daniel Myrick and Eduardo Sanchez, the Blair Witch Project begins with a group of people walking in the woods in search of a woman, an idea that the pair had come up with after realising that they found documentaries based on paranormal incidents far more terrifying than actual horror movies, perfectly explaining their hyperfixation with creating their own documentaries as they simply physically cannot stop. The idea of the movie was simple: put 3 people alone in the woods and physically and psychologically abuse them for entertainment. And to get the investors on board, they put together an 8-minute, you guessed it, documentary, and just like they would do with the general public, led them to believe that the entire thing was real, as nothing makes investors want to give you their money quite like the thought of a naked old woman tied to a tree. After finding their 3 actors, Heather Donahue, Joshua Leonard, and Michael C. Williams, they were given a handful of days to learn how to use the video camera and audio equipment, and just like an unwanted toddler with a birth defect in the medieval times, was sent out alone into the woods. Being given no script and only vague outlines of ideas being left for them in film canisters at various points in the woods, the Blair Witch Project is as real as it gets. And by that, I mean nothing about it was real, and they were just all really good at improv. One of the first scenes in the movie is Heather in Burkittsville Cemetery, the resting place for all of those children who were abducted back in the 1940s and used to repaint Rustin Parr's basement. After talking to some of the locals and learning some of the backstory that the documentary went into far more detail on, they park their car at the side of the road and head off into the woods, with one of their very first stops being Coffin Rock, the place where the underachieving search party was found taking a nap. For their first night, they sleep without incident, apart from Josh reporting the next morning that he swore he heard someone cackling in the woods in the middle of the night, not realizing that Heather just had a really funny dream and is also insane. Wondering why the trees were laughing at them last night, they decide to venture deeper into the woods in search of the Ents, before coming across multiple piles of deliberately placed rocks that are really throwing off their feng shui. After rebalancing their chi and deciding to set up camp again as it's starting to get dark, they're all woken up in the middle of the night to various noises in the forest, which sounds like multiple people surrounding their camp, despite them being a 2 days walk deep into the woods. A fun nod to the fact that it actually is a group of people surrounding their camp, as Ed and Dan are both genuinely tormenting the 3 of them out there as they're forced to record it all. Hey, welcome back to my new vlog. On today's episode, we're going to be getting traumatized deep in the woods by a bunch of sociopaths. The next day, the trio decides that they don't want another encounter with the funny wilderness people, so they start to head back to their car, before realizing that nobody actually knows where the car is, and they're all in way over their heads. And as much as I love walking through the wilderness for days looking for a dead woman, you won't catch me doing that. I'm lazy. So once again, they're forced to camp for the night, and after hearing the noises again, wake up to find piles of rocks outside of their tent, as they're being stalked by an autistic toddler who has an obsession with stacking things. With the map also nowhere in sight, Mike eventually admits to throwing the map into the creek the previous day due to his overwhelming hatred for the planet and wanting to pollute it at every available opportunity. After showing that map who's boss by dooming himself and his two friends to certain death for no other reason than I guess he just has really poor impulse control, they come across sticks hanging from trees tied together in various different symbols, much like the ones described being found in the creek a week after the little girl was pulled in. Terrified at the prospect of encountering a little girl, and with it once again starting to get dark, they're forced to camp again, and are woken up in the middle of the night to the strange sound of something or someone groaning, mixed with the sound of children laughing. They end up running off into the darkness because little children are gross, and they can hear the sound of a baby screaming. None of them wanting to take on the responsibility of some weird forest baby, they stay out of their tents for the night and only return once the sounds have stopped and the sun has started to come up, for them to discover that some of their belongings are gone, and what remains has been messed with. Hungry, scared, tired, and desperate, they just pick a direction and begin walking, in hopes of being able to find a way out of the woods. But despite walking south all day, they've somehow managed to walk right back to a location that they've already been, meaning that the whole day of walking was a complete waste. With the entire day wasted, and the sun coming down once again, they make camp for the night, before waking up in the morning to discover that Josh is gone, with Heather and Mike genuinely not realizing that Josh would be disappearing in the middle of the night due to Eduardo and Daniel passing him a note the previous day, telling him to wait until his two friends are asleep before abandoning them in the middle of the woods. A few more days then pass of just Heather and Mike, with them both hearing what appears to be Josh screaming out to them in pain from the darkness, but ignoring him on account of Josh being a crybaby. It then eventually cuts to the iconic scene of Heather vlogging herself in the woods, surrounded by complete darkness. She apologizes to Mike and Josh's family for making them come out here, and takes complete accountability for everything. Heather and Mike then hear Josh calling out to them in the distance, and despite ignoring all of his other pleas as they thought it was just something luring them out there, they decide to try and find out anyway before coming across the remains of a ruined house. And after finally discovering it, the Unabomber's shack, they head inside and find child-sized handprints and rune markings all over the walls, as this place has been decorated by a clumsy infant. Confused by the strange sense of interior decoration, Mike heads down into the basement when suddenly he drops the camera on the floor and it goes silent, as he comes to the sudden realization, what the hell am I doing in this basement and why am I filming it? Heather, wanting to tell Mike off for dropping the expensive piece of equipment, comes down after him to find him standing in the corner and facing the wall, just how Rustin Parr made Kyle stare at the wall back in the 1940s. Suddenly, she drops the camera and goes silent too, and the movie comes to an end, much like Heather's career as a documentarian. And what this genre has shown us time and time again is that less is more. At least that's what my wife tells me. But due to the fact that Ed and Dan simply couldn't afford to create a villain to be seen, like an insecure ex-partner, they were forced to manipulate your mind, create fear out of the unknown, gaslight you because it's funny. No matter how hard you look, you never directly see anything. Your mind is left to fill in the blanks, so you're forced to conjure up the most horrific thing that you can think of, a woman. And much like herpes, the after effects of this movie can still be felt to this day, with the popularity of the found footage genre skyrocketing after a few people went for a walk in the woods and decided to film it. So what do you get when you mix a fresh and interesting concept with Hollywood? A perpetual state of mental retardation, because the Blair Witch has gone from something original and unique to its time, and completely skips over the part where they milk their newfound success for everything that it's worth, and instead decide to make their new big-brained idea, create the ultimate product of its time. And by that, I mean the movie, which is no longer a found footage movie by the way, released in the year 2000, does perhaps the most year 2000 thing it ever could do, and begins with a helicopter shot over a forest while Marilyn Manson plays in the background. They finally did it. They created art. But slightly questionable life decisions aside, before we get to see all of that, there's something we need to discuss first. My Strange Lump. Another documentary. Because if there's anything more than these guys like to do than making fake documentaries, it's making fake documentaries and getting paid to do it. Shadow of the Blair Witch is a documentary also written by Ben Rock, who created the Burkittsville 7 documentary, as apparently this man can't stop making things up and really wants you to believe them. The second movie doesn't take place in the world of the Blair Witch Project. It takes place somewhere even worse. Our World. This is a documentary that's supposedly documenting the events of a slight inconvenience, known as a multiple homicide, that was inspired by the first movie. A man named Jeff Patterson is in trouble with the police for believing that he should legally be allowed to experiment on short people, and for also supposedly killing a bunch of people in the woods. Jeff is not only accused of being a murderer, but being accused of being a fanboy, as apparently he was completely obsessed with the Blair Witch Project. And instead of doing what people obsessed with weird things do on the internet and write some smutty fanfiction about it, he decided to do what the other weird people on the internet obsessed with things do: commit murder. Using this made-up contraption known as the internet, Jeff would reach out to strangers after exposing himself to them on Omegle, before somehow convincing them to go on a Blair Witch hunt with him. These people's bodies would then be discovered disemboweled and ritualistically laid out on Coffin Rock, just like how that search party was discovered back in the 1800s. But unlike the previous documentaries, this one is almost entirely irrelevant and aims to recapture some of that magic that was created with the first movie. Jeff was a schizophrenic who heard voices. In other words, he liked podcasts so much, he made them up in his head. And because of these voices, he once kidnapped a child and took them into the woods, which was once again a really unfortunate case of, come look at this really cool stick I found. But the law didn't see it that way, so after being released from a mental health facility for having an overactive imagination, his fascination of the Blair Witch would begin, and the movie Book of Shadows Blair Witch 2, sequel to the Book of Mormon, would aim to accurately recreate the events surrounding the murders. And by aim to accurately recreate the events surrounding the murders, I mean completely make it up, as this supposedly factual documentary doesn't go into nearly enough detail on the matter, leaving us to rely on the completely fictional movie to come up with more context. Directed by Joe Berlinger, Book of Shadows Blair Witch 2 asks the question, what if we made the Blair Witch Project? Except not at all. We're introduced to Jeff and the rest of the group as he's picked them up for the Blair Witch tour, Stephen and his pregnant girlfriend Tristan as they plan to write a book about the witch, Erica, a dirt hippie, otherwise known as a Wiccan, and Kim, whose main personality traits include smoking cigarettes and lying on gravestones. Going to pay the witch a visit, who's nearly claimed more lives than the American healthcare system, Jeff takes them out to the remains of Rustin Parr's house and shows them where Heather, Mike and Josh's footage was found, for Jeff to now discover that there's a large tree standing in the middle of the house that he swears wasn't there before. A large tree that he promptly just ignores, as apparently it's quite common for the witch to go into creative mode and to start spawning various pieces of foliage. That night, they all proceed to get absolutely wasted in the witch's honor, before a rival tour group arrives and they send them off to Coffin Rock by making up a lie about seeing some ghostly activity there. After they all eventually go to sleep, Tristan proceeds to dream about drowning her baby in the creek after being up all night, giving it fetal alcohol syndrome, or as I like to call it, fun parent syndrome. When they all eventually wake up the next day, they discover that Stephen and Tristan's work has been shredded, as Ellie Kedwood keeps a hidden shredder behind the unusually large tree, and that all of Jeff's cameras have been completely destroyed. Kim, using her magical womanly powers, is somehow able to see things in her mind, and knows exactly where to find the tapes, on account of women knowing everything. And they discover the tapes in the exact same place that Heather, Mike and Josh's footage was supposedly discovered. Tristan then starts to bleed, as she never misses an opportunity to make something about her, and they take her to the hospital to discover that she's lost the baby. Well, she better go find it then. And while recovering in the hospital, Tristan sees a soaking wet, decomposing child, but doesn't think twice about it because they're in Maryland. The child, possibly being a reference to one of the Blair Witch's killings in the 1800s, with the little girl being pulled into the creek, who just really wanted to show Tristan her cool new dance moves. After Tristan's done talking to losers who can't swim, the group decide to head back to Jeff's house so they can watch back the tapes, so they can find out why they blacked out and woke up to everything being destroyed. Jeff's house being an old Civil War era factory, where health and safety precautions are merely nothing more than a suggestion. And it's when watching back the footage that they realise that one of them is actually a secret lumberjack, because that large tree is now nowhere to be seen. The Blair Witch is supposed to be a movie about making friends in the woods, not trees getting randomly shy. Stephen goes to check on Tristan while she's sleeping, but suddenly he hears the sounds of a crying girl coming from outside, and loving nothing more than the sound of a woman in distress, he opens the door to see what only can be described as an insult against God: a child. The same dancing child that Tristan had seen at the hospital. And while investigating the tapes further, they see a naked woman and are overcome with extreme confusion due to never seeing one of them before. And while his girlfriend is in the other room recovering from a miscarriage, Stephen is then seduced by Erica because nothing gets him in the mood quite like having his girlfriend bleed from the inside out, before Erica then slices open his chest with her bare hands, before they're then both suddenly sat at opposite ends of the table as if nothing had just happened. They inspect the footage some more to discover that the naked woman is actually Erica due to her not liking the way that clothes feel, something which seems to upset and confuse her as she doesn't understand why her boobies are on the TV. She then tells them that they brought something back from the woods with them, and it definitely wasn't a baby. Kim then heads to the store to buy some beer, as seeing naked people on the TV makes her thirsty, but arrives at the store to discover that they're racist against goths. After being discriminated against, she starts to drive back to Jeff's house before somehow accidentally ending up in England as her car is attacked by a group of teenagers. Suddenly, she then sees a group of 7 kids standing in the road, 7 kids that Rustin Parr killed, before crashing incredibly slowly into a pole. And despite it just being the front of the car that was slightly damaged, they all look out of the window the next morning to see that Kim has had a woman driver moment. After a hard day of killing babies and crashing cars, they decide to sit back, relax and watch some TV to find out that the other group of people who they sent to Coffin Rock had been brutally massacred in a recreation of the search party incident from the 1800s. But a dead competitor isn't a competitor worth worrying about, so that's one less thing for Jeff to stress about. That is, until it's immediately replaced by something else for Jeff to stress about, as he then discovers Erica naked and dead in his closet, which doesn't look like an unfortunate case of the strangle-dangle gone wrong. Something which greatly upsets Jeff due to this not being his usual location for storing dead women. Something about this incident gives Kim the idea to play the tapes backwards, and they see a recreation of an average party at number 10 Downing Street as everyone proceeds to get naked and dances for hours. The footage then shows them all in a trance, destroying the camera equipment and all of the paperwork, while having what could generally be described as a really good time. Tristan appears to be the one orchestrating the entire thing, as she's wearing a really cool black cloak, and sends them all out to Coffin Rock after handing out weapons. After all of the destruction, Tristan picks up the camera to recreate the iconic shot of Heather from the first movie before that footage comes to an end. She drops the act and gets all nihilistic for a second and tells them that they're all going to die, before announcing that Tristan is gone, before wrapping a rope around her neck and standing next to a ledge, where she somehow annoys Stephen enough to commit a literal murder. After he pushes her on the rope swing, there's a flashback to them viciously butchering and castrating the other group in the woods, as Jeff, Stephen and Kim are blamed for the killings. Due to them channeling their inner modern influencer and recording their horrific crimes, the police have them on tape committing all of the killings. Not only all of the people at Coffin Rock, but also Kim killing the clerk while buying the beer, as well as CCTV footage of Jeff putting Erica in the closet, as well as footage of Stephen pushing Tristan off the ledge for her neck lengthening surgery. Except in this footage, she's begging for her life instead of convincing him to take it. And on a happy note, the movie then comes to an end with all of their friends now dead, as they were all possessed and manipulated by a ghost. So now that we've discussed the Blair Witch movie that hardly even takes place in the woods, it's now time to discuss the Blair Witch movie, except just not as good. Because 16 years later, they decided to do the entire thing again, as once again we'll be going on a journey to look at some twigs in the woods. Directed by Adam Wingard and written by Simon Barrett, the third entry in the series takes the franchise back to its found footage roots, with Adam and Simon having an established history in the genre already, going back to their early installments in the VHS franchise. This movie asks the question, what if we made the Blair Witch Project, but in HD? Being a direct sequel to the 1999 movie, ignoring the events of the 2000 sequel just how my father ignores me, it immediately begins with something running through what appears to be the house from the end of the original movie before something smashes through a door and gets them. But a freeze frame in the footage shows the reflection of a woman. A man named James, watching the footage online, believes that the woman is his older sister Heather, who disappeared when he was 4 years old. James wants to go into the forest to find his sister, but we all know women belong in the woods performing pagan rituals. It's where they're most happy. You can take the woman out of the woods, but you can't take the demonic spirit out of the woman. His friend Lisa, much like Heather all of those years ago, is filming a documentary for school, because we need a believable reason as to why this is a found footage movie, so let's use the exact same idea, why not? So friends, James, Lisa, Peter and his girlfriend Ashley head out to Burkittsville to try and uncover the truth about what happened to Heather all of those years ago, because screw those other two guys. Their plan is to find the house from the end of the original movie, which has never been discovered by search parties. This time around, technology has improved, so not only are they using handheld cameras, but they also have POV cameras and a drone, something which the witch doesn't take too kindly to on account of secretly being an Amish witch. After heading to Burkittsville, they meet up with some locals, Lane and Talia, the people who discovered and uploaded the footage, and they agree to let them join them on their search for Heather. After making it out to Mother Nature's public toilet, the forest, they investigate where Lane and Talia found the footage, before going to the creek where the little girl was pulled under by the emerging hand. The emerging hand that just wanted to teach her how to do those dance moves. While crossing the creek, Ashley cuts her foot because the water is extra sharp today, but luckily James is a paramedic and is able to take a look at it before sending her a bill for thousands of dollars when they get home. They camp for the night, and in the years since the original Blair Witch's release, the story of Ellie Kedwood has evolved from someone being tied to a tree and left to die, to being tied up high in a tree with rocks hanging from her limbs because they don't like short people. The next day, they wake up to discover hanging sticks surrounding the camp, the same kind that Heather, Mike and Josh found, before all realizing that they've slept in till 2 PM. But unlike the group from the previous movie, they didn't stay up all night speedrunning their baby's existence. They discover that Lane and Talia actually faked hanging the sticks up last night because they really wanted them to believe in the witch, so their genius idea was to just lie, exposing the fact that they haven't even seen the first movie due to the witch luring people in with a false sense of security and not doing anything the first night. Lane and Talia are forced to leave because get out of my swamp, and the rest of the group spend the day walking back to the car, only to end up in the exact same spot that they camped in. Walking in a straight line being somewhat of a desired skill around here, they're forced to camp for the night again as Ashley's foot is starting to hurt due to her skin being no match for some light running water. Peter, loving to get up close and personal to women's feet, takes a look at the wound and it appears to move on its own. Using the drone to try and find their way out, they immediately crash and lose it on account of not knowing how to fly a drone, as you're supposed to fly over things and not into them. Peter heads out from camp to collect some firewood, despite quite literally being surrounded by nothing but firewood, and after hearing some noises, it looks like he can see someone standing between the branches of a tree, causing him to panic due to his phobia of tree people. In retaliation for him being racist against the trees, one of them falls directly onto him, and a loud stamping creature that we don't see grabs and pulls him away. With this movie making it evidently clear that they are taking a different approach from the original, where that entry used the philosophy of less is more, this entry uses the philosophy of let's make the Blair Witch stomp around in the woods like a Jurassic Park T-Rex. You know, the woman who's supposed to be able to glide through the air without touching the floor, now stomping around like an angry toddler who shit himself. After heading out to search for Peter, James finds the collapsed tree, but doesn't find his friend. So back at camp, they decide to keep the fire going so Peter can find his way back to them, where he in fact does not find his way back to them. Lane and Talia then make a reappearance despite being sent away from the group earlier in the day, and they tell them that it's been 5 days since they were told to leave, despite them only being sent away earlier that afternoon. The concept of time being something of a great mystery to Lane causes him to run back off into the woods alone, leaving Talia behind with the rest of the group. With nowhere to go now and 2 missing people out in the woods, they decide to stay where they are for the night, before being woken up by their 7 AM alarms the next morning to discover that it's still pitch black outside. They once again find tied up twigs and piles of rocks outside of their tents, but this time Lane and Talia had nothing to do with it. Angry, Ashley picks up one that had a piece of Talia's hair attached to it and snaps it in half, causing Talia to also snap in half. That, or she just had the sudden and extreme urge to do some yoga. After Talia's done bending over backwards for everyone, they all take off running into the woods as their tents are violently lifted from the ground as the witch enacts finders keepers rights. Ashley gets separated from James and Lisa, and her wound has begun travelling its way up her leg as her calf begins oozing with pus. Once she's done inspecting the coffee creamer in her leg, she pulls out from her wound what appears to be some kind of twig, as she got confused earlier and thought that's where you're supposed to store them. James and Lisa then hear what they think is Peter talking to them over the walkie-talkie, before Lisa then starts to panic, and we hear the overlaid sound effect of a heartbeat playing on top of the footage, meaning either someone has found this supposed found footage and deliberately added some sound effects on the top for dramatic effect, or Lisa suffers from a serious cardiovascular problem. Ashley ends up coming across the drone in a tree, decides to climb high above the ground to get it, instead of just not doing that. And when she's up there, an arm reaches out of the tree to grab her, causing her to forget about the basic concept of gravity and fall to the ground, where something then drags her out of frame because it's camera shy. Hearing the screams, James and Lisa head towards them and end up coming across the original house. They hear more screaming coming from inside of it, and instead of thinking that the screams belong to Ashley, the person whose screams that they had just been following, James, for some strange reason, instantly thinks that it's Heather. A house that was completely rebuilt and shot on a soundstage, unlike the original movie that used a genuine house in the woods, a house known as the Griggs House, which was demolished shortly after the release of the Blair Witch Project due to it being a health and safety concern, as the building simply couldn't sustain the weight of that many people coming to stand in its corner. Which, speaking of, James then comes across Peter standing in the corner before he suddenly disappears, which causes James to engage in one of his favourite pastime activities of chasing women in the dark. But suddenly, he finds himself terrified and unprepared as he's actually locked in a bedroom with a woman who suddenly appears and then disappears. Lisa, still outside because that place looks a bit scary, spots the terrifying sight of a naked Caucasian in the woods, so decides to run into the house. Heading down into the basement, because sure, why not go down there, she finds Lane covered in dirt, shouting that Rustin Parr understood that he needed to do what the witch told him to do, before knocking her unconscious and throwing her into the basement's basement. After managing to crawl her way back through the foundations of the house, Lane attacks her, but she stabs him in the neck, just as a hand attempts to get all touchy-feely with her as it reaches out of the wall. We then briefly see a Scandinavian woman, in the form of a tall, pale, elongated witch, as it starts to chase after Lisa, as she ends up recreating the exact same footage that James was watching on the internet at the beginning of the movie, the footage that Lane and Talia supposedly discovered in the woods days ago. She comes across James in the attic, when suddenly a bright light shines from outside the house. Treating the witch like Medusa, they face away from her and stare at the corner. James then starts to cry and blames himself, just how his sister did all of those years ago, as this family has a history of producing crybabies. Before James hears what he then thinks is Heather talking to him, causing him to turn and look at the witch, where he's immediately grabbed. And once again, using the Medusa comparison, Lisa uses the screen from her camera to see the witch behind her as she tries to escape. But using the exact same trick that the witch had just used on James, the witch proceeds to talk to Lisa using James's voice, causing Lisa to turn around and look for him like the simp that she is, giving the witch the opportunity to snatch her up. And silly decisions resulting in horrific death is a pretty good way of describing this movie, as where the original movie relied on nothing more than the footage to speak for itself, 2016's Blair Witch, much like Book of Shadow Blair Witch 2, is a product of its time. Despite Adam and Simon reporting that they would repeatedly and meticulously go over every scare, the movie is still full of fake jump scares, while also using the Paranormal Activity approach of having a low, rumbling sound playing in the background as something scary is about to happen. All signs that tell me that you don't genuinely think that your movie is scary, and you need to artificially enhance that. As for the third time in the video, sometimes less is more. It also appears that The Witch has lost its basic ability to count, as this movie doesn't really fit in with the whole 60-something years theory. Maybe it's dog years. So before this video comes to an end, I'd like to just give a massive shout out and a big thank you to all of the YouTube members and patrons, the people who every month continue to go out of their way to help support the channel, something which I greatly appreciate and I'm incredibly thankful for. If you're interested in becoming a YouTube member or a patron yourself, not only are you just generally being a great help to the channel, but you also get access to a few little cool perks, like being able to join the private Discord server, where you then get links to all uncensored versions of videos going forward. So starting off with the latest YouTube member signups, a big thank you to Jasper875, Marcelli Kenji Noda, TXC0, Cleo Sangelo, James Gunn, Giovanni Rossi, Resident Alligator, Nikki Shohan, Jonas Hurst, John, Blood Eagle, Laberty Rave, David J, Heathen, Orion Wilkerson, Laughable Genius, Waluigi, Mr. Smiles, Guatin, Dylan, Mob, Yuppets Vibe, Zaza Lord, Reek1, The Soldier 420, Jesse Holcomb, Di, Dan McCarty, Shaylee, Sir Dominic, Matthew Green, James, Rashomon, Oscar FN, Caleb, Lika Nagoita, Luca Guarneri, Gremlin Absolute, Zane Monroe, Keegan Neely, BL Doss, Sam Rostang, Ashley Taylor, Vayento, Angelo is the One, Tibbs, KG, Mudazar, Pineapple, Austin Clark, Philip Lissenfield, Difficulty Spike, JT Jar, Ridley01, Praz, Lassie Tykbeer, Javi Lazada, Penta Shurikens, Akura Harake, KST, The Last Final Girl on the Left, The La Yurad 1, GOJJ, Kenneth Vizen, B4 Still, Irvin Kulin, Scorpy, Travasta 100, B Moose, Pacey02, Seeker, Dan, Curtis Richardson, Sermakova Barbora, Elizabeth Connor, Bo, Justin Perry, Mr. FPS, Vinny Venom, Alan Askia, Raphael Muller, Riley Jane, Kristen Eriksdottir, and Ann Johnson. Now heading over for the latest Patreon signups, a massive thank you to Amir Sanders, Fernando Rodriguez, Robert White, Sean M, Chocolate Cheeks, Kenzen, Matteo Maserati, Daddy Baker, Harvey Tube, Naomi Juarez, Diane Mama, Dre McQueen, Javi Lozada, Nate Nelson, Rickard Nielsen, Miranda Jackson, Marion Cammy's Channel, Crazy Shark 8000, Noxus, Acro Spurge, Sebastian Gress, Rock 1138, Linus Dingus, Jacob, Ryland Stevens, Austin, Litboy, King Brit 1991, Sean Cleary, Ian Matter, Saija Mu, Cohen, Asa Elite, Ace of Spades, Brandon Wack, Long Kidney, William Bridger, Zandu Gulhan, Valeri Matterman, Michael Centracelli, Medi Sidri, Falling Carcass 23, Cameron Jenkins, Taylor Nelson, Noah, Carson Cornish, Nah Nobody, Justin Dungan, The Turtle House, Roma Division, Effin Grimm, Macboy 700 Onion, Nicholas, Sylville Lim, Elliot Tamala, Honey Bunny, Nicholas Dowdy, Alexander, An Evil Waffle, Hangry, Native 209, Mario Balotelli, It GGG, Hannah, Eli Lynn, Luis A. Medina, Gray 8059, Kyle O'Dwyer, Atkasha Mohan, Claire, Nimbus, Passy McHale, Wanda, Alex, Josip Baganak, Caden Duffin, Willie Boy T, Drain Baton, Christian Oy, Zach Fox, Ethan Neal, C. Phil, Ismir Mayer, Sindre, John Jessen, Brody, DBH X Spartan, Bruce Lee, Raven19, and Block. So once again, a big shout out to all of the YouTube members and patrons, and a big thank you to everyone else for watching. Originally a 1986 novel and stimulant-induced hallucination, Stephen King's It is a story that follows 6 kids, a ginger, and the average politician sitting in the sewers trying to put a bunch of little boys in his mouth. And with it being a 1986 Stephen King stimulant-induced hallucination, the novel delves into far more detail than any on-screen adaptation ever could, like a certain slightly suspicious scene that people who aren't allowed within 100 feet of schools and parks justify, and because this is a video about the on-screen versions, due to the simple fact that I can't read. And speaking of people who aren't allowed near schools and can't read, I have a Patreon page that you can sign up to if you want to see uncensored versions of videos. The first adaptation of Chris Hansen's least favourite novel was originally a 1990 made-for-TV series that asks the important question, what if we traumatise kids, but for fun and profit? Thinking that a television version of the book would simply never happen, King would go on to say that he had his doubts about it due to television's strict rules for not showing children in jeopardy and orgies. But nonetheless, questionable scenes aside, in 1990 an adaptation of It would reach our screens in the form of extreme child traumatization, masquerading as a 2-part miniseries, later edited together as a movie. Directed by Tommy Lee Wallace, a horror legend who's worked with some random dude named John Carpenter, who must have been a woodworker or something. Originally the series was projected to run for 8 to 10 episodes, but didn't on account of no one involved being able to count that high. And early development of the series would see George Romero coming on board to direct, with him seeming to show a lot of enthusiasm for the project, as one would at the prospect of getting paid to kill little kids on camera, but ultimately the deal ended up falling through, like little Georgie through a storm drain, due to scheduling conflicts with his 1990 remake of The Night of the Living Dead, where he ultimately didn't, on account of not. But eventually, the dream of having the series run from 8 to 10 episodes, much like the average Victorian child, would fucking die, with 2 more episodes starting to sound a lot more reasonable to the higher-ups when they took into consideration that it would cost a lot of money, and they just rather not. Beginning in 1990, in the fictional town of Derry, a town that shows up in a number of King's novels, it begins with a little girl riding her bicycle without a helmet and paying the ultimate price for it, being consumed by Tim Curry. Tim being perfectly cast for the role due to him being British and them not having to waste money on prosthetic teeth. We then find out that there's now either 6 kids missing or dead, and much like Chinese health and safety standards, there isn't any, as none of the adults seem to care. The police aren't taking the incident seriously, as it's perfectly normal for a child to tear their own arm off, as that's just a side effect of going through puberty. The police might not be taking it seriously, but a man named Mike is, and after finding a picture of a little boy named Georgie, and generally being a fan of pictures of little boys, he takes it for himself. Mike, a librarian, then proceeds to call up all of his childhood friends, because all of the adults hate him. The lucky 7, Bill, Ben, Eddie, Beverly, Richie, Stanley and Mike. Bill, the older brother of Georgie, who back in 1960 went missing after playing with a paper boat from his older brother and having a rather unfortunate run-in with the neighborhood sewer man. He tells little Georgie that his name is Pennywise the Dancing Clown, a clown who does a surprising lack of actual dancing because that shit's embarrassing. And apparently to Georgie, this somehow isn't the most terrifying thing he's ever seen. According to a documentary involving the original creators, Pennywise's design was created in such a way whereas he would appear friendly looking and inviting towards the kids, leading me to believe that whoever designed him had never been a kid. After offering Georgie his boat back like the friendly good Samaritan that he is, he reaches out and murders him, because kids are annoying. Stephen King had stated that he came up with the idea of having something terrifying reaching out of the sewers for a forbidden tickle after psyching himself out one night while walking across a bridge and thinking back to the Free Billy Goat's Gruff story and imagining what it would be like if some terrifying creature reached out from below and dragged you away. But instead of a goat-eating troll, we have a children-eating Tim Curry. And much like a children-eating Tim Curry often finding himself standing around in various bodies of water, so do fish. Just don't eat the sewer fish. Unless you're really brave. With the mobile game Fishing Clash being the sponsor of today's video. Fishing Clash does not support nor condone the fishing of small children out of your local sewer system, with fishing in real life being something I seem to struggle with due to my inability to shut up literally ever. So Fishing Clash allows me to experience the thrill of it, as the digital fish don't seem to mind all that much, that I'm currently sitting around in my boxers singing the worst rendition of Vanessa Carlton's 1,000 Miles, whereas I usually get strange and confused looks from passerbys for a reason that I can't understand. Not only am I able to sit back and enjoy some relaxing fishing, but if I wanted to, I could tap into the competitive nature of it by taking on the daily events, facing off against various clans, engaging in the PvP aspects of the game, or working my way up the global leaderboard to be the top fishman. And when you're not in the mood to be showing off your skills and equipment against other players, why not fish in one of the many locations that the game has to offer? Build up your own fishing village, explore the different variety of fish that are in the game, or spend some time upgrading all of your equipment. Because with all of the customization options and all of the things to be done, this game has got a lot of content to offer. So if you're interested in trying out Fishing Clash today, why not click the link at the top of the description, or scan the QR code on screen to access the game, while getting these great in-game items using the code BIGWILL to get your $20 worth of rewards. Like all good friends, the Lucky Seven are drawn to each other due to their mutual characteristic of being fucking weird. But instead of sitting in a Discord server and sharing not safe for work artwork of TV shows that they're definitely too old to be watching, they break the cycle of stigma by going outside and touching grass. But they all have the shared experience of being relentlessly bullied and ridiculed by society for things deemed unacceptable, like having asthma, being ginger, being slightly overweight, and not being white. How dare they? They all have separate run-ins with Pennywise, with Ben finally seeing his father come back from the store with cigarettes and milk, which serves as somewhat of a surprise to him, because he's dead. He then sees Pennywise there instead, as he's actually Ben's father, as his mother's got a clown fetish, otherwise known as mental illness. Beverly hears voices coming from the sink, because the little children she keeps down there started making noises again, before suddenly a balloon comes out and pops, covering the entire room with a coating of blood, serving as a visual representation of her starting to become a woman and having her first period, except not really because I made that up. After being caught skipping the showers after gym class, Eddie's sent back by the coach because he really wants to watch, when suddenly all of the showers turn on by themselves and start protruding out of the walls. Pennywise appears out of the drain, as apparently he'd never miss an opportunity to watch a young boy shower, before trying to invite him down to his house, like that one memory from my childhood that I've subconsciously blocked out. And once Pennywise is done perving on little boys in the shower, Pennywise pervs on little boys in the basement, as he takes on the appearance of a furry. Richie's sent into the school basement to retrieve a mop after his teacher retrieved his lunch all over his shirt. And instead of receiving the beating he deserves like the ginger he is, he finds a rather funny looking mop in the form of Pennywise, as he's able to turn into his victim's biggest fear, and apparently Richie's is being yiffed. And much like a tiger roaming the average Indian village, he's going to eat the children. Children eating in the basement aside, he attempts to grab them in the woods as they look through an old history book of the town, because books are for losers. A book that depicts Pennywise from as early as the 1700s, showing up roughly every 27 years like a bad case of herpes, and causing complete and utter chaos in the town. Realizing that literally everyone else can't be bothered to do anything about it, they vow to kill the creature, because kids love killing creatures. Using 2 silver earrings, they plan on defeating it with the power of ugly, because because those things are even more hideous than me. They head down into the sewers to confront Tim Curry in his favourite hangout spot, where they're followed by a bully Henry and two of his friends to conduct an ambush. And by conduct an ambush, I mean one of them is defeated by the Vietnamese approach of jumping out of the floor and killing them. Stanley's pulled aside by Henry, who's got a real big crush on him, and plans to show him his true feelings by stabbing him to death. But before he's able to do so, Pennywise appears in the form of an epileptic seizure to slowly squeeze one of his friends through a small pipe before turning Henry into a Scandinavian. All of the children then see a strange looking spaceship or something, because sure, why not? When suddenly, Pennywise appears and tries to take a bite out of Stan, before Eddie melts half of his face off with an inhaler, because he wants first dibs. The one and only shot in the entire movie where Tim wore prosthetics, because believe it or not, that's just what British people look like without a tan. Beverly hits him in the head with a piece of silver, before he does this cool ass flip and pieces out down the drain pipe. Just like my pet goldfish, that one time I wanted to see what would happen. And with Pennywise gone, Bill, never wanting to miss an opportunity to brutally kill something, makes them all promise that if the creature ever comes back to Derry, then they'll all return to kill it. And return to kill it they do, except Stanley, who gets a little bit confused and accidentally kills himself. 27 years later, and every member of the Losers Club has grown up and left Derry, except for Mike, who is indeed still a loser. Looping back to the beginning of the story, several disappearances and murders of children have occurred, and Prince Andrew isn't in town. After being called by Mike, Stanley's wife makes this face, and he makes this face, and everyone else agrees to come back to Derry and deal with the reappearance. And despite having very little memory of what took place all of those years ago, they all have the strange and overwhelming urge to beat this strange white dude up. Bill and Mike meet each other again for the first time in almost 30 years, and it looks like they're about to kiss, because remember, it's not gay if it's your homie. Richie arrives back in town and is overcome with the sheer and overwhelming desire to read a book, but is unfortunately interrupted due to some psychopath covering the entire room with blood that apparently only Richie can see, as he seems to have not taken his medication. Ben sees this friendly looking fellow waving at him from the side of the road, and Eddie's fondled by his old pharmacist, just like the old days. Beverly returns to her childhood home to be told by the current occupant that unfortunately her father passed away, and nobody bothered to tell Beverly about it because they don't care. Your dead dad is your problem. She's invited in for a cup of tea to reminisce about the old days of being horrifically beaten when she realizes that she's accidentally been handed the blood cup. I hate it when that happens. After throwing it to the floor because she hates the elderly, Beverly notices that the old woman has now transformed into the decaying corpse of her father, which is almost as bad as her just staying as an old woman. After getting chased out of the house and looking back to see Pennywise, she realizes that the entire house is completely boarded up and derelict. They all decide to meet up at the Chinese restaurant, the appropriate response to finding out an ancient demonic, possibly otherworldly entity has returned and is snacking on kids, while you snack on fried rice. Beverly faints at the sight of a bunch of middle-aged men, because apparently women can't handle their own emotions. After waking up and proceeding to immediately kiss a married man for some reason, they eventually begin to talk about Pennywise, despite most of them trying their very best to hope that the conversation never occurs. Despite them all coming to this very location to make this conversation occur. They talk about Henry and how the Scandinavian was charged with the deaths of all of the children, which honestly isn't surprising considering he dedicated all of his free time to literally trying to kill children. He's being kept in a psychiatric hospital, aka the fun ones, and he begins to see Pennywise again too. That or either his dosage is off. But either way, he's been told that he needs to head back to Derry to finish the job that he started. The questionable contents of this succulent Chinese meal then spring to life, as they often tend to do, with blood being sprayed from the fortune cookies, as well as eyeballs, clawed creatures, and a bird fetus for a bit of extra protein. A scene that was supposedly shot in one take, with the actors genuinely not knowing what was going to happen in order for their reactions to be as believable as possible, because they just don't understand foreign cultures. After fleeing back to the library to use the power of books to defend themselves against a slightly aggressive fortune cookie, they learn about the death of Stanley, before very quickly seeing the death of Stanley as they open up Mike's fridge for a few beers, because apparently this man is a raging alcoholic who drinks while dealing with the incredibly stressful job of organizing books. They open it to see Stanley's head inside, with Mike swearing that it wasn't there before, or maybe it was. He was drunk, so who knows. And after Pennywise surprises them all with some booze and head, suddenly it begins to rain inside, before managing to make it stop through the power of friendship. That'll show you, stupid Rain. After being given a knife by his old dead friend, Pennywise manages to help Henry escape by killing the guard with the dangers of slow motion. Bill's wife arrives in Derry after someone posted a TikTok of him and Beverly kissing, where she almost immediately has a run-in with Pennywise and his really cute shiny eyes. Deciding that bullying really isn't cool, they proceed to murder their bully for fun, while Ben proceeds to make out with a clown, because he's just kinda weird like that. Unfortunately, Mike took one to the guts in the process, and not in the fun way, and while visiting him in the hospital, he gives the group the silver earrings that they used to defeat Pennywise all of those years ago, after he went back down there to retrieve them during Pennywise's 27-year-long hibernation. Realizing that the only way out of this is to end it, they re-enter Pennywise's hole, and Bill immediately finds his wife's purse before forgetting how to run. After coming across a tiny door for the little sewer people, out of nowhere, Eddie proceeds to tell everyone that he's a virgin, hoping that the script holds true to the original book, and they can all just kind of fix that for him real quick, because he's just kind of greedy like that. A scene that originally had no intention of ever being in the final version until right before they shot it, where they decided that it would add more gravity to the situation. It's not the gravity that was holding him down, it was his full balls. After entering the sewer people's door, they find bodies wrapped in spider webs, including Bill's wife, who seems to have forgotten how to blink. After being disturbed by the sight of a woman, the viewers, as well as the friends, are disturbed by the sight of Pennywise's true form. A spider with an 8-pack, a decision that most people involved with the movie, including Tim Curry himself and the director Tommy Lee Wallace, disagreed with. Not because they thought that his 8-pack was promoting unrealistic body standards, but because a movie that was so prominently featuring Tim Curry as Pennywise no longer featured Tim Curry as Pennywise. It then lifts up its trench coat to mesmerize everyone and picks up Eddie. After killing him for being a virgin, Beverly fires one of the silver earrings into its rather peculiar lit up flesh pocket, causing it to retreat in pain at the sight of ugly jewelry. They then flip over with ease this ancient extraterrestrial otherworldly being that's been consuming humans for centuries and tear out its heart, because who really needs one of them anyway? The movie then comes to its end with the bodies descending and Bill's wife cosplaying as a part-time vegetable, until he manages to do what no doctor ever could and wakes her up by riding her down a hill really fast. That's how I fix all my wives. Disregarding the parts where all of those children die, the funniest thing about the existence of this adaptation is that it ran on TV, making it far easier for children to randomly stumble across it, to be horrifically terrified by the sight of Tim Curry in their dreams for the rest of their lives. I too see Tim Curry when I close my eyes at night. That and John Wayne Gacy being thrust into the public consciousness just over a decade earlier did a lot to help perpetuate the idea of clowns not being something harmless and fun, but something that likes to shove little boys under their floorboards. It would be 8 long years until the world would be graced with another on-screen adaptation of Pennywise, but this time it wouldn't be the case of a demonic, extraterrestrial, slightly hungry Tim Curry. It would be something far, far worse. An Indian. Because the thing is about India, it exists, and if your intellectual property does too, then they're gonna use it. Whoa. Translated to it from Hindi to English is a 52-episode long Indian horror television show written by 2 guys who had never read the original novel because it was simply too long. And honestly, as someone who's been turned down because mine's too long, I can respect that. All 52 episodes are available to watch for free on YouTube, with the one small caveat being that they're entirely in Hindi and I'm too stupid to understand it. And considering that this video is not sponsored by Duolingo, I'm going to stay not understanding it. But from what I can tell, it more or less follows the same premise of 7 kids vowing to defeat an evil clown creature, and by follows the same premise, I mean they turned Pennywise into a dwarf who kills himself and has now come back to enact his revenge on the non-vertically challenged. And for the life of me, I failed to understand how a 52-episode long adaptation of a book that the writers couldn't be bothered to read didn't catch on, when its grand finale culminates with our small king beaming up into space, and his mother telling him that she isn't ashamed of his height, because I too would kill people if I was a short Indian. And after that, it would be almost 20 years until the next on-screen adaptation, where our small Indian friend would grow up to become a tall Swedish person. With development of a theatrical film going back as far as 2009, I guess they just couldn't really be bothered for a bit. Until eventually they were, and after being passed to multiple directors, eventually it would fall into the hands of Andy Muschietti, who's previously written and directed a horror movie called Mama, a movie about your mum, which would very much seem to have been the right move, as 2017's It would go on to beat The Exorcist's 44-year-long streak and become the highest-grossing horror movie of all time, because people love to watch horrible things happen to children. don't you? And with almost 30 years passing since the release of Tim Curry's rendition, all of the scared little kids would have grown up to be scared little adults, as the world would collectively come to agree that mass traumatization of children wasn't an adequate way to entertain them. So with that being said, with the original rendition of Pennywise being created in such a way that was supposedly meant to appear unassuming and inviting, leaving me to think that we have very different definitions of the terms unassuming and inviting, the cat was out of the bag. Or should I say, the kid was under the storm drain. People decided to grow up and stop pretending that clowns aren't anything other than pure evil, leaving there being no point at all in attempting to hide that. This rendition of Pennywise, portrayed by Bill Skarsgård, falls far more in line with the original idea that special effects makeup artist Bart Mixon had for the 1990 version, with exaggerated facial features and a forehead so cracked that a blind person could read Braille off it. With it being lucky that Bill Skarsgård is Swedish, because he just kinda looks like that. Beginning in the exact same way as the 1990 version, except not really because it takes place in the 80s instead of the 60s, Georgie proceeds to lose his paper boat down a storm drain, when suddenly Pennywise appears from the sewer below to tell him they all float down here, in reference to the many poos he's currently standing in. And with Bill Skarsgård's natural talent to consume small children, he reaches out and bites off Georgie's arm, in a scene far more graphic than anything portrayed in the original release, with him then making like the average Minecraft YouTuber and grabbing the child. A scene, while different, shares far more in common with the original than one might think, due to there being a scene shot for the 1990 version that involved Georgie being found dead on the side of the road with a missing arm, and being brought back to his mother, unable to do their secret handshake. We're introduced to the Losers Club once more, Mike working on a farm killing livestock for fun, Bill, Richie, Stanley and Eddie being intimidated by Henry in the corridors because he has a big crush on them, Beverly getting to test out the latest release of this new perfume, and the new kid Ben forgetting about the basic concept of gravity. Mike proceeds to have an encounter with Pennywise behind the butchers, with hands emerging from a burning building, desperately asking for the moisturizer. Stanley then has the most terrifying experience of his life by meeting a female, and Ben encounters a smoldering headless body running towards him, before seeing a Swedish person. The kids all proceed to become great friends after engaging in the tried and true pastime of committing crimes, as Mike's racially abused for daring to be born a different skin color, and Ben's physically abused for daring to be fat. So after Beverly distracts the pharmacist, the friends are able to steal medical supplies to treat Ben, before we see one of Henry's friends being lured into the sewers, because you'll never know what fun things you'll find down there. Eddie's terrorized by a decaying leper coming for a big sloppy kiss, representing his fear of sickness and risk, while Beverly hears voices coming from the sink, representing that she's crazy. After the bathroom is forcefully redecorated, Bill finds Georgie in his basement, leaving him upset and confused, as all of his parents' inheritance was supposed to go to him. After Beverly shows the boys her new blood room, all of them apart from Richie confide in each other that they've all been seeing things, and not just the things their creepy uncle shows them. Ben is the one who does all of the research and explaining on account of being a nerd, and realizing that the creature that they've all been seeing comes out to feast every 27 years, and it prefers its meals, how Reddit mods prefer their relationships. Young. Using a map of all of the incidents, he pinpoints where it must be coming from, and they realize that it's an old abandoned house with a well in the basement. And after being jump scared by the average Swedish person as he climbs out of the projector, they head to the house to try and put a stop to the creature. The leper explains physics to Eddie, and Richie's locked in a room full of clown statues, with one of them resembling Tim Curry's 1990 version if he was a really small person. Eddie then watches Pennywise emerge from a fridge looking like a pretzel if it had bones, before Beverly stabs him in the head because there simply can't be more than one ginger in a room at a time. The kids leave after it descends into the well with its cool new piercing, and we see Henry kill his own father because screw you dad, you can't tell me what to do. Not wanting to miss out on the fun, Beverly kills her dad too, before being taken away by Pennywise for out-gingering him. Bill finds a note that Pennywise conveniently left for him, so gathers up the group so they can go simp over a girl. Henry, now doing Pennywise's bidding, follows the kids as they descend down an incredibly hygienic well that's adjacent to an open sewer system, and attacks Mike, who's still at the top. And after he's sent down to cool off, the others find Beverly as she's using her womanly powers to float in the air, before Pennywise does the Gangnam Style dance or something, and tries to defeat her with the power of epilepsy. Stanley gets to have his first kiss, and Ben, rather creepily, manages to wake an unconscious Beverly up by having his first kiss too. Bill ends up coming across an armless Georgie as he's trying to scam the government for disability benefits, but immediately shoots that little shit in the head with Mike's bolt gun because he wants to keep all of his toys. Pennywise begins switching between the group's biggest fears for maximum entertainment value, before Beverly, back at it with the metal rod, shoves it down his throat, causing him to descend further into the sewers as he runs away from a bunch of kids. And much like the Tommy Lee Wallace 1990 adaptation, they all swear that if the creature isn't dead, then they'll come back to make it dead. But in a scene that isn't in the original version, but was meant to be, they all make a blood pact together, which was changed in the 1990 release because everybody was scared of Cootie's older brother, AIDS. 2 years would pass in real life, and somehow 27 years would pass in Derry because someone doesn't understand math. And the next movie would start with a couple being the victim of a homophobic attack by a guy who really wanted to touch another dude. And after one of them is thrown off the bridge, Pennywise extends a helping hand before taking a bite out of him because gay people taste better. Mike finds out about Pennywise's return and decides that it's time to call up the old gang to horrifically assault a children's entertainer, Bill, a writer struggling to write the ending for the director Peter Bogdanovich, Eddie with an overbearing wife just like his overbearing mother as he clearly needs therapy, Richie, a stand-up comedian so probably a molester with a podcast, Ben, an architect who somehow managed to use his skills to create an archway to an alternate dimension as he works with Ben from the miniseries, Stanley, who takes his own life in an understandable decision after being asked to return to rural America, and Beverly, a ginger, with two of the adult characters actually being portrayed by the child actor's first choice, with Sophia Lillis choosing Jessica Chastain and Finn Wolfhard choosing Bill Hader, where the other guys unfortunately didn't get their picks because screw those guys. With Jessica seeming to be almost perfect for the role on account of actually killing an ancient demonic clown in real life, as well as previously working with Andy Muschietti on his directorial debut Mama. Henry, looking a little less like he'd pillaged the Christians this time around, is being kept in a psych ward after committing psychotic actions such as murder, but interestingly only for his father and not all of the other kids that he was blamed for back in the 1990 rendition. All of the friends meet for some Chinese, as apparently the people of Derry have some kind of sick tradition involving eating the Asians. But they suddenly decide to fight back as a humanoid baby creature emerges from one of the fortune cookies as someone really needs to call the health inspector. After finding out about Stanley's death, because they all just kind of forgot about his existence, we see that Pennywise has absolutely no table manners as he dribbles all over the place before taking a bite out of this girl's head. Over the years of conducting research into the creature, Mike discovered that a Native American tribe previously used an ancient ritual to capture the creature inside of an artifact that he's now in possession of, because much like the Americans that came before him, he saw something that didn't belong to him and took it anyway, with no one seeming to question that if they managed to capture the creature, then how come it is currently very much not captured? The creature being an ancient otherworldly being that slumbered beneath the surface of the earth for millions of years, patiently waiting the arrival of mankind. And when they finally arrived and the town of Derry was created above his original landing spot, he decided to eat the children because they taste best, something that he's been able to get away with since the settlers arrived due to his presence manipulating the adults' brains, like the average League of Legends player, in the private messages of a minor. That or they just really hate their kids. Mike explains that in order for the ritual to be complete, they must retrieve a personal artifact from their childhood and burn it. Beverly heads to her childhood home to learn about the death of her father, conveniently forgetting about her speedrun to become an orphan, before being invited in and destroying this old woman's home, because screw old people. She finds an old poem written by Ben, before she's sprinted at by a giant naked zombie lady with breasts sagging bigger than my future. Rich is called gay by Pennywise like the average 12-year-old in a Call of Duty lobby, and Bill finds his old bike in a pawn shop owned by Stephen King, who sells it back to him for an audacious $300, because cocaine is expensive. After Bill finds out that a young boy now lives in the house he grew up in, we then see Ben reliving a memory from school where he was running away from a girl, because girls are scary. Eddie relives a memory of his own, where he was lured into the pharmacy basement, where he was forced to watch the leper tongue his mother, before seeing that he likes to keep it in the family, as he comes back for him as an adult. Henry breaks out of the psychiatric hospital with this little easy trick called murder, before forcefully deciding that it's time for Eddie to enter his emo phase, as he pierces his cheek. Something that Eddie kindly repays him for by poking around in his guts, but not in the fun way. Punctured organs being merely a suggestion to Henry, attacks Mike before Richie decides to test out this cool new axe on the back of his head. After heading back to the original house and down into the well, they enter a cave to find where Pennywise originally landed, and performing the ritual, they summon Pennywise in his true form. Except not really, as it never worked for the Native Americans back then, and it isn't going to work for the non-Native Americans now. The spider from the 1990 adaptation makes a return, but you know, actually good this time, and they managed to fix the problem that Tommy Lee Wallace had with the cave being too bright by giving you a fucking seizure. Pennywise levitates Richie, just like he did with Beverly all of those years ago by being a gross mouth breather, before it impales Eddie after he throws a metal spear into his mouth. At least this Eddie got some sort of penetration before he died. With Pennywise being injured and weak, they managed to defeat this all-powerful, world-consuming evil creature by simply calling it mean words. And after they're speaking to it as if they are one of those kids from Xbox whose parents don't love them enough, they pull out its heart and crush it, just like my ex-wife did to me. The person locked in my basement aside, that would mark the end of Pennywise and his multiple adaptations, except not really, because money. Heading back to its roots as a TV show, 2024 will see the release of the Welcome to Derry series that sees Andy Muschietti come back to direct the first episode of the 1960s-based prequel, with it not seeing a return of Bill Skarsgård as Pennywise, because they're racist against the Swedish. As of now, there's not too much to be said about the series, as much like my IQ, the information around it is currently extremely limited. But nevertheless, if it involves the horrific consumption of terrified children for our viewing pleasure, count me in. So before this video comes to an end, I'd like to give a massive shout out and a big thank you to all of the YouTube members and patrons, the people who every month continue to support the channel, despite YouTube making it incredibly obvious that they're not exactly fond of the type of content I make. If you yourself are interested in becoming a YouTube member or a patron, not only are you just generally being a great support to the channel, but you get access to a few little perks like the private Discord server, where you then get links to uncensored versions of all videos going forward. So starting off with this week's new YouTube member signups, a massive thank you to Doomslayer66, Amelana, Econut C, Josephine F, Jen Warren Gray, Rojinoni, Otago Chan, Travis Pribliski, Drakenblut04, Loki Doki Doki, Zani Murno, Keegan Neely, Dave, Cartnor, Dennis, Daniel Combs, Cake, Daniel B, Nathaniel Murphy, Jefferson Norup, Meow QC, Emil Nielsen, Danny Woods, Gualberto Carrion, A7 Hori 7Y, Batgirl 727, Caleb Herbert, Macho, Jenna, Brian Dubber, Jenna Lee Franco, Fabrico Rua Sanchez, and Fundy25. Now heading over to this week's new Patreon signups, a massive thank you to Simeon Gonad, Kenny, Daniel Nunali, Doomsday Adams, Whitner MC, Connor Hornsby, Michael M, Gooseneck, Ruckus, Josh Wilford, Ollie James, Caesar Vicario, Cartoon Logic, Wildnar, Jacob Chadwick, Jerry Lee, Andrew Davenport, Reaganomics Lamborghini, Tommy Boy, Ben Fellas, Jared Gibbs, Kyle Evans from Walsall, Rainbow Bullet, Astral Helix, Lemon Tarts, Michael Navarro, Triple Flim Flam 101, Uriah Carter, Road Weary, Renzo Menzo, Wojciech, Jennifer Doon, Rule Govella, Kelly NG Bonofalco, and Anti Moistlow. And once again, a massive shout out to all of the YouTube members and patrons, and a big thank you to everyone else for watching. And once again, thanks to Fishing Clash for sponsoring today's video. Be sure to use code BIGWILL for $20 worth of rewards. Child's Play is a movie about a grown man desperately trying to get inside of a little boy, and the movie about the extreme danger that gingers pose to our society. Starting back in 1988, back when it was still socially acceptable to blow cigarette smoke directly into your infant's face, and slapping your wife about after a few beers was referred to as blowing off steam, Chucky sees the story of Charles Lee Ray, otherwise known as the Lakeshore Strangler, a seasoned serial killer who miserably fails at killing a preschooler. Being shot dead by a police officer due to strangling people alongside the shore of a lake generally being frowned upon by society, using voodoo magic taught to him by an instructor named John Bishop, with his final and dying breath, Charles manages to switch his soul from his pink liquid-filled flesh sack, which, unlike this video of a respectable young woman I just watched on the hub, is prone to the unfortunate side effect of falling over and dying when metal foreign objects penetrate it at great speed, and instead placing it in a piece of hard plastic known as a good guy doll, plagued with the unfortunate curse of being a ginger. Sometime later, a woman named Karen Barkley finds a housingly challenged man in the alleyway behind her work selling one, and she decides to take advantage of someone in an incredibly vulnerable position and lowball them, because she believes that the homeless aren't real people. She brings the good guy doll home for her son Andy's birthday to make up for the unfortunate fact that he is from Chicago. And Andy, being far more happy with this present compared to his trousers that she gave him earlier to signify just how much she hates him, asks the doll what its name is, and it responds with Chucky. Chucky from Rugrats if he had a debilitating heroin addiction. And despite it being her young son's birthday, with her already working a shift in the day, Karen is forced to go back for a night shift as her best friend Maggie babysits, because capitalism is great and is really fun. The reason Chucky's mortal vessel ended up receiving a few extra breathing holes is because of his partner in crime, Eddie Caputo, ended up fleeing the scene due to their fun little activity of murdering people for fun, having this neat little side effect known as consequences for their actions. In the process, leaving Chucky stranded, leading him to the rational and sane conclusion that he should transfer his soul into a fleshlight with legs. After getting out of bed like the naughty little boy that he is to watch the news report about Eddie getting away, a burning hatred is ignited in his heart against all baked goods as he throws all of the flour on the floor, as well as a burning hatred for Maggie as he throws her out of the window because screw that car in particular. Karen returns home after a nice long shift of police negligence, as apparently not one single police officer thought it was a good idea to call her, despite a literal 6-year-old being present at the scene of someone attempting to outdo gravity. The homicide detective, the same one that thought Charles's jacket didn't have nearly enough ventilation in it, is at the apartment and insinuates that Andy is the one responsible for Maggie's death, before straight up saying that Andy isn't the one responsible for Maggie's death, because it's just a prank, bro. Andy tries to tell them both that it was Chucky and his real name is Charles Lee Ray, telling them that Chucky said Maggie was a bitch and she got what she deserved. The detective, not quite sure if this is good old-fashioned child imagination with a side of schizophrenia, doesn't take what Andy says seriously and leaves with all of the other police officers because police work is hard and they can't be bothered to do it. The next day, after somehow being sent to school despite his babysitter's impromptu skydiving session, Chucky convinces him to walk right out of the school, because I guess that's a thing kids can just do, and get on the train to head to Eddie's hideout. After arriving at the part of town filled with all of the gross poor people, Andy goes to pee, giving Chucky the perfect opportunity to run towards Eddie's house and turn the gas stove on, because Eddie may be a homicidal maniac living in an abandoned house, but he always pays his utility bills. Hearing noises, Eddie lets out his inner Frank Reynolds and starts blasting, before coming to the realization that he really hates his kitchen, and that he's going to shoot it. But when he does shoot it, the kitchen shoots back, and the gas filling the room causes the entire building to explode, because his cooking was simply to die for. With Andy being found at yet another crime scene involving a rather suspicious death, and with no one seeming to question how a literal 6-year-old boy and his Cabbage Patch looking ass friend were able to track down a wanted fugitive, Andy's placed into psychiatric care at the Children's Hospital, because quite frankly that's far easier for the police to do than admit that they've just been outsmarted by someone who occasionally shits themselves. Speaking of unwanted depositories being left in the trouser leg, Karen, back home with Chucky, notices that the batteries were never put inside the doll, and screams after checking for herself, because there's nothing quite as terrifying as an empty hole. After threatening to throw Chucky into the fire unless he talks, he calls her a not very nice word that Jesus wouldn't approve of, before unfortunately for her, she catches one of the most vile and horrific curses, as she's bitten by a ginger kid. Being outrun by a 2-foot-tall piece of plastic like a toddler on crack, Chucky takes off into the street as Karen chases, where she then goes to find the homicide detective, who unfortunately for her isn't a fan of women and these little things called their own opinions. After not being interested in helping her, she goes out to find the homeless man who originally sold her the doll, where he then attempts to sell her an unwanted STD before she's saved by the detective, who actually decided to do something for once. After finding out that the doll was scavenged from the very toy store that the detective killed Charles in, he heads back to the police station to check on his files, as he's realized that maybe he should do at least the very bare minimum required work. On the way out, he's attacked by a certain strawberry-haired manlet who attempts to choke him out with a handful of wires, because the gingers do not respect the police, and apparently they're incredibly strong too, as this clearly grown man is given an impromptu strangle-dangle session without the fun part, as he desperately concentrates on the art of not horrifically dying. After getting Chucky to stop, the best way you'd get a toddler-sized person to stop misbehaving, melting their face with a lighter, the car flips and the detective shoots Chucky in the chest, just like he did to Charles's original body when he created the Forbidden Glory hole. The detective and Karen end up going to Charles's house to discover that the walls are covered in respectable and modest artwork depicting the average Big Will meetup. Hung naked dudes covered in blood, on their knees in front of large black men. After learning that Charles used to spend a lot of time on his knees around a man named John Bishop, they go to pay him a visit. But Chucky's already been there first, and has unfortunately had to murder him after being given the horrific news that he's about to spend the rest of his life as a ginger in a vertically challenged person's body. That is, unless he can transfer his soul into the first person he revealed his secret to, before he becomes too human. After being told that Chucky is about to do a Prince Andrew, and desperately try to manipulate himself inside of a minor, with John's dying breath, he tells the pair that the only way to stop Chucky now is to destroy the heart, because that's where the pee is stored. Chucky sneaks into the psychiatric hospital, because that's where all the fun people live, but Andy manages to outsmart him on account of Chucky being a stupid fucking doll. That is, until a doctor grabs him and attempts to sedate him, because much like Prince Andrew, the correct answer is always drug kids. Chucky, for some reason, not wanting to wait for the already fleeing kid to be nicely sedated for him, decides to kill the doctor with some good old-fashioned electroshock therapy, the type that they gave women back in the 50s for daring to have audacious things known as their own opinions. Which gives Andy the chance to get away. After learning that a 6-year-old managed to escape a psychiatric hospital with ease, Karen and the detective realize that Andy will be heading straight home because he's 6 and literally doesn't know anywhere else, except maybe the local McDonald's. Infuriated that Andy didn't bring him one of those Oreo McFlurries, Chucky hits him over the head with a baseball bat because he prefers it when his children are a little bit more like vegetables. Karen and the detective get home and chaos ensues, as people are bit, chunks of plastic are shot, and grown men trained to protect and serve are knocked unconscious by toddlers with severe anger issues. Chucky is thrown into the fireplace for time out, before being set on fire by Andy as he lights the match, because he wonders what it'll smell like. Once they think that Chucky is dead, he commits the criminal offense of child endangerment by tripping Andy over, because kids falling down will always be hilarious. Much like genital warts, Chucky simply won't die no matter how many times you horrifically burn him, leaving Karen with no choice but to repeatedly shoot off all of his limbs until eventually he stops moving. After they're done playing this elaborate game of dollies, but with a slight amount more of mental illness, the detective's partner arrives to make fun of these virgin losers for taking their collectible dolls so seriously, when suddenly he's grabbed around the throat by a malfunctioning Hitachi magic wand before he's shot through the heart by the detective. And the movie comes to an end with the entire world thinking that they're all just insane, refusing to take the rather terrifying threat of gingers very seriously at all. Fun fact, despite Chucky being controlled by a complicated set of animatronics and a team of incredibly talented puppeteers, multiple shots were filmed with the help of a man named Ed Gale in a suit. Ed Gale being someone who shares somewhat of a similar interest with Chucky as he desperately attempts to meet up with minors to conduct despicable acts. 2 years pass, and much like Ed Gale, allegedly, and the average League of Legends player, Chucky doesn't learn his lesson after law enforcement intervention and seeks out little boys because he's, lonely. Chucky's recovered from police evidence, and the company who originally created the doll somehow thinks that the best way to dispel the rumors about there being a sentient psychotic killer doll is to restore it and say, see, we don't kill kids. Well, not until the third movie anyway. During this time, we find out that really suiting a lobotomy, Andy's mother Karen is being held under psychiatric observation due to the heinous crime of being female. Andy currently lives in a children's crisis center, and the police are denying everything about it because they're currently too busy beating up minorities. Sullivan, the CEO of the company who created the doll, gets a front row seat to witness Chucky receive some of the meanest head I've ever seen, before the operator is electrocuted due to a machine malfunction and sent flying backwards through a window for using too much teeth. And much like the average billionaire looking down on all of the disgusting poor people who smell kind of funny, Sullivan goes, "That's not my problem," and leaves it for someone else to clean up. And just like when you go to choose a new dog from the shelter, Andy's finally fostered by the Simpsons family, who hopes that he isn't the type to shit on the carpet. The Simpsons also foster another kid named Kyle, because apparently they really need that foster money, as they've got a little kid factory going on in here. They've even got him doing chores around the house. These guys have figured it out. After leaving a good guy doll in a room now belonging to the kid who was horribly traumatized by a good guy doll, Joanne takes it away after having a little bit of fun mentally damaging the kid, and we see that the original Chucky doll is taken from the factory by one of the employees. The original Chucky doll, who uses the employee's car phone to find out the exact location of Andy's whereabouts in minutes, as children's health and safety precautions are merely a suggestion. He then suffocates the man to death with a plastic bag as he summons the strength of 1,000 toddlers, as he then infiltrates the family's house and assassinates the previous good guy doll with the Simpsons' sentimentally priceless family heirloom. We see Kyle and Andy begin to bond, due to the fact that no one loves them and that they're forever alone, and Chucky, wasting no time in doing questionable things to small little boys as they sleep, wakes Andy up later that night after restraining him to the bed, because despite having quite literally the world's worst luck at holding this kid down, and saying a few little funny sounding words in this made up language known as Haitian, apparently it brings him that much pleasure to mentally torment an 8-year-old boy, because he simply can't help himself. I too am fueled by the tears of children. Which of course results in him almost immediately being interrupted by Kyle, as she sneaks back into the house through his bedroom window, where she's left thinking that this kid is completely and utterly fucked in the head for doing this to himself. After all of the commotion alerts Phil and Joanne, Chucky's thrown into the cellar for being a ginger, which in turn causes his nose to bleed in the process, meaning that once again he's turning into a human, cursed with the horrible affliction known as being short. The next day, after sneaking onto the school bus with Andy and writing a really lovely, encouraging note to his teacher, he's held back for detention due to his egregious handwriting skills, immediately followed by him saying no thank you and climbing out of the window because he simply cannot be detained and learning is for dumb people. After making the smarterest decision of his life and fleeing, the teacher returns to see that the school is haunted by a ghost with Parkinson's disease as the cupboard in the corner of the room is repeatedly shaking, and after opening it up, thinking that Andy locked himself inside of it looking for the alternative entrance to Narnia, Chucky performs an at-home breast enlargement surgery on the woman as he stabs her in the chest with a ball pump before beating her to death with a ruler for committing the disgusting sin of teaching math. Much like the Mongols did to literally everyone because they felt like it, Andy comes to the conclusion that if you want something dead, you're gonna have to do it yourself. So later that evening, he arms himself with an electric carving knife and heads down into the basement and fucking kills his dad. Except he doesn't, because his real dad went to the store for cigarettes and milk a long time ago because he hates him, and Chucky tripped Phil, causing him to land on his exceptionally heavy cranium and die, making it look like Andy did it. Andy's then sent back to the Children's Crisis Center because this kid's defective, and Kyle, still at the Simpsons' house, throws the Chucky doll in the trash. After accidentally unearthing the previous doll dismembered and buried by Chucky, because apparently the dustbin is far too much of a complicated complex for him, she heads back to the trash can and he's gone. Coming to the conclusion that she is indeed a schizophrenic, Kyle immediately grabs a knife because she knows how to have a good time. She then finds Joanne with a slight amount of ketchup around her neck, as eating is something she really struggles with, before Chucky attacks her from behind, like some kind of magically appearing, hyperactive psychotic toddler. And much like your average hyperactive toddler, she throws it across the room. After tripping Kyle over and holding the knife to her face, he then makes her drive him to the Children's Crisis Center because he has a seriously unhealthy obsession with prepubescent little boys. Speaking of priests, Chucky then gets himself some head, and by head I mean he's thrown through the front window of the car, as Kyle slams the brakes and attempts to run him over. But much like my girlfriend after I've taken my medication, he's completely disappeared. And apparently being overcome with the sheer and overwhelming urge to feel the cold night's breeze, Kyle gets out of the car instead of simply not doing that, to immediately be recaptured by Chucky. After pulling the fire alarm to get Andy to appear, Chucky proceeds to stab an employee through the chest, as Kyle and Andy just kinda look on like, whoa, that's crazy. Chucky makes off with Andy, and Kyle follows them in her car after spotting them getting a ride on the back of a truck. She forces the truck driver to pull over by being an average woman driver, before chasing Chucky and Andy into the Good Guy factory, where Chucky begins performing the ritual. But it's too late, as he's been outsmarted by an 8-year-old. After going to kill Andy out of frustration, you know, as you do, Kyle saves his life due to the skillful utilization of the deadly weapon known as a cardboard box, and the pair make a run for it. After redirecting Chucky's life to become quite successful on one of those amputee fetish websites, he forces the knife into his new stump so he can get stumping. And stumping is exactly what he does, if the term stumping is described as murdering people. The apparent single employee in this entire operational factory comes to check a clogged conveyor belt, caused due to the antics of Kyle and Andy as they're desperately trying to run away from the funny looking G.I. Joe toy, and Chucky cuts him across the face, causing him to be held down by a machine and gently murdered to death as pistons fire plastic eyeballs directly into his brain. Kyle, coming to the realization of, wait, why am I running from this little fellow when I could literally just not do that, knocks him onto a machine that punctures him into place, before he's taken up a conveyor belt into a large machine that leaves him looking like the average member of the Kardashian family after spending too much time in the suntan machine. And much like the Kardashians, that melted pile of plastic is only half of him, and just like they do in their spare time, Chucky's too busy playing with corpses. He swings it into Kyle, which knocks her unconscious and onto the conveyor belt, and as Andy's left wondering how a man already half the size of a man could possibly set up that scenario, Chucky begins dragging his disabled looking ass over to Andy, before Andy releases a valve that sprays him with molten plastic, melting him. Again. After saving Kyle from the bimbo machine just in time, cosplaying as an unborn fetus, Chucky jumps up at Kyle before she forces an exposed electrical wire into his mouth to expose the inside of his body, as for some reason he just kind of explodes. 8 years pass since the previous events of Child's Play 2, because much like a case of herpes, Chucky's here to stay and pop up consistently throughout your life at the most inopportune moments. But only 1 year has passed since the creation of Child's Play 2, because money is good, and I would like more of it, please. And apparently it would seem that the people behind the creation of the Good Guy dolls haven't quite learnt their lesson yet, because much like my undiagnosed autism, they're about to create some issues. The factory from the end of the last movie is cleaned up, and we see that the physics in the Child's Play universe don't quite make sense, in that I mean that there aren't any. Somehow, Chucky's got the wettest, juiciest, moistest blood of them all, as it drips into a vat of goop, hopefully not used to create vaginal essence scented candles, but more dolls. Chucky is somehow able to be reborn a third time with his ancient voodoo magic, but doesn't have enough points to choose a new player model. The Good Guy dolls are put back into production again, and Mr. Sullivan receives the first one. That character's so based from the previous movie that didn't care when his employees died, because low-wage workers don't count as real entities. Which of course means Chucky uses a jar full of marbles to take him to the floor before choking him to death with a yo-yo. Yay, murder. Once again, Chucky has a new body, so much like the average To Catch a Predator star, he must find an underage boy. Andy, now 16 years old and still with no mother, because she thinks he smells weird or something, has been sent to military school. Because there's nothing more American than sending a seriously disturbed and psychologically damaged kid, constantly connected to suspicious deaths, and teaching them how to kill people. Andy then gets his 1990s and 2020s mullet shaved off as his new friend Tyler sits there, and begins to have a panic attack at the sight of the Good Guy cartoon on TV, as he looks as if he's just remembered that he forgot to turn his oven off, except he doesn't have an oven, he's in military school, and no one loves him. Andy sent a Good Guy doll in the mail, thanks to his good buddy old pal Charles, because there's nothing 16-year-old boys like more in this world than children's toys made for infants. Especially the bronies. His friend Tyler is tasked with delivering it to him, but upon finding out what's contained inside the package, he decides to steal it for himself, because kids are little shits. Wanting to teach Tyler a lesson about stealing people's property, Chucky plans to steal his entire existence, as now he's got a new body. He thinks that technically Tyler is the first person he's exposed his secret to, kind of forgetting about that time he turned an old guy into a paraplegic for the lols. So with Chucky's plan already not making any sense, and Chucky's incredibly poor track record of getting away with doing things to little boys, he's immediately interrupted midway through the ritual, because of course he is. The Colonel takes the Chucky doll away from Tyler, because this was the 1990s when you beat your kids and called them homophobic slurs for not sticking to made-up age-appropriate norms. He goes to throw Chucky into the dumpster, because boys shouldn't be playing with dolls as it does things to their brains. You know, unlike sleeping, showering, and changing around other boys. That just builds character. On the way to the dumpster, both Chucky and Andy lock eyes, like long-lost friends finally being reunited to remember the good old times involving murder, fear, extreme psychological damage, and a little bit more murder. After being put into the back of the garbage truck, Chucky convinces the driver to climb into the back for this rather elaborate game of hide and seek, where he then proceeds to crush him to death, because I guess he just kind of felt like it. And like the average member of the British monarchy, not missing a chance to sneak into a little boy's room, Chucky ambushes Andy later that night, as he doesn't want him to get in the way of the ritual between him and Tyler, when he could have just as easily, literally not done that. Technically, Andy didn't know that that doll was Chucky. As far as he knew, Chucky died one whole movie ago. He could have just let him be, and could have got on with his plan, with Andy being none the wiser. But now he's put himself in a position to immediately mess up his plan, with his plan immediately being messed up. Cadet Lieutenant Colonel Shelton, making a habit of entering the boys' bedrooms at night, walks in and makes fun of Andy for playing with a doll, before taking it for himself, so he can play with a doll. Andy, now realizing that he needs to stop Chucky once again, but this time to save his friend Tyler, as apparently the psychopathic, inept child killer doll thought it was a great idea to tell his entire plan to the kids that made a mockery out of him when he was 8 years old. Andy sneaks into Shelton's room to find Chucky, but is startled by him instead, resulting in him accidentally sitting on Shelton's lap, which is actually one of his favourite activities. Using this opportunity to turn the entire school against Andy, Shelton has them all outside in the dark conducting drills, because there's nothing quite as riveting as walking around in circles. The crackhead outside of my local shop does it all the time. While playing a nice friendly game of hide the soul with Tyler, Chucky ends up killing the Colonel through the power of sausage and bacon after jumping out at him with a knife, causing him to have a heart attack. The next day, Sergeant Botnick, who cuts the boy's hair, ends up coming across the Chucky doll hidden in one of his cupboards, and comes to the perfectly sane and rational conclusion that this ginger prick needs a haircut. But Chucky's more of the opinion that Botnick's throat needs a cut, and gives him a nice quick short back and sides. Shortly followed by Andy's roommate Whitehurst walking in to see that the Sergeant Botnick has now retired from a life of touching young boys' heads, before running away and telling absolutely nobody about the dead man and the little doll that just killed him. Whitehurst then rejoins everyone as they're about to set off to do their war games, an exercise for the students to perform without all of the fun of violating the Geneva Convention. It's one team against another team playing capture the flag on Blood Gulch, except that Chucky has switched out a load of the paintball bullets for real bullets. Andy and one of his other friends, De Silva, decide to spontaneously check each other for tonsil stones before Andy decides that he's got far more important things to do instead of deciphering what she had for breakfast this morning, and leaves to try and save Tyler. Tyler ends up stabbing Chucky with a knife after Andy made the smart decision to give a blade to a literal 8-year-old, before Chucky attacks and captures De Silva and uses her radio to tell Andy that he'll swap her for Tyler, while also using the radios to have the teams converge at the same point and begin firing at each other, killing Shelton in the process. With it not being the first time that Shelton's taken someone else's load to the chest, he then throws a grenade at the group of kids for the fun of it, but Whitehurst jumps onto it to save everyone. With Whitehurst's insides now being on the outsides, Tyler runs towards the nearby carnival, and Andy and De Silva follow to find a dead security guard with his gun taken. But lucky for them, this is America, and the security guard has a second gun conveniently waiting for them. After following Chucky and Tyler into a haunted house attraction, Chucky shoots De Silva in the leg due to his long history of not liking women very much, or anyone really, and after showing off how good of a Boy Scout he is by tying a knot for her, Andy goes after Chucky and Tyler as Chucky has half of his face sliced off by a giant Grim Reaper that's apparently just chilling in this children's ride with a very real scythe, because screw children and their stupid little faces. After using one of the props to get on top of the ride, Tyler is knocked unconscious, giving Chucky the perfect opportunity to begin conducting the ritual, because apparently doing it back at the school before anyone else knew he even existed was simply too boring. But using the gun taken from De Silva, Andy shoots off his arm because he prefers it with the blade attachment, before throwing him backwards into a giant fan blade, where everyone then lives happily ever after, as there was never another Chucky movie ever made again. Do you want to see uncensored versions of all of my videos going forward? How about getting exclusive access to my Discord server? Well, consider checking out the Patreon or becoming a YouTube member for those benefits. I also shout out each week's new signups at the end of every video as well. And while you're checking things out, how about you take a look at my clothing brand Morbid Minds and seeing if there's anything you like. So starting off with this week's new YouTube signups, a big thank you to Entity 101, Gaddy Frederick, Austin Sanders, Frax, AT Detective, Ragnarok 935, Hubble Double Trouble, Emil Nielsen, Batgirl 727, Cal Ballinger, Cameron, Fundy25, Hazy, Melquier Tabone, Janelli Franco, CS Lavi, Juan G, Jan Montgomery, Hurley 0811, and Froglin. Now heading over to this week's new Patreon signups, a massive thank you to Goncalo Tovar, Lance Hicks, Darcy Lane, Joseph Kern, Austin Turner, Matthew Fung, Brian Terada, Gorgon Morgan, Drico E, Aaron Radwan, Nut Rocket, Ain't That Quinton, Rachel Durkin, Jared Taylor, Swank Nebula 69, Hunter Kiblin, Logan Lorilio, Ty, Amimax, Justin Brock, Tendi, Realm Center, Mayako, Niels Hagsman, Manflesh, WGN Gamer, Jake Roylance, Mike Lamb, Rebecca Fritz, M. Daniel, Nick Bodenbender, X Jupiter, Adam Harrison, Mason Burnett, Deadman Walking 13, and Jacob Stevens. So once again, a massive shout out to all of the YouTube members and patrons, and a big thank you to everyone else for watching.
If you moved into a creepy old house that turned out to be possessed by a demonic spirit, what would you do? The rooms are empty, but there's something living in the shadows, and it wants your whole family dead. I'm here to break down the mistakes made, what you should do, and how to beat the haunting demon in The Conjuring. This family is about to have the scariest night of their lives. It's a fall afternoon in Harrisville, Rhode Island, and Roger and Carolyn pull into their driveway with a car full of kids. Everyone's excited because it's move-in day at their new countryside house. Well, almost everyone, except for their oldest daughter, Andrea, and especially not their lovable family pooch, Sadie. It's a bit of a fixer-upper. The place is run down, isolated, and their dog won't even step through the front door. While the rest of the family unpacks their things, their youngest daughter, April, goes to check out the pond, where she finds an old music box under a big, creepy tree. Later that night, the girls play hide and clap, and Christine wanders around the house, blindfolded, looking for her sisters. She finds Nancy hiding in the closet, but that's when the girls knock a board off from the wall, revealing a hidden set of stairs that leads down to the cellar. Their dad pulls the rest of the boards away before lighting a match and descending into the cobweb-filled darkness. Just as the rest of them start to get worried, he climbs back through and says the place is only full of old junk, but warns the girls to stay out of the basement until he gets it cleaned up. The family heads to bed for the night, but their dog is barking like crazy and still refusing to come inside. Okay, this family might think that they're in for a normal night, but if you can't tell what's about to happen, then you haven't been paying attention. Our four-legged friend Sadie here already knows what's up, but the so-called superior species can't seem to take the hint. Whether or not dogs can actually sense spirits can't be proven by science, but what we do know is that our canine companions are naturally gifted with senses that are much more powerful than a human's, and could help them pick up on things that we wouldn't immediately notice. A dog's strongest tool is their nose. Depending on the breed, their sense of smell can be up to 10,000 times more powerful than ours. And this means that they can smell all kinds of things that we can't. More than just super sniffers, dogs also have keen hearing, which allows them to detect sounds at higher frequencies than we can normally pick up, as well as eyes that are tuned for better sight in low-light conditions. Sadie here looks like an English shepherd dog, a breed that's known for their high intelligence and courage. As herding dogs, they take protecting their family very seriously, which explains her barking at them through the bedroom window. She was trying her hardest to get them out of the house. Besides keeping us company, they were born to protect farm animals from dangerous predators like wolves and coyotes. So if something's got them scared, it's in your best interest to pay attention. Sadie's reaction to the house should have been an immediate red flag. Now, if you're wondering where a spirit could be lurking, look no further than that creepy-ass basement. A cellar full of old junk is nothing to call the priest about, but when that cellar was boarded up and mysteriously missing from the property listing, there's only two possible explanations, and neither of them are good. Either that last owner was trying to keep people out, or they were trying to keep something in. After finding that, I'd want to search for any property records I could dig up to see what else this place might be hiding. They haven't experienced any paranormal activity yet, but something tells me that the real nightmare is just about to begin. The next morning, Carolyn wakes up with a mysterious bruise on her leg. The house is freezing cold, and at night the girls noticed a rancid smell in their bedrooms. Even the clocks have stopped working, all of them stopping at exactly 3:07 a.m. Things are already bad, but that's when they hear April's terrified scream from outside and find their poor dog lying dead in the yard. That night, while the family is asleep, an unforeseen force tries to pull Christine out of bed. Roger wakes up at his desk and hears a strange thumping from somewhere in the house. When the door at the end of the hallway swings open on its own, he thinks that it's just a breeze from an open window. But after a moment, the thumping starts again, this time coming from upstairs, where he finds Cindy sleepwalking and banging her head against the closet door. In the morning, Carolyn notices another huge bruise on her back and promises Roger that she'll go see a doctor. As he's heading out for work, he's scared by a bird that dies from crashing into the side of the house. April starts talking to her new imaginary friend, Rory, and tells her mom that he comes from the mirror in the music box that she found. She's bored while her sisters are away at school, so Carolyn puts on a blindfold and they play a game of hide and clap. When she gets to the oldest girl's bedroom, the closet doors swing open behind her and a pair of hands clap from the shadows behind the hanging clothes, drawing her closer. She checks inside, but gets creeped out when she sees that nobody is there. And as April walks in from the hallway, she realizes that her daughter was never in the room at all. At night, things get even worse. The demonic spirit almost pulls Christine to the floor, and she realizes that it's not just her imagination. Something is seriously wrong. Terrified, she peeks under her bed and watches as the door slowly moves on its own. She cries for her sister, pointing into the darkness and whispering that she can see somebody standing in the corner of their room. Nancy gets up to check, and that's when the bedroom door slams shut, frightening both girls and causing them to scream for their parents, with Christine saying that the demon wants to kill them all. Okay, this spirit doesn't waste any time. So what should the family do? The best place to start is always with the most logical explanations. Carolyn's mysterious bruise could be chalked up to something as simple as her banging her leg during the move and not noticing it until the morning. Intense exercise, like carrying furniture in and out of the house, can often lead to bruising around the affected muscles. The uncomfortable cold could most likely be a problem with the furnace, and the rancid smell the result of mildew, mold, or a dead animal decaying somewhere out of sight. Before we jump into a full-blown exorcism, I'd suggest calling a repairman, a mold specialist, and an exterminator just to see what they could find. As for April's imaginary friend, Cindy's sleepwalking, and Carolyn and Christine's hallucinations, these can all be explained by a lack of sleep brought on by a general sense of anxiety after their big move. Since these four are experiencing the worst symptoms, the best thing to do is for Carolyn to take the three girls to their family doctor right away for a medical professional's opinion. With our logical bases covered, we can move on to more sinister explanations, starting with what happened to poor Sadie. If we believe that the spirit killed her, then it would have done so to get closer to April, getting rid of her protector and replacing the dog as her new best friend. All of this started when she found the music box, so I'd take that thing away and tell her straight up that her friend Rory is actually an evil spirit who wants to hurt the family. As a young kid, she won't be in denial that this could even be possible like an adult would be, so it's best to just confront the problem head on. The wardrobe and the music box seem to be the most direct conduits for the spirit, so we're going to need to do something about them if we want the house ghost-free. My gut instinct is to take any of the old antiques that were in the house out to the backyard and have a big bonfire. But experts say that destroying the haunted object might just cause the spirit to jump out and latch onto something else, or someone else. So it's probably better to take a different approach. The safest bet would be to spiritually cleanse the entire house, but that process can be a bit complicated. For starters, if you want to get a priest involved, then you'll need a direct approval from the church. And by the time you get that, it could already be too late. So, if you're looking to take matters into your own hands, you can purchase bundles of cleansing herbs from a spiritual shop, using the smoke to cleanse the house room by room. For added protection, sprinkling salt along your doorways and windowsills is said to create a barrier for evil spirits. Other than destroying the cursed object or trying to cleanse the home, the only remaining option is to try and transfer the items to somebody else. It's a sketchy move, but you could have a big garage sale or take the items over to a donation center, and once the cursed goods are off your hands, then it's really not your problem anymore. With the demonic encounters ramping up, it's only a matter of time until someone starts crawling on the ceiling and vomiting blood, and the family needs to take some action while they still can. The next night, Carolyn is folding laundry when she hears a child giggle and clap from somewhere in the house. She goes to investigate, finding all the girls asleep in their beds, but just as she starts to think that it might have been her imagination, every picture frame hanging in the hallway behind her drops and shatters to the floor. Downstairs, the clock strikes 3 a.m. and someone claps again, leading Carolyn into the kitchen where she sees the basement door swing open. Needing to make sure that her kids are safe, she goes to check it out, and that was her worst mistake. She flips on the light and peeks around before wisely deciding to turn back, but it's too late. The door slams shut in her face, sending her rolling down the stairs into the darkness. As she looks around the basement, a ball bounces out from the shadows, and Carolyn runs up the stairs as the only source of light explodes. She makes it to the top, striking a match to get a look around, but a pair of ghostly hands claps directly behind her, and she screams as the match goes out. Meanwhile, Andrea wakes up to a thumping sound in her bedroom. and sees Cindy there, banging her head against the closet door once again. She tucks her younger sister in, but the thumping continues, and this time the closet is moving on its own. Pulling the doors open, it looks like nobody's there, until suddenly a demonic old lady screams at them from above it, leaping down onto Andrea and tackling her to the floor. Hearing the chaos, Roger comes running into the house, helping the mom out of the basement before they both run upstairs to check on the girls. The demon may be gone for now, but the nights of torture are only just getting started. Okay, based on everything that's happened so far, we can narrow down our options for exactly what kind of entity is haunting the house and what they should do next. Not all spirits are the same, and there are actually many different types of hauntings that each have their own symptoms. First are residual energies, which linger around a specific location after certain traumatic events, but are not conscious and never interact with their observers. Intelligent entities can answer questions and interact with objects, but they're not always hostile. If you run into one of these varieties, there's not much to fear, but this family is dealing with something very different. When furniture starts flying around the room and people are getting scratched in their sleep, there's a sure indication that you're dealing with a poltergeist. This type of haunting almost always centers around a girl who is going through puberty, called the human agent. Spiritualists believe that the changes going on in the girl's body, combined with any trauma related to psychological or physical experiences, such as moving to a new house, can explode in the form of psychokinetic or PK activity. The family meets all of the requirements, but many experts disagree on whether poltergeists exist as individual spirits at all. And it could be that they're up against something even worse, a demonic haunting. Demonic or inhuman hauntings are very similar to poltergeists, except for in a few key ways. As the name suggests, these type of spirits never existed in a human form, and often want to possess their victims. Religious items in the house will be destroyed or go missing, and with rancid smells accompanying the activity, usually the demonic spirit focuses its attention mostly on one person, with them serving as the target for its possession. Demonic hauntings are extremely dangerous and should only be dealt with by professionals. Since the family has been experiencing all of the telltale signs, I'd say that it's time to contact a demonologist, which is exactly what they're going to do next. Desperate to take back their home, Carolyn goes to a local university where professional paranormal investigators Ed and Lorraine Warren are holding a seminar. She explains her situation, begging the couple for help, and they hesitantly agree to come and check things out. At the house, she shows the Warrens that the whole family is sleeping downstairs, and says that the place is always freezing, even though there's nothing wrong with the furnace. With the strange smells and constant thumping late at night, Ed starts to think that there could be a true demonic presence lingering in the home. They take a look at the haunted closet before moving downstairs to the cellar, where Lorraine is overwhelmed by a powerful feeling of dark energy. In the kitchen, Ed sets up his tape recorder for an interview with Roger, explaining that the only reason they haven't moved out is because money is tight and they have nowhere else to go. Meanwhile, Lorraine sits down for a one-on-one talk with April, asking her about her new imaginary friend. The girl says that her friend is always sad because something terrible happened to him, and hands her the music box to have a look for herself. She winds up the key, and sure enough, a ghostly young boy appears in the doorway behind her, only visible in the reflection of the music box mirror. Lorraine walks out to the backyard, followed by her husband, but when she turns around, she sees a woman's body hanging from the tree right behind them, and after catching her breath, they head back inside to give their advice to the parents. They explain that a dark entity has attached itself onto every member of the family and will follow them wherever they go. The only solution is to perform an exorcism, but it won't be easy. A true exorcism can only be effectively done by a trained expert, and to get the church's approval, they'll need to gather proof to make their case. On their way out, they warn the family that their visit to the house will most likely make the demonic spirit angry and cause the attacks to become worse, saying that they'll check in soon once they've prepared their equipment and done some research on the property. The Warrens return to their house for the night, and their daughter, Judy, gives her mom a locket with her picture to wear while she's away on the job. After tucking her in, Ed brings Lorraine the tape recorder, showing her that it never picked up anything that Carolyn had said back at the house. It's a bad sign. But the evidence that they find next is really the stuff of nightmares. Way back in 1863, a woman named Bathsheba sacrificed her 7-day-old baby in front of the fireplace before running out to the yard, devoting her soul to Satan, cursing anyone who tried to take her land. Her time of death? 3:07 a.m. Many years later, a new family moved into the home, but it wasn't long before their boy Rory went missing in the woods. The original property was split up and sold to a number of owners. But no matter who tried to live there, eventually, disaster always struck. Just then, the tape recorder turns on by itself, but instead of Carolyn's voice, all that they hear is the ghostly wailing of 1,000 lost souls. The clock in their office stops. It's 3:07 a.m. Okay, this is why it's important to look up the property history before you buy a house. You just never know when that fixer-upper you're moving into was the site of a ritualistic human sacrifice. The Warrens seem dead set on collecting evidence to push for an exorcism, but while they're waiting, there's another option that might be worth looking into. The source of the demonic energy must be the evil spirit of the witch Bathsheba, who gained her power after sacrificing her infant child to the devil. Knowing this, I'd want to find out where the child was buried and ask a priest to bless the gravesite and say a prayer for the child's soul. It's a long shot, but perhaps by giving the child's spirit a holy blessing, we could counteract the ritual and remove the source of Bathsheba's strength. This might only weaken her, and it might have no effect at all, but anything that we could do to give ourselves an advantage here is definitely worth a try. Also, I think it's time to call a landscaping company and get rid of that tree. Demonic attacks aside, nobody wants to be reminded of a witch sacrificing herself to Satan every time you go out back to grill some hot dogs. Who knows? Maybe destroying it will even cut off some of her power. There's only one way to find out. Now that they know what they're up against, hopefully Ed and Lorraine can help the family before it's too late. The next day, the Warrens arrive back at the house with a van full of ghost hunting gear, joined by their assistant Drew and Officer Brad Hamilton from the local police department. Roger asks about the cameras, and Ed explains that they're all connected to individual thermostats, set to take a picture if they detect an abnormal drop in temperature. Night falls, and the Warrens activate their equipment, ready to get their proof as soon as the dark energy appears. Ed unrolls a blanket full of his demon-slaying tools, setting small wooden crucifixes around the house to deliberately make the spirit angry. Within minutes, the basement door swings open, and they grab their portable camera and audio gear before plunging down into the depths, keeping the lights off to multiply the spooky factor. Down in the cellar, Ed challenges the demon to communicate with them, checking the area for any signs of spectral activity. To him, it seems like nothing's there, but Lorraine doubles over in pain, as if she can feel a presence that nobody else can. Frustrated, they head upstairs to check the cameras, and that's when the basement door slams shut right behind them, convincing everyone that the dark spirit is real. In the morning, the Warrens agree to look after the house while Roger and the kids go into town for some ice cream, and Carolyn takes a nap to get some rest. Lorraine stands out in the yard, hanging laundry on the line, when suddenly a huge gust of wind blows down a sheet that wraps around an invisible figure standing just before her. It flies up to the bedroom window, and a ghost stares down at the woman before turning and walking out of sight. Inside, several bruises start to appear around Carolyn's arm, and she wakes up screaming as a demented old lady floats over her and vomits blood into her mouth. Lorraine runs to check on her, finding her locked in the upstairs bathroom. Although the woman claims to be fine, she can tell that something's not quite right. But before they have a chance to talk, Carolyn hears Roger and the girls pull up outside and goes to see them instead. Okay, talk about waking up on the wrong side of the bed. Knowing that we've got a demonic spirit shacking up in the basement, I would have taken some steps to protect myself before I laid down for a little afternoon nap. First of all, don't split up. This should be obvious, but it's always good to have someone watching your back, especially when demonic possession is on the table. Carolyn has two of the world's most experienced paranormal investigators right there in her home. Why not have Lorraine sit with her while she takes a nap instead of sending her out to the yard to catch up on the laundry? This would help with the investigation too, since she could be there to witness and record anything strange that happened. Sitting around and hoping that the spirit doesn't come back is exactly how you end end up drinking its blood vomit. That doesn't work for me, so I'm going to borrow some moves from the real professionals. Nowadays, most people believe that witches only exist in fantasy books and horror movies. But for some European and American cultures in the 17th and 18th centuries, harmful magic was a very real fear, and they created their own ways to fight back. To ward off evil magic, early New Englanders would carve patterns called witch marks into the wood near their doors, windows, and fireplaces. These could take the shape of several conjoined circles or crisscrossing lines designed to confuse and trap the spirits that tried to enter the home. If you felt like doing some arts and crafts, then you could create a witch bottle or witch ball. I won't tell you what they used to put in those bottles, but for our purposes, a bit of holy water and some salt would do the trick. For a witch ball, all you need is a hollow sphere made of glass. The bottles were hidden somewhere on the property or in the house, while the balls were hung near the windows or in the center of the room. In both cases, the idea was that the evil spirit would be attracted to the object and become trapped. Knowing this, I would pick a room in the house and use these techniques to create a safe zone, carving witch marks near any entrances and leaving one of my shoes by the door. In place of a proper witch ball, I'd just try hanging beer or milk bottles in the windows and seeing if that does the trick. It might not work at all, but you won't know until you try. And taking any steps to fight back is better than doing nothing here. It looks like it's too late for Carolyn, and we'll have to see if the rest of the family can make better decisions when the spirit returns. Roger thanks Ed for helping their family out, but he admits that he didn't want to come at first because he's seen how the work affects his wife. Several months ago, while working on an exorcism, she saw something that seriously messed her up, causing her to lock herself in her room and refuse to speak to anyone for 8 days. He never asked her what he saw, but since that day, she hasn't been the same. The adults prepare themselves for another night of horrors as thick fog surrounds the house. It's late, and Officer Brad gets sleepy, so he goes to the kitchen for a cup of coffee where he thinks he hears something in the backyard. Stepping out onto the porch, it looks like no one's there. But as he passes by the laundry room, he sees the ghost of a young woman in a maid's uniform disappear behind a hanging sheet. He goes to investigate, but the woman is gone, and just when he thinks that the coast is clear, the spirit lunges at him from the darkness, screaming in his face and knocking him off of his feet. The rest of the team runs to see what happened, but before he can even fully explain, Cindy sleepwalks by at the end of the hall and heads up the stairs, triggering the cameras as she goes. But they watch as the girl walks into the bedroom and the door slams behind her, locking itself shut so powerfully that not even the 3 men can break it down. Listening in with their audio equipment, Lorraine hears a spirit luring the girl into the closet, and when the men finally get through the door, she's nowhere in sight. Ed grabs a UV light and follows the girl's footsteps to the closet, pulling the clothes to the side and revealing handprints on the back panel, a secret door. He spots the kid inside, and they take her downstairs while Lorraine has a look around. April tells her that the closet is where her friend Rory hides when he's afraid, so she decides to check it out, crawling through the hole into the dark space between the walls. Inside, she makes a horrific discovery. Tucked below a shelf with a spot for April's music box is a long rope tied to a noose dangling through the boards. Suddenly, the floor gives out and she plummets all the way down to a hidden room in the basement. As Lorraine gathers herself, she hears a woman crying in the darkness and decides to use the mirror from the music box to see if she can make something appear. That's when she sees the image of a woman holding a bloody kitchen knife over Rory's dead body, and the spirit slowly turns towards her, revealing its disturbing hollow face. She peeks over her shoulder, but the spirit is gone, only to appear right behind her and repeat the words, "She made me do it." The woman disappears, and Lorraine is about to leave when suddenly a pair of dangling legs swings down from the ceiling right in front of her, spinning around and floating after her as she panics and runs for her life. Just when it looks like she's going to make it, the spirit drags her back by her locket, tearing it from her neck before she runs up the stairs to Ed and the rest of the crew. With the family looking on, Lorraine says that the spirit wants to possess the mother and use her to kill the children. The house starts to rumble as the crucifixes are thrown to the floor, and Nancy is picked up by her hair and flung across the room. The men tried to catch her as the demon drags her back and forth along the ground, only stopping when Lorraine grabs a pair of scissors and cuts off the girl's hair. At sunrise, the Warrens load up their van, and Ed promises that they have the evidence they'll need to get approval for an official exorcism. But when he comes back, he won't be bringing his wife since he's afraid of what might happen to her. While preparing to leave, Lorraine hears her daughter's voice calling from the water and rushes out to the dock, where she sees a vision of the girl floating just below the surface. Running inside to call her mom, she's relieved when she hears that Judy is all right, but they decide that it's in their best interests not to spend another minute in the possessed house. The Warrens head home for now, while the family and Drew get ready to spend the night at the local motel. Okay, they've got their evidence, but before the Warrens packed up and headed home, they should have done some more investigating into those new areas behind the bedroom wall and down in the basement. The spirit got the jump on Lorraine while she was all alone, but if they went in with backup, then there's a good chance they might have found even more helpful evidence in those unexplored spaces. Since they needed to get their evidence to the priest quickly, Lorraine should have taken Carolyn, the girls, and Officer Brad with her to the church. This way, the priest could have met with the mother and her family personally and given them his blessing and advice on what to do if the spirit came after them again. They could even stop at a store on the way and pick up a few crucifix necklaces, having the priest bless them for some added protection. Since we know that the demon wants to possess the mother and kill the children, it's important that they're never left alone from now on, and Carolyn should volunteer to be handcuffed if things start to get bad. Meanwhile, Ed and Roger could dive deeper into the basement, searching for any clues and keeping Drew around to use as a meat shield if Bathsheba returns. They may think that they're making progress, but they're about to find out the hard way that the demon isn't done with them just yet. Before going back to their place, the Warrens visit a local priest to show him their footage of the demonic attack and photos of the ghost boy following Cindy up the stairs. He's shocked by what he sees, but points out that the family aren't members of the church, which could make it difficult to get the Vatican's blessing to perform a legitimate exorcism. They tell him that the family doesn't have much time left before something truly terrible happens, and he finally agrees to push the request through himself, saying that he'll call them once they have their approval. Late that night, back at the Warrens' house, Judy lies sleeping in her bed when her locket starts to swing on its chain, while miles away in the haunted basement, her mother's stolen locket does the same. Suddenly, the demonic force yanks her by her feet, and she goes out to the hallway to look for her parents. At the bottom of the steps, the door to the family's demonic evidence room waits open, and one particular item, the cursed Annabelle doll, is missing from its case. The girl tries to run back upstairs, but an unholy darkness engulfs the entire house, and she retreats into her parents' office, slamming the door behind her. The dark force pounds on the door over and over again, finally stopping as the lights in the room fade and go out. Turning around, the girl witnesses a horrifying sight. A disheveled woman sits in the rocking chair brushing Annabelle's hair, and the doll slowly turns its head, staring directly at her. She tries to run, but the door is locked, her parents rushing in just in time to pull her out of the way, as the rocking chair hurtles towards them and explodes against the wall. Leaving Judy with his wife, Ed goes to check out the evidence room and finds the doll back in its case with the locks securely shut. Meanwhile, back at the hotel, the men return from the store only to find that Carolyn took two of the girls and drove off in their car without saying a word. Realizing that they're in serious danger, Roger calls Ed and tells him what's going on before hopping in the van with Drew and speeding off towards the house. Ed tries to convince his wife to stay behind, but she insists that they finish this together, and they run out to meet the others. Okay, these parents are making some serious mistakes here. Let's start with the Warrens. As paranormal investigators, did you really think that it was safe to leave your daughter alone with her grandma in a house full of demonically possessed objects? One investigation goes too far, and the next thing you know, you've got demon dolls trying to hit you with a chair like John Cena. Next time, it might be safer to have your daughter stay somewhere else, like with another family member or at grandma's house if she doesn't always live with you. Also, if you're going to have a child with your lifestyle, then you need to at least give that kid some kind of paranormal training. That way she'll know what to do when she ends up in a battle with an evil spirit. Having all of those possessed items nearby and just telling her to stay away is like raising her in a house with a pool, but never showing her how to swim. Eventually, it's going to go horribly wrong. You really need to teach her some Latin and a bit of Kung Fu so that she can scrap it out with Annabelle on her own if you're ever away on the job. Now for Roger. We know that the demon wants to possess his wife and kill the children, so for God's sake, man, don't leave her with them at the motel unattended while you run out to the store for some chips and soda. You're practically handing them over to the forces of evil at that point. Be smart and stick together. That way, Bathsheba can't decide to kidnap your daughters for use in her next unholy ritual. The Warrens arrive at the house with Officer Brad, but the front door is locked, so he blows it open with his shotgun and they hurry inside. Hearing sounds of screaming from the basement, they run downstairs and see the men battling with Carolyn, who's trying to stab one of the girls with a huge pair of scissors. With help from Ed and the officer, they wrestle the weapon away, dragging Carolyn upstairs to bring her to see the priests, while Drew goes to find the other missing girl. They make it as far as the front door, but as soon as they try to take her off of the property, massive wounds start to appear all over Carolyn's body, and they realize that the demon will kill her if they take her out of the house. Suddenly, the demonic force pulls her back, dragging her kicking and screaming right down the basement stairs. Rushing after her, the men try and hold Carolyn down, but she easily overpowers them, slamming her husband to the floor and strangling Ed. Brad grabs her, trying to pull her off, but she bites a chunk of his skin right off of his cheek, and is about to finish the job when Lorraine wraps a sheet over her head and buys up an opportunity to restrain her to a wooden chair. Realizing that the priest will never make it in time, Ed decides to perform the exorcism himself, and Lorraine runs outside to get their Bible. Okay, I thought these people were professionals, so can anyone tell me why they walked into a fight with a demon and left their Bible in the damn car? That's pretty much the one and only thing that they needed to bring. And then there's Officer Brad. I understand that he's the new guy, but man, if you're ever going to make it as a cop, then you have to know when a little bit of excessive force is in order. It's 1971, and unfortunately, tasers wouldn't be invented for another 3 years. Instead of just running up to get your cheek bit off, what you needed to do was protect and serve that she-devil a knuckle sandwich straight to the mouth. Stun her first, and then try to throw on the cuffs. That way you get to go home with all of your skin still on your face where it belongs. Also, since you know this woman just kidnapped 2 of her kids with the intention of sacrificing them to the devil, wouldn't this be a crucial time to call for backup while you were on your way over? The other officers wouldn't even need to know about the supernatural elements until they got there. Just tell them that you have a hostage situation at the address and need help right away. Bathsheba might be a fair match even for 3 grown men, but all it would take was 2 or 3 more officers on the scene, and there's no way she'd be able to fist fight everyone. Something tells me that a sheet, a bit of rope, and a wooden chair aren't going to be able to hold a spirit that gets its power from Satan himself for very long. But hey, sometimes I guess you have to work with what you've got. It's time for the final battle, but Bathsheba won't be going down without a fight. With the book in hand, the couple crosses themselves and begins the prayer. They douse the woman with holy water, and her scream shocks Ed so much that he drops the small glass bottle. The entire foundation shakes as tools fall from the shelf and a group of birds surround the house, one flying head first through the window and crashing to the ground in front of them. Ed continues the prayer as the woman struggles to break free, vomiting blood onto the sheet covering her head. He commands the demon to reveal itself, and the sheet rips open, showing that she's become completely possessed by the spirit of the witch Bathsheba. For a moment, everything goes silent, until the woman levitates up to the ceiling, still strapped to her chair, before crashing to the floor and shattering it to pieces. Just then, a huge piece of furniture falls right on top of Ed, and he rolls to safety just in time. The demon rises up from the floor, laughing maniacally as Brad's shotgun fires, trying to kill Ed once again. While they're distracted, she grabs the scissors and runs through a hole in the wall into a crawl space under the kitchen where their missing daughter has been hiding the whole time. She grabs the girl and is about to kill her when Ed gets the witch's attention by calling her true name, and Lorraine grabs her head through the hole in the door, demanding that Carolyn fights back against the spirit and remembers the loving times that she's shared with her family. The woman begins to cry as a holy light shines down on her face, letting the girl go and coughing up a bunch of blood as she comes back to her senses. The battle is over, the house is theirs again, and Bathsheba has been sent back to hell. April hands Lorraine her lost locket, and the men share a nod that only true bros who've just vanquished a demon can understand. The Warrens arrive back at their house, and Ed places the cursed music box on a shelf in their evidence room. Lorraine says that the priest already wants to meet about another case, and as they lock the door behind them, the music starts to play by itself. It looks like the nightmare isn't over after all.
But what would you do? If you just bought a house only to find out that it was haunted, yeah, I can see bringing in the specialists to see if there's actually foul play afoot, but if it doesn't seem like the ghosts are gonna disappear anytime soon, would you stay or would you get the fuck out? Let us know down in the comments below what you would do. Thank you so much for watching. Leave a like and subscribe, and check out that How to Beat playlist for more videos just like this one. I'll see you guys in the next video, and have a damn good day.
Imagine a horror movie where the main characters already knew exactly how they were going to die, and yet they still ended up falling for it every single time. That's tarot for you in a nutshell, but trust me, it's actually even more ridiculous than it sounds. I'm not lying when I say that these are some of the most mind-blowingly unintelligent characters ever to exist. But on the bright side, at least we get to watch them all die in hilarious and easily avoidable ways. We're here to break down the mistakes made, what you should do, and how to beat the demonic cards in tarot. This girl is about to have the worst birthday party of her entire life. At a mansion far out in the mountains of upstate New York, a group of college students are gathered around the campfire just kicking back and having a good old time. They rented the place for their friend Elise's birthday, and so far everyone seems like they're having fun. But things get awkward when Haley and Grant's relationship gets brought up. Everyone else seems to think that they're halfway to taking their wedding vows. But as Grant leaves to go get himself another drink, Haley admits to the others that they actually just broke up the day before. Both of them clearly have very different ideas about what went wrong. But while Grant and the friend group's designated comic relief character Paxton split off for their own bro therapy session, a much bigger problem suddenly presents itself. They're already down to the very last brewski. It's too late at night and they're too far from civilization to run to the store or try to get something delivered, so they decide to check the house for any more booze that the owners might have locked up. The search eventually leads them to a padlocked door, which the golden retriever of the group Lucas abruptly breaks open. And inside they find an old wooden staircase leading down to a creepy basement that's full of strange and vaguely threatening artifacts. As they explore the basement, Elise finds an old blanket that Haley recognizes as a divination cloth, and she realizes that many of the items are all things that you'd use in astrology. That's when Paxton discovers a small wooden box with a zodiac wheel carved into its lid, and a stack of creepy hand-painted tarot cards that's stashed inside. It turns out that Haley here is actually something of an astrologer herself, and although she doesn't think that it's a good idea, Elise finally convinces her to give everyone their horoscope readings by playing the birthday card. But that was their biggest mistake. Okay, and there we have it, folks. I might not be a fortune teller, but I don't need a crystal ball to see into their futures. Forget the birthday party. These kids might as well be planning their own funerals, because all of this evidence makes it seem like they've got about 30 seconds before they either end up summoning an ancient Mesopotamian demon or turning into a possessed zombie and tearing each other's heads off. You know what I mean? They probably thought that they were nice and safe since this is a mansion and not a cabin. But the truth is that if it's in the woods and it has a basement loaded with creepy artifacts, then it might as well be a slaughterhouse. Ever since The Evil Dead, you get a group of college kids together out boozing it up in the woods, and you can pretty much bet your bank account that they're gonna be in for some serious trouble. In fact, statistics show that over 87 of all college kid camping trips end up opening a gate to the underworld within the first night. What's my source for that? I made it up, but maybe next time it would be safer to book a trip to Cabo, or you know what, just do the rest of us a favor and stay the f home instead. It doesn't help that they're out committing every slasher movie sin imaginable either. Let's see, we got adult beverages, a campfire, someone's birthday party, and worst of all, relationship troubles. Wah, wah, wah. That's like putting up the bat signal for guys with masks and machetes. Jason Voorhees was already in an Uber on his way over there the moment that they clicked book on this Airbnb. And if that wasn't bad enough, now they can all thank Lucas here for breaking into the clearly labeled Necronomicon basement, as if the big keep out sign on the door was just a casual suggestion. The instant that they saw what was down there, they should have quietly packed their things, shut the door, and left the property without touching another object. But what did they do instead? Well, they picked up the mysterious box with an inverted pentagram carved into the lid and said, "Oh yeah, now it's a party." I mean, does this take place in an alternate universe where horror movies just don't exist? At this rate, Russell Crowe is going to have to hop on his little scooter and drive all the way to America just to save their asses. Even for just laying eyes on something like that, you should probably make an immediate trip to the nearest church. But these kids said, "I know what'll be fun. Let's use these cards, hand-painted by the Zodiac Killer himself, to read each other's fortunes." I swear they get dumber every day, man. It's starting to affect me mentally. Ugh. Haley here seems to be the only one who knows what's going on, and she mentioned that combining tarot and horoscopes is the most powerful form of forecasting. But is there really any truth to that? Well, the simple answer is nah. Not really. Tarot cards originally started out as just regular cards meant for playing games, but eventually began to be used for fortune telling sometime around the late 1700s, with the oldest surviving deck dating back to around the year 1450. As for horoscopes, they go all the way back, all the way back to like ancient Mesopotamia or sometime around 2000 BC. Unlike tarot, cultures like ancient Egyptians, Greeks, and Romans all used horoscope astrology to guide their daily lives, and even as a way to make predictions about the outcomes of major battles and political events. In modern times, combining horoscopes and tarot can be an interesting way to make predictions, using astrology to give you a broader overview and the cards to give you more specific insights into a particular situation. But how you choose to believe in them is ultimately up to you. Now, whether you're dealing with horoscopes, tarot, or just your average everyday seance, the most dangerous part is that you don't always have control over what spirits you invite in, especially when you're dealing with somebody who's self-taught like Haley here. To be on the safe side, it's much better to leave this kind of stuff to the trained professionals, which is something that Haley and her friends here are about to learn the hard way. Back upstairs, the group turns down the lights and lights a few candles while Haley sets things up. Even though the rest of them are still treating it like a harmless joke, Haley here starts to have second thoughts, saying that it's bad luck to make predictions with somebody else's deck. But the birthday girl insists that she ain't afraid of no ghosts, and sits down for her first reading as her friend breaks out the cards. Process works like this. Haley places 12 cards around the outside of the circle to go along with each sign of the zodiac, with the most important 13th card placed in the center to determine the reading's overall theme. Elise, a Libra, gets the inverted High Priestess, which means that she's climbing the ladder of success, but needs to be careful not to slip up and suffer a crushing blow. Next up is Maddie, a Pisces, who pulls the Hanged Man, which Haley says is a warning not to run from her problems. Paige, the Virgo, must be getting ready to play some dual monsters because she draws the Dark Magician, but Haley says that she needs to watch out for his tricks that could stop her from seeing clearly. Meanwhile, Paxton here goes off on his own to use the bathroom when he notices the door to the back patio mysteriously slamming open and closed in the wind. He sees what looks like a terrifying figure with glowing yellow eyes staring back at him from the darkness, but the motion-activated lights reveal that it was only a harmless pile of garbage. Or was it? Back with the others, everyone starts saying that it's his turn to go next, so Paxton sits down with Haley to get his reading. He's a Taurus, making him reliable, but also stubborn, and for his card, he gets the reversed Fool, a warning not to act on his impulses. Lucas, a Capricorn, pulls the Hermit. It's mostly good news for him, with Haley predicting that he's going to come into some money and get a chance with his crush, Maddie. But she also warns him to be careful where he's heading, otherwise he might get led down the wrong track. She's getting ready to put the cards away when Grant sits down and asks for his reading next, but compared to Lucas, his situation is not looking good. According to Haley, it says that he's ruining his relationships with others because he's arrogant, and for his 13th card, he gets the devil, telling him that he needs to face his demons. Even though she was against it before, Grant's reading has Haley curious enough that she finally decides to do one for herself. Her 13th card ends up being death, but she says that she isn't surprised. Her cards have always told her that love would be the death of her someday. Eventually, everyone heads to bed for the last night of their stay, but down in the basement, the carvings on the box start to glow a fiery orange as the card's demonic curse is unleashed. The next morning, the group splits up into 2 cars for the long drive back to campus, with Paxton forcing his crew to listen to true crime podcasts the entire way home. By the time that they stop for some gas, they're all so hooked by the story that Lucas ends up jump scaring them when he comes back with a winning scratch-off ticket for $700. That's the first prediction coming true, and none of them realize it yet, but it won't be much longer before Haley's readings are going to turn deadly. It isn't until after dark that they finally make it home, and the girls drop Elise off at her apartment for some much-needed rest. Her roommates are all out at a frat party, so she decides to stay in and take a nice relaxing bath instead. But when she goes to dry off, she notices that someone opened the ladder to the attic. Confused, she yells up to check if anyone's up there before closing the hatch and heading back to her room, not thinking much of it until a few minutes later, when she hears a loud crash from somewhere out in the hallway. Thinking that it could be the other girls, Elise gets up to investigate, but quickly realizes that somehow the attic is open again. She flips on the light switch without ever noticing that there's something watching her from the shadows. And this time, she can faintly hear what sounds like her friends laughing and running around upstairs. It's enough to convince her that it must be a prank, but when she climbs up to the top of the ladder to see for herself, she's surprised to find that there's nothing up there besides cobwebs and boxes of old shit. That's when the lights in the hallway suddenly flicker and go out. And when she looks back up, she sees that the attic has been filled with candles and the High Priestess card from her reading. All of a sudden, the demonic priestess from the card appears and shrieks in Elise's face, scaring her so badly that she falls off the ladder and badly breaks both of her legs. It's not enough to kill her, but as she crawls for her phone, the priestess drags her back and begins slamming the ladder down onto her head from up above, crushing her over and over again until the girl is finally dead. That makes 1 down, with 6 more to go. Okay, man, talk about the worst birthday ever. It looks like the priestess here just put the horror in horoscope. And now we've got our first member of the friend group down, but she might have survived if they just paid more attention to all of the strange things that have been happening since they made the mistake of messing with those cards. I think that Haley here is the most to blame out of everyone because she knew that it was bad luck to use somebody else's deck, but still let her friends peer pressure her into doing it. A safer solution would have been to make a fun game out of drawing their own deck on some cardboard or something, and then using those cards instead. But now they all have to suffer the consequences for messing with something that they didn't fully understand. Now, if you've been paying attention, then you probably already noticed that Elise's death here actually matched up word for word with Haley's first prediction. She felt the urge to investigate and make sense of things once she heard those strange noises. Let her curiosity lead her into the unknown and even climbed the ladder to success, but ended up suffering a crushing blow, just like Haley tried to warn her about. This means that if she'd just done the opposite of what her reading said and not checked the noises out at all, then she might have been able to avoid falling into the priestess's trap. It's not like she didn't have plenty of chances to do something differently. I mean, just think about it for a minute. She didn't hear anyone come home before the loud crash, and what kind of birthday prank would her friends be pulling by hiding up in this creepy-ass attic? If it were me, the moment that I saw that there was no one really up there, I would have been full-on sprinting to the front door like I was trying to qualify for the Olympics. There's a few rules that I like to live by, and one of them is that if you catch yourself nervously asking, "Is somebody there?" then that's a good sign that you should probably be long gone already. Even after her legs were broken, there was nothing stopping Elise from just rolling to either side so that her head wouldn't get squished. But hopefully, whoever whoever's up next has some better survival skills. As for the others, they all saw Lucas win the money, and now that Elise was just killed by a ladder of all things, they shouldn't need any more proof to start realizing that Haley's predictions are coming true. They should obviously start paying attention to their tarot readings, and whoever comes up next just needs to remember what their prediction was. That way, they can look for any loopholes or hints that might help them survive. Since the demon went for Elise first, it might be going in the order that they were read, so this means that Maddie could be next. When it comes to her prediction, Haley mentioned water under the bridge and not running away from her problems. If she wants to survive, then all that she needs to do is stay the away from any bridges. And when the demon shows up, just stand still. Should be easy enough, right? But I'm sure that they'll find some way to screw that up. The next day, after finding out the news, everyone comes over to Paige's apartment, and they're all completely heartbroken over the loss of their friend. When it's eventually time for them to go, Haley decides to spend the night there to help Paige feel better, and Grant says that she can call him if there's anything that the two of them need. Lucas ends up walking Maddie back to her place, and it's looking like he might actually get that chance with her after all. But they leave it off with a hug just for now, having no idea that they'll never see each other alive again. He walks off feeling like this might be the best day of his life, but the hermit is already watching his every move, just waiting for the right moment to finally strike. A little while later, Paige suddenly jolts awake in bed after having another nightmare about Elise. She's been partly blaming herself for what happened, convinced that she might have been able to change things if she had been there, but Haley says that she disagrees. She decides that now would be the perfect time to launch into a long-winded story about how she got into astrology. Basically, Haley's mom came down with a bad sickness a few years back, and she started reading tarot as a way to cope with the sadness of losing her. The cards always told her that her mother wouldn't make it, and sure enough, she ended up passing away just like Haley predicted, leaving her convinced that there's nothing that anyone can do to change their fate. Meanwhile, Lucas heads over to catch a ride home on the subway, but finds the entire station completely abandoned. As he's walking through the tunnels, all of the lights begin to flicker on and off, inspiring him to pick up the pace a little bit. But as he turns the next corner, he sees something that makes him stop dead in his tracks. Waiting for him in the darkness just a bit up ahead is a menacing cloaked figure. The darkness begins to flood down the hallway towards him like an empty void trying to swallow him whole. Terrified, Lucas takes off running back the way he came in, but the darkness is quickly closing in all around him, leaving him with nowhere to run besides through a doorway leading into a restricted area. Inside, he finds himself in an old train yard full of abandoned subway cars. It seems like he might have lost the creep at first, but as he's walking along the tracks, he steps on a newspaper with a big picture of his face printed under the headline, "You Die Today." All of a sudden, the hermit lunges at him from the shadows, scaring him into taking cover on one of the nearby trains. It's not enough though, because the creature follows him on, rushing at him down the aisle before disappearing again just to mess with him. The hermit pounces on him one last time and shocks Lucas so badly that he tumbles out through another doorway directly into the path of an oncoming train. That makes 2 down, with 5 more to go. Okay. Damn, boy! Most people only get a light at the end of the tunnel, but I guess Lucas here got the whole ass train. It looks like the hermit just booked this guy a one-way ticket to the pain station. And I'm no mind reader, but I'd be willing to bet that his last thoughts before it was all over went something like, damn, we really shouldn't have with those cards. It might be too late for Lucas, but there still are some important lessons that we can learn here that just might save the others' lives, if they can put together the pieces before the next attack. First, we know now that the spirit is definitely not going in the order that they got their readings, which means that anyone could be up next. Keeping this in mind, I'd say that from now on, everyone needs to stick together as a group, because so far, it only went after Elise and Lucas when they were completely alone. Almost like being near other people stops it from being able to get to you. Plus, it's always a good idea to have some meat shields around just in case. And that goes for whatever kind of supernatural crap that you're up against. Another important thing to notice is that the priestess and hermit never actually made physical contact with either victim, but instead used jump scares and other objects in the environment to take them out. This could mean that the creatures don't actually exist in the physical world and need essentially to hypnotize their victims in order for their powers to work. It's a neat trick, but it can also be countered easily enough by just remembering not to trust what you're seeing and staying focused on objective reality. During both attacks, the spirits also led their victim into a separate area where they had control over, where their powers had the greatest effect. Having other people around would help to stop this from happening, and whenever the next spirit shows up, they should remember to avoid getting into enclosed spaces like that. Instead, I'd try to stay in public areas or outdoors where I had plenty of options for how to run away, and could literally see the creature coming long before it was able to pop out and scare me. All this means that if Lucas had just stayed still instead of running away into the restricted area, then the creature probably couldn't have hurt him after all. Then all that he would have needed to do is just take out his phone light and find his way back out to the station. With 2 members of the squad down, the rest of them should definitely be catching on by now that their lives are also in danger. They need to stick together and obviously avoid doing anything that was mentioned in their readings. It also might be a good idea to see another psychic for another reading, or just do another reading themselves without the demonic cards, of course. It's a long shot, but getting a new fortune told could cancel out the predictions that are killing them, or at least give them a few ideas for what else they can do about it. It isn't going to be easy, but on the bright side, as far as demonic curses go, this one really isn't that bad. Let's just see if they're able to figure things out before another one bites the dust. Haley and Grant are back on campus having another talk about their feelings again, when they get the shocking news about their boy Lucas. At this point, the friend group is dropping like flies, and they still have absolutely no clue what could possibly be doing it. They have a meeting with a team of painfully incompetent detectives, but when they say that they can't help them, the friends decide that it's time to take matters into their own hands. Back at the apartment, they're spitballing different ideas when Haley here finally has a Jimmy Neutron brain blast and realizes that it's their horoscope readings coming true. As crazy as it sounds, it's the only logical explanation, but if they can't go to the police or even their parents for help, then they're going to have to figure this one out on their own. Grabbing Paxton's laptop, they do a quick Google search that leads them back to a bunch of articles all written by the same person, Alma Astorm. It seems like she experienced something just like this several years back, so they decide to hit her up and see if she can give them any advice. Unfortunately, the woman's phone number is out of service, but she has her home address posted on her website for the whole world to see. So Haley decides to do the only logical thing here and immediately make the several-hour drive out to this strange old lady's house. It's already late at night by the time that they get there, and the place doesn't exactly look the most inviting, but Haley leads the way and starts pounding on the door until the woman finally answers. Without Haley even needing to explain, the old lady already knows exactly what deck of tarot cards that she's talking about. It turns out that this particular deck has been making its way around the world for centuries, killing off groups of amateur astrologers whenever it was used, including Alma's own friends on a weekend trip back in the 80s. The only reason that she survived was because she didn't do a reading for herself, and she's been trying to track down and destroy the deck ever since. As for why this deck is so evil, that goes back to the story of a Hungarian woman known only as the Astrologer. In the late 1700s, she worked as a fortune teller for a powerful count, but became unhappy with her predictions when she read that he would lose both his wife and unborn child. The woman and her own child were exiled into the wilderness, but when her predictions came true all the same, the count sent his men out to find them, and they took her daughter as an act of revenge. Heartbroken, the woman used her own blood to bind her soul to the deck of tarot cards, placing a death curse on the count and anyone else who uses the cards to read their horoscopes. According to the old lady, the only way to stop the curse is to destroy the deck once and for all, but they're going to have to survive the trip back home first. At some point during the drive, the friends are all busy discussing what they should do next, and Maddie here suggests that they could try doing the opposite of whatever their readings said as a way of beating the curse at its own game. She's checking a video of her own reading for any ideas when, completely out of nowhere, the car stalls out and comes to a stop in the middle of an empty bridge. Everyone starts freaking out as they realize that it must be another tarot attack, but they're doing fine until the spirit draws a game of hangman on Maddie's window, and she inexplicably decides to take off running at a dead sprint into the darkness all on her own. Haley quickly chases after her, but before the others can follow, the demonic creature starts circling around the car and slamming its head into the windows, terrifying them before disappearing up into the beams of a bridge. Before Haley can catch her, the creature uses its rope to catch Maddie by her neck, pulling it tight and dragging her high up into the air, while her friends can only watch. It drops her back down again after a moment just to mess with them, but then finally pulls her back up and starts to devour her body, while the others run for their lives. That makes 3 down, with 4 more to go. Okay, well everyone, that's it. I think we can officially say that we've just witnessed the most easily avoidable death in the history of horror movies. I gotta say, I'm almost at a loss for words with how unbelievably stupid these kids here are. But I actually know a few that fit the situation perfectly. Hey Maddie, you f***ed up. First of all, is it not absolutely insane that it took them this long to finally come to this conclusion? I mean, seriously, people, how many more impossible coincidences do you need to happen before you connect the dots? It really took hearing from a crazy old lady to get it through your thick heads that all of this started happening immediately after you messed with the damn demon cards. The kids at home watching Blue's Clues and Dora the Explorer could have figured that out by now. Wake up, people! You even had the old backstory lady here tell you exactly what you needed to do to break the curse. And yet, you still managed to screw it all up. Seriously, what's the point of going out of your way to get her advice if you're not actually going to do anything with that information? Especially after she tells you that if you don't act fast, then all of you are going to die. You all should have gone straight back to the mansion and burned that deck of cards right then and there. But then that would have involved you actually making an intelligent decision, and we just can't have that now, can we? And then we have our girl Maddie here. Oh yeah, don't think that I forgot about you. Correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't it literally your idea to reverse engineer the predictions? Literally less than 2 minutes ago, you said, and I quote, "If we figure out what's gonna happen, we can stop it." So why then, Maddie, why when the danger showed up was your first instinct to run down the bridge straight to your death? Is it because you like watching me suffer? Your exact instructions were to not panic and fight the urge to run. Why are you running? You even had the benefit of knowing what else was going on, unlike Elise and Lucas, so getting killed is pretty much the equivalent of slapping both of them in the face. Honestly though, I'm not really surprised that you got killed. As a matter of fact, with survival skills like that, I'm actually more surprised that you even managed to make it this far. This one's going to be in the How to Beat Hall of Shame, faux show. And if there's one thing that I think that everyone on this planet can agree on, it's that Maddie, you f***ed up. God! After running on foot all the way back into town, the survivors here finally come to a stop somewhere in the park and immediately start arguing again over what to do next. Haley points out that the attack on the bridge looked like Maddie's prediction coming true, which, yeah, no shit, Sherlock. We established that like 20 minutes ago. The rest of them only see one chance for breaking the curse. Get back to the house in the Catskills and burn the damn deck of cards. But Paxton here decides that now it's his turn to be an absolute moron. Completely ignoring any warnings from his friends, he storms off to wait it out in his room instead, leaving the others to try their plan out without him, if that's what they want to do. Sure enough, he makes it about 15 feet before he starts hearing disembodied laughter from somewhere in the darkness, but soldiers on, determined to just ignore his way through the whole situation. It gets a little bit more difficult to ignore though when he sees a reflection of the fool stalking him from across the street, and turns around to watch as the freak spins its entire upper body in a circle, like its spinal column is made out of a slinky. To make matters even worse, his key to the staircase isn't working, forcing him to use the elevator instead. But that's exactly where the fool wants him. As he reaches the top floor, he sees the demon already waiting for him at the end of the hallway, and when he goes to hit the button for a lower floor, the whole elevator suddenly becomes possessed, trapping him inside. All that he can do is go along for the ride as the doors open over and over again, revealing another terrifying trick from the fool every time. Once he's had his fun, it's time for the grand finale, and the lights turn red as the fool suddenly explodes through the ceiling, leaping down onto Paxton and tearing him apart with a smiling mouth full of razor-sharp teeth. That makes 4 down with 3 more to go. Okay, I'm just gonna be honest with you folks, I am absolutely done with these morons. F***ing roll credits already. I'm officially on Team Demon Cards at this point, and they can all get smoked for all I care. Like, the f***,
going on, man?
Paxton here just made the same mistakes as Maddie and everyone else. He completely ignored the warning signs and made the unfathomably dumb decision to split up from the rest of the group, even though he just demonstrated in the clearest way possible that the only safe move was to do the exact opposite of what the predictions said. Whew, I'm heated. As soon as he started hearing, he should have immediately ran back to the rest of his friends, especially after he saw the spirit watching him in the reflection. But instead, he ran to the elevator and got himself boxed in, just like it said in the prediction. He might have been able to escape by taking the elevator to a different floor than the one that he actually lives on, since hopefully this would trick the demon by doing something unexpected that essentially changes his destiny. Otherwise, he could have tried climbing out through the maintenance hatch in the ceiling or calling emergency services with the elevator's built-in phone. Once he realized that he was cornered, he could have also tried something that no one else has done yet and just tackled the damn thing. It would be a risky play for sure, but it just might work for all that we know. As for the others, I'm glad that they've finally decided to make one smart decision and go back to the house in the Catskills and get rid of the deck. Obviously, the spirit isn't going to let them do it without a fight, so it couldn't hurt to be prepared. I'd stock up on all the classic demon fighting gear before we head out, like some protective objects, a big-ass container of salt, maybe some sage, and of course a chainsaw if I could get my hands on one. Because going into a demon fight without a chainsaw is like walking into the ring against Mike Tyson with both of your hands tied behind your back. If they do this right, then the three of them might just have a chance at surviving this, but after seeing their survival skills so far, I honestly can't say that I'm expecting really all that much. The others are already on their way back to the mansion when they realize that something bad must have happened to Paxton. Either way, there's nothing that they can do about it now, so they keep driving until they finally arrive back at the place where it all began. Finding the cards is no problem. They're right where they left them in a cabinet down in the basement, but deciding what to do next is a bit more complicated. Given their lack of supplies and proper training, they decide to just keep it simple for now and throw the whole damn deck into the fireplace. But in a shocking twist of events that absolutely nobody could have seen coming, the cards refuse to burn. They end up needing to call the old lady, who somehow manages to get there even though she doesn't have a car or a phone. After filling her in on the situation, they carve a zodiac wheel into the wooden floorboards and light up some candles for a bit of ambiance as she prepares to banish the vengeful spirit from the deck. Closing her eyes, she calls on the spirit of the astrologer to come forward, and a sudden look of fear passes over her face as she senses the demon's presence in the room. The spirit quickly proves too powerful for her to control, taking over the woman's body and forcing her to read her own horoscope, where she pulls the Six of Swords as her 13th card. Suddenly, she's violently pulled back into the darkness, and the others run for their lives out in the hallway, only to almost crash right into her sword-riddled body as it drops down directly into their path. That makes 5 down, with 3 more to go. In the confusion, Paige accidentally splits off from the rest of the group, finding herself lost somewhere in the house, just in time for her own tarot reading to attack. Grant notices this and tries to go back for her, but they're cut off by a massive demon as it creeps around the corner behind them, forcing them to keep running for their own survival. They're able to make it into a bedroom and block the doorway using some furniture for now, but as for their friend, she won't be getting away so easily. Paige starts following the sound of Haley's voice down to the basement steps, never realizing that it's just another one of the spirit's tricks, until the door suddenly slams shut behind her, trapping her inside. As she looks around, the voices continue to grow louder and louder until a sudden surge of electricity shatters the light bulb directly above her, blinding the girl with the broken glass. Unable to see straight, she stumbles around the basement in pain until she accidentally wanders through a curtain and onto a bizarre theater stage, where the magician is already waiting to put on her final performance. With a crowd of zombified onlookers clapping away, he teleports a pair of shackles onto Paige's legs. But she's able to crawl backstage and hide out in this helpfully placed box. The only problem is that she ends up locked inside and can only watch through the keyhole as the magician slowly rolls her back out onto the stage. Pulling a huge saw from his coat, he begins stabbing it through the different sides of the box, forcing her to scramble from one side to the other to avoid getting hit. After having his fun, the magician uses a crank to shrink the box down so that there's nowhere left for Paige to go, and proceeds proceeds to saw her body in half at the stomach as she screams out in pain. That makes 6 down with just 2 more to go.
Okay, and then there were 2. Is it bad that I'm still rooting for the demon cards to win here? I didn't think so. With the old lady down and their meat shield numbers steadily dwindling, things really aren't looking all that great for Haley and Grant. But there's still a small chance that they might pull this off if they just remember their readings, since that was always the answer all along. Let's start with Haley. She knows that love is going to be the death of her, so if she's planning on living instead, then turning against Grant is going to be her only option. The best thing would be to use him as a meat shield while she runs for her life or focuses on destroying the cards. But whatever happens, she better not try to save him if she sees that he's in danger. Otherwise, she might be reunited with Paige and the others sooner than she thought. As for Grant, he's actually the only person in the group who needs to listen to his reading. His was just regular advice, not a warning, and it said that he needs to face his demons. So it looks like he's gonna have to fight. Personally, I would have grabbed one of those swords out of the dead old lady. Maybe he and Haley could enchant the swords with the power of friendship or some shit like that, since that almost always works whenever it's an option. And use them to destroy the witch and her cards once and for all. Hi-ya! We know that the last card of any reading comes to life, so maybe Haley could give both of them a new prediction and let the creatures fight, like summoning the Knight of Swords and letting him battle with the devil while they figure out another solution. They could also try other ideas like going back to the old woman's plan of somehow separating the witch's spirit from the cards. This would probably involve some kind of spell, exorcism, or purification ritual type deal. But honestly, do you really think that these two can actually figure something like that out? My guess is no, which means that their only choice is to use what they've learned so far and hope for the best. Yeah. While their friend is suffering a horrific death, Haley and Grant here are busy doing, you guessed it, absolutely nothing besides just sitting around and talking about their feelings. According to Haley, the stars have always told her that they would never work out as a couple, but thinking about astrology suddenly gives her an idea for one last desperate plan. She wants to use the cards to try reading the astrologer's own horoscope, and hopefully turn the entire curse right back around on her instead. Grant has his doubts about if it's actually going to work or not, but since he can't come up with a better plan, he decides to put his trust in the heart of the cards. And not a moment too soon, because just then the demonic creature suddenly appears behind them and drags him out through the broken window, with the monster coming after her next. Haley runs for the door as it enters the room behind her and transforms from the devil into her 13th card, the figure of death itself. She makes it into the hallway just in time, running for her life as the demon closes in, and decides to make the most idiotic choice yet by hiding from it in the damn closet. Somehow, this actually fucking works, but as soon as she creeps back out into the hallway, her old buddy Death shows up again to crash the party. This time, Haley escapes back down to the first floor, but the spirit cuts her off no matter which direction that she goes, before finally catching the girl and holding her up against the wall as it prepares to deal the fatal blow. It looks like that's it for Haley, but just then, Grant comes running in and blasts the freak with a fire poker, saving her life just in time. He tells her to run for the tarot cards while he holds the spirit off, but it quickly overpowers him and starts dragging him down into the depths of hell. At the same time, Haley is able to finally start reading the witch's horoscope, telling her that the only way for her soul to heal is to let go of the past. Well, the witch here isn't exactly in the mood for a counseling session, but when she looks down at her cards, she realizes that her last prediction is the same as Haley's: death. All of a sudden, a supernatural wind blows through the room as the zodiac wheel on the floor erupts in a fiery tornado. The witch tries to hold on, but the force of the energy drags her back into the whirlwind, and she disintegrates before their very eyes, torn into 1,000 pieces by her own demonic curse. With the spirit finally defeated, Haley and Grant start walking on foot back towards the nearest town, when all of a sudden they see a pair of headlights approaching them from down the dark road. For a moment, they're both terrified, thinking that the demon is still coming for them after all, but it turns out that it's just Paxton, having somehow survived his fate when his roommate randomly came along and interrupted the fool's attack at the last second. In the end, the last 3 survivors were able to beat out their own destinies, but it cost the lives of the rest of their friend group.
And if there's one lesson we can learn here, it's that if you find an old basement full of creepy artifacts, just do everyone else a favor and leave that shit alone. Boom, Tarot 2024. Holy f***ing shit. Cool movie, but man, those characters. Sheesh. You already know what the f*** I'm thinking. How to beat Hall of Fame, how to beat Hall of Shame. Woo, brain fried. But let us know down in the comments what you guys would have done differently. Thank you, as always, for watching. Leave a like and subscribe, and check out that How to Beat playlist for more videos just like this one. I'm the guy. We'll see you in the next video, and have a damn good day. What if you were being terrorized by a smiling demon that only you could see? This pop star just became the victim of an evil spirit that ruins your life by tormenting you in the most brutal ways imaginable. And it won't stop until everyone is dead. We're here to break down the mistakes made, what you should do, and how to beat the smile demon in Smile 2. This singer is about to realize that there's a lot more to lose than just your career. It's been 6 days since Rose's death in the first film, when her boyfriend Joel was cursed by the smile demon. He knows that he'll be killed if he doesn't do something fast. And the only way to escape the curse is by passing it on to someone else after making them witness a death. Sitting across from a criminal's house, he waits until a red Porsche pulls into the driveway before rushing up to the man and forcing him to go inside. They find his brother sitting on the couch, but Joel warns him not to try anything. After confirming that these two are killers themselves, he tells the brother to watch before pulling out a switchblade and brutally stabbing the man to death. Panicking, the brother reaches for his weapon and the officer instinctively fires back, but that was his biggest mistake. The man quickly dies from his injuries and Joel freaks out knowing that the plan did not work. But that's when he turns around and realizes that someone else was there the entire time. It's just some random guy named Lewis who doesn't even know what's going on, and the bad news is that now he's the one with the curse. Before Joel can even explain, 3 more criminals pull up in a G-Wagon, forcing him to retreat back inside. Taking cover in one of the rooms, he's able to escape through a window just as the ops kick the door down, and even manages to dodge all 7 shots fired randomly in his direction. But what he can't dodge is the Dodge Ram 1500 pickup truck that absolutely obliterates him when he runs out into the street, leaving a trail of blood, guts, and body parts behind. That makes 3 down, with 3 more to go. Okay, well damn, that was intense. Now, Joel here actually had a solid plan, but it all fell apart because of a few critical mistakes. First off, it needs to be said that even though things didn't go exactly as planned, he technically did achieve his goal of transferring the curse. Sure, Lewis saw his face, but that problem would take care of itself in about 3 to 6 days, so he would have been home free if he'd managed to escape. And that's always why you need to look both ways before you cross the road. The next mistake came down to his choice of targets. His choice made a lot of sense from a moral perspective, because, after all, you can't lose too much sleep over sicking the demon on 2 guys who totally deserve it. But when you go after criminals, you have to expect the unexpected. As a police officer, Joel should have known that business like this often has a lot of customers coming and going, so with that in mind, he should have been a lot more careful about scouting the house first, making sure that only the 2 brothers were inside. He also chose to go during broad daylight when they're alert and ready for anything. Knowing these guys' habits, I would have waited until later when they've been partying all day and then tried to catch them in a vulnerable state where they'd be a lot easier to manage. Of course, Joel was working against time here, but it's possible to buy some time by using the demon's own habits against it. Remember, it needs a witness to transfer to, so as long as he kept himself isolated, he could have waited for the perfect moment to jump on the brothers. They're also heavily armed, and you can't expect the guy to just cooperate after you killed his brother right in front of him. The first thing he should have done was have the brother throw his weapon away, and then tied him up so that he wouldn't be able to interfere with Joel's plan. It might not seem like it, but Joel actually got off pretty easy. At least he's dead, but now it's Lewis who has to deal with this demonic possession. The worst part is, he has no idea what the hell is going on, but there's a way that he can figure it out. Joel didn't have time to explain, but if Lewis was paying attention during the encounter, the events themselves actually told him everything that he'll need to know. As the witness died, Joel was trying to keep him alive, shouting it needs someone to pass to. Then once Joel noticed Lewis, he started maniacally apologizing that it wasn't meant for him, and shouting to the air that he didn't know anyone else was here. It's a pretty big logical jump to make, but from this information, we can piece together that he's just been possessed by a demon that can only be transferred to someone else by making them witness a death. And even though he might not believe it at first, as things slowly deteriorate for him over the next few days, he'll have no choice but to accept it's true. That's the bad news, but the good news is that Joel also just laid out the entire escape plan for him. Since Lewis is already involved with criminals, it shouldn't be too hard for him to find 2 more bad guys to use as his next targets. And as long as he learns from Joel's mistakes here, he should be able to escape the curse before it kills him next. A few days later, music superstar Sky Riley is preparing for her upcoming tour. It's been a year since she was badly injured in a fatal car accident that caused the death of her boyfriend, Paul. And although she puts on a happy face for the crowds, on the inside, she's still struggling with the trauma. She's trying to get her life back on track after finally kicking her bad habits. But tonight, everything is going to change. At rehearsal, Sky's going hard practicing the routine for one of her songs when she accidentally tweaks an injury in her back. She's clearly still recovering from the accident, but she demands to keep going even though her choreographer Anton wants to take a break. After practice, her manager mom Elizabeth warns her that she has a busy schedule tomorrow, telling her to go to bed as soon as they get home. But Sky here has other plans. She needs something to manage the pain, so she texts her old buddy Lewis and he tells her to come over. As soon as they get back to the building, the singer immediately sneaks out and takes a cab over to Lewis's place. He should be expecting her, but when she knocks on the door, he yanks her inside and holds a f***ing samurai sword up to her neck. She can tell right away that this dude is tweaking, bro. And the strangest thing is that he has no memory of sending those texts. Apologizing, he tries to explain that some really weird stuff has been going on, but when he sees that she's getting ready to leave, he quickly changes the subject and convinces her to sit down. Her buddy goes to get the stuff while she waits on the couch, turning off the TV when a badly timed story about her accident comes on the news. After a minute or two, she starts to wonder what's taking him so long, but when she tries calling him, the guy doesn't answer. Just then, Lewis here comes running out of the darkness, screaming like he just saw a ghost. Looking up, he becomes fixated on something that only he can see before falling to the ground and choking to death right in front of her. As Sky runs over to help him, he turns to look straight at her with a horrifying smile crossing his entire face. All of a sudden, her friend grabs a 35-pound weight and starts doing some extremely aggressive curls. And by the time that he's done, entire chunks of his face are just falling right off his skull. Terrified, Sky stares at him in a trance until he finally falls over dead, making 4 down with 2 more to go. She's about to call for help, but thinks twice when she looks around the room and realizes that the situation does not look good for her. Instead, she decides to sneak out without letting anyone know, but what she doesn't know is that her nightmare is just getting started. Back at home, Sky's anxiety is spiking again, and big clumps of her hair start falling out from the stress. Unable to sleep, she's lying awake in bed when she hears a moist crunching sound from somewhere in the darkness, and looks up to see the horribly disfigured man standing over her. Startled, she clicks on the lights and the man disappears, but there's nothing that could prepare her for what's about to happen next. Okay, this girl has too much on her plate, and the last thing that she needs right now is to get possessed by a demon. But there's some good news. She might be facing a lot of pressure because of her high status, but she also has a lot more resources at her disposal than the average person. So what she needs to do now is stop making impulsive decisions that only end up getting her in trouble and focus on getting her life back on the right track first. Sky here has to deal with the challenge of getting ready for a world tour, while also recovering from both the physical and mental trauma of her accident. Instead of pushing herself to the brink, she needs to listen to Anton's advice. Take it slow, and go through her own professional resources to help manage the pain. If she'd done that, then she never would have ended up in this apartment of nightmares in the first place. With that being said, I think the fact that she didn't instantly leave when he answered the door with a samurai sword says a lot about this girl's survival instincts. And it's not good. Trust me, if someone is that paranoid, there's probably a reason, and you don't want anything to do with it. As you can see, it only took 10 minutes from walking in the door before everything went to shit. But Sky really should have called the police here. As bad as it might have looked for her, trying to cover it up is much worse, and it's only going to make her more afraid, isolated, and paranoid, which is exactly what the demon wants. It's only been a few hours, and Sky here is already having visions, which means that the possession is already setting in. Of course, she doesn't know what's really going on yet, so the first step to solving the problem is making sure that she can trust her own mind. Starting like now, Sky needs to get plenty of sleep, stay hydrated, and seek professional help from a therapist who can help her process the trauma. She also needs to stay away from any substances that could alter her perception of reality. If she knows that she's taking care of herself mentally and physically, then she can rule out the possibility that this is all in her head, taking her one step closer to actually solving the problem. Instead of denying it, she needs to accept that what happened with Lewis was far from normal and start trying to find out why he suddenly went insane. Her best source of information would have been at Lewis's apartment, but she could still sneak back to search for any evidence, like notes or messages that he might have left behind. If she had a chance to look through his phone, she could check his calls, messages, and search history to see if anything sticks out. The only problem is, once the police find his body, the place is going to become a crime scene, so she'll have to be careful that the authorities aren't watching if she decides to go back. Otherwise, she can try contacting any mutual friends between them and see if he mentioned anything to them before he died. Her other option is to do what Rose and Joel did and research similar incidents to see if there were any survivors, because that person could explain her options for how to get rid of the curse. However she decides to approach it, the sooner that she figures out what's really going on here, the better her chances of survival. At work the next day, her mom notices that Sky looks tired and suggests that she reaches out to her ex-best friend Gemma for some help. It's been a while since they spoke, and it's safe to say that they didn't end things on good terms, so she's doubtful that the girl even wants to hear from her. That's when the record company boss Darius shows up, saying how he needs her to give a speech at a fundraiser the following night, and he puts her in a position where she literally can't say no. They spend the rest of the day taking press photos, but while she's dressing up in all these goofy outfits, all that she can think about are the very real consequences of what happened the night before. Feeling desperate, she's about to text Gemma when she gets a message from an unknown number that stops the girl dead in her tracks. Whoever it is wants to know if she was at Lewis's apartment, but before she can even decide how to respond, she hears another snap from somewhere in the room. When she turns around, it looks like no one's there, but when she looks in the mirror, she sees zombie Lewis standing directly behind her. The vision matches her movements as she rocks back and forth until suddenly it jams its fingers into her mouth and pulls her lips into that horrific smile. The singer screams as the door to her room opens for real, but this time it's just her management team, saying how they came to see how she was doing. Later that day, Sky is busy doing a meet and greet for her fans. She's playing along even though her life is secretly falling apart, but the whole vibe changes when a creepy dude named Alfredo starts getting a little too excited about her perfect skin. Security drags the guy away, but the fans are still waiting for her, and she only has a second to breathe before going back out. Just when she thinks it's over, they call the next person in line, and this time it's a young girl with that same haunting smile. The girl only stares at her, refusing to say a word as Sky nervously reaches out and signs her shirt. When they take a picture, she keeps staring directly at her instead of looking at the camera, but nobody else even seems to notice that there's something wrong. Back at her apartment, she nervously thinks about responding to the mystery text, but finally decides to just call Gemma instead. The call gets sent to a voicemail, but her friend calls her back right away, and after some awkward catching up, she agrees to come over later later that night. While she's waiting, Sky takes a seat at the piano, but just when she's deep in her feelings, she hears a glass hit the floor in the kitchen. Worried, she gets up to check it out, but the apartment door is locked, so it must have just been an accident. Grabbing a broom from the closet, she's about to clean it up when she notices a yellow shirt lying on the floor. It's the same one that she signed for that creepy dude Alfredo. And as she looks around the corner, she sees a trail of his dirty laundry leading into the bedroom. That's when the lights go out, and when she looks down the hall, she sees the man standing there just smiling at her in the darkness. All of a sudden, he charges towards her at a dead sprint as she rushes for the door, yanking it open only to find Gemma waiting on the other side. Without explaining, she picks up a weapon and goes back towards the hallway. But now it seems like nobody's there, and it looks like the whole attack was all in her head. She's losing track of time, with no way to tell whether an hour or 5 minutes has gone by. But she's feeling better now that her friend is here to help.
Okay, damn girl, you know it's bad when even Alfredo over here can tell that you're sad on the inside. Sky here needs to get a grip before this spirals out of control, but the problem is she still can't really decide if this is happening or it's all in her head. The girl has had a busy couple of days and things are now only ramping up. It seems like someone out there knows what happened at Lewis's apartment, but she has no way to tell if they're an enemy or a friend, and when the consequences of responding are so high, she needs to be extremely careful. On top of that, she's having a full-blown auditory and visual hallucination, making it even harder to trust her own perception of reality. Which brings us to that absolutely bizarre interaction back at the meet and greet. No, I'm not talking about that creepy guy Alfredo, although that was definitely bizarre. I'm talking about that creepy smiling girl. This shows that she's not even safe out in public. The entity can come for her at any time, any place. And if it causes her to have another outburst in front of the fans, then that could make things even worse. Now, with that being said, what she hasn't realized yet is that this incident with the girl could be her first step to realizing what the hell is really going on, because the entire interaction was captured on camera. If she goes back and watches the tape with at least 2 trusted friends, she can confirm, without a doubt, whether the girl was actually smiling like that, or if it was all just a hallucination. The camera doesn't lie. It's critical to double check her own reality as often as she can. That way, she can't get tricked by her own mind. I'd start keeping a journal of every event, taking down the time, place, and details to help keep my memories more consistent, and to see if any patterns start to appear. Whenever she sees something strange, Sky should start recording it, giving her more tangible evidence of reality that she can use to resist the manipulation. She can perform reality checks by looking at the clock to see if time feels distorted, or by carrying around a sanity totem, a small object that only she knows the details of that she can use to stay anchored in reality. As a wealthy celebrity, she can easily hire as much help as she needs, and the extra eyes will make it easier to watch out for any traps. Speaking of traps, she needs to be very careful about how she responds to that message, and that's if she decides to respond at all. I'd plug the number into a reverse phone search or hire a private investigator if it comes up as unknown. They can extract the routing data from the message to get the approximate location from where it was sent, which should help us narrow down who they are and what they want. If she's careful, Sky might be able to stop this before it gets any worse, but it won't be long before it's already too late. When Gemma asks her what's wrong, the singer has trouble figuring out even where to begin. After gathering her thoughts, she tries her best to explain what happened back at Lewis's apartment, telling her how the guy was acting paranoid about something before he finally snapped. Gemma warns her not to call the police, supporting her fear that this would ruin her life. But she's a true ride or die, so even though the story sounds crazy, she offers to spend the night if it'll help Sky feel better. In the middle of the night, the singer wakes up from a terrifying nightmare about the accident that killed her boyfriend. She tries getting some comfort from her friend, but strangely, Gemma starts acting completely different, telling her that she's a horrible person. Her friend's face transforms into that big evil smile, only to suddenly morph into a skull with headlights shining out of her eyes and mouth.
Freaking horrified, Sky jumps out of bed, but suddenly, now it's broad daylight again, and Gemma is standing in the door with 2 cups of tea. Looking at the time, she's starting to realize that it's already past 9, meaning that she's late for work. She asks Gemma to come with her, but the girl can't bail on her other commitments so abruptly, and their conversation gets cut short when Elizabeth shows up to speed things along. The label executives are pissed at her for showing up so late, but Sky hits the dressing room and starts going through her pre-game rituals. This time they're doing a full rehearsal with costumes, lights, and everything, and it starts off with everything going fine, but in the middle of the performance, a vision of her boyfriend Paul suddenly appears in front of her. Startled, the girl stumbles backwards as the bones snap through her leg. But while she's lying on the floor screaming in agony, everyone else just stands there staring at her. Anton rushes up to the stage, but now that the lights are on, she can see that her leg is perfectly fine. Naturally furious, she gets up and starts shouting at the backup dancers, convinced that one of them must have been in the wrong place. But to everyone else, it's clear that she's making things up in her head. The singer storms off to her dressing room, but just as she's getting there, she sees her assistant Josh walking out with that terrifying smile on his face. Opening the door, she's horrified to discover that her entire dressing room is completely trashed. And she knows right away that they're going to blame it all on her. That's exactly what happens when her mother shows up, because there's just no logical reason why Josh would ever do something like this. She's worried that Sky here might be back on the stuff, but the girl insists that's not what's happening, even though she can't come up with a better explanation. To Elizabeth, it seems like her daughter is spiraling into anxiety from all the pressure of the tour. But they can't just walk away now, especially with the fundraiser coming up later that night. Sky begs her mother to understand that she's not ready to get back on stage in front of a crowd, but the woman insists that they need to keep their promises, leaving her with no choice but to play along. Behind the scenes at the gala, Sky keeps blowing up her friend's phone with texts. But now the girl's not responding, and she's coming off more demanding than anything else. Just then, she gets another text from the mystery number saying that they know who she is. A fly keeps buzzing around her face, causing Sky to smear her lipstick, but now it's time for her big appearance, and she nervously heads out on stage to give her speech. Okay, Sky here clearly isn't learning from her mistakes, because if she was, then she would be running in the opposite direction. Right now, she's relying solely on Gemma as her only lifeline, but this is a risky choice, because the demon is already using her friend as another method of manipulation. When someone gets possessed by a demon, the evil spirit always gains control by systematically breaking down their mental defenses. Since it's always watching, it saw how freaked out she was by that interaction with Alfredo back at the stadium, and decided to use that fear against her. The hallucination in the apartment put her in the most vulnerable mental state possible, making her unquestionably accept Gemma's help when she happened to show up at just the right time. Then she immediately opened up about having no one to talk to, and essentially told the demon exactly what it wanted to know. This is why I said before that she needs multiple ways to test her reality, because if the demon can take the form of anyone, then she can't even trust her own best friend. The good news is that she has 2 easy ways of figuring this out. She can check the cameras in her building to see if Gemma was really there, and double check with her mom to make sure that she actually saw Gemma in the morning. The same thing goes for the incident at Sky's dressing room. The worst part is that this was actually her best chance yet to prove that something outside of her control was going on. But by instantly flipping out instead of reacting to the situation logically, she only made everyone question her sanity even more. It should be really simple to check the cameras and see if Joshua actually went in there and destroyed the place or not. And either way, this would give her more evidence to back up what she's trying to tell them. The demon started off by making her doubt herself, but now it's changing strategy. Whenever she's in front of crowds, it's making her freak out, causing even her own team to lose trust in her, and making her feel that much more isolated. It started off as just a smiling girl in the crowd, but now it can make her hallucinate injuries and even entire people out of thin air. If she goes up on stage, it's only a matter of time before something goes horribly wrong. They're pressuring her into doing it because of a commitment, but the honest truth is that pop stars flake on their commitments all the time,
time and don't get in much trouble. She's been through worse, and I think she can handle the fallout for not showing up at the gala. And if she plays her cards right, she can make people look like assholes for even questioning her. Her career is going to take a lot of heat, but personally, I'd rather keep my life, so I'd walk right out of this gala and get back to focusing on my own survival. But as usual, Sky here is about to give the demon exactly what it wants.
She starts reading off from the teleprompter, but within seconds, the words suddenly come to a stop. With nothing prepared, all that she can do is start freestyling off the dome in an attempt to save it. But it only takes her 2 sentences before things start getting way too personal. And the vibe in the room just gets more and more awkward the longer it all goes on. Instead of giving an inspirational speech, she goes off on this whole existential tangent about how success can't fix the miserable person who she is inside. And meanwhile, everyone's just sitting there wondering when they're going to cut her mic. That's when the teleprompter starts working again, and Sky here tries to wrap it up. But when she reaches the end, it tells her to introduce her dead boyfriend, Paul. Looking into the crowd, she watches in horror as he gets up from a table and starts slowly approaching the stage. The singer screams at the top of her lungs that her boyfriend is dead, and when she opens her eyes, the vision is finally gone. She's made a total fool of herself in front of everyone there, but just when it looks like things can't get any worse, an old woman tries to comfort her, and she completely flips out, sending the lady crashing to the floor. Everyone has their cameras out, meaning that it won't be long before this hits the news, and now it looks like Sky's worst fears are actually coming true. She goes home to her closet full of everything that she could ever want, but now the only thing that she wants is for her friend to answer her phone. That's when the mysterious number starts texting her again, saying how she's in danger, and this time she finally responds back. They tell her that the hallucinations are actually real, sending her a video of Lewis on the night before his death. In it, he keeps focusing on something in the corner that only he can see, saying how it just stands there smiling at him. All of a sudden, he appears right next to Sky in her own apartment, and she falls to the floor in shock. But of course, it was just another mind game. Completely fed up, she puts on a quick disguise and gets in the elevator, texting the mystery man for a public place where they can meet up. Her mom tries calling just as she arrives at the bar, but she ducks the call and heads inside, trying her best to keep a low profile. The man waves her down from a booth at the very back, and the girl sends his picture to Gemma just in case he tries anything funny. Promising that he means no harm, he introduces himself as Morris, and he explains that he's been tracking the smile demon ever since it killed his brother. He was trying to warn Lewis, but got there too late, where he found her number on the dead guy's phone. According to him, the demon can only be seen by the current host, and it feeds off their negative energy until it finally drives them insane, when it kills them in front of a witness and moves on to the next person. They can't ask the police for help, but he has a plan for how they can stop it once and for all. He wants to break the cycle by stopping Sky's heart in a room without any witnesses. Without leaving a host, the demon should hopefully die off, and then he'll use his skills as an ER nurse to bring her back curse-free. This is all too much for Sky to handle, and the whole time she's been getting calls from her managers non-stop. The more that she panics, a crowd starts to gather as they realize who she is, forcing her to rush out of the bar before she can even make up her mind.
Okay, this right here changes everything. Sky finally found someone who actually knows what the hell is going on. Not only that, but they have a plan for how to stop it, and to me, that actually sounds like it should work. It's risky, but if you break it down, Morris's plan actually makes a lot of sense. He wants to intentionally induce a cardiac arrest, causing Sky's heart to stop beating and the oxygen to stop circulating throughout her body. When this happens, the person is pronounced clinically dead, but that doesn't mean there's no coming back. At least, not yet. For a brief period, their brain is actually still alive, and you have about 2 minutes to supply it with oxygen before the damage is irreversible. That's a pretty small window for success, but as we're going to find out in just a minute, Morris here even accounted for that. He wants to try the plan in a walk-in freezer, using the cold to extend Sky's lifespan. The strategy is called controlled hypothermia, and it's actually used in real-life emergencies. The lower temperatures reduce the body's body's metabolic rate, meaning that the cells consume oxygen a lot slower. When cells don't get enough oxygen, they release toxic chemicals and cause damage even after being resuscitated, a condition known as reperfusion injury. By slowing down this process, they can give themselves as long as 30 minutes before the lack of oxygen causes too much damage, greatly increasing Sky's chances of survival. Then all that's left to do is bring her back with a dose of adrenaline, and as long as their timing is right, they should be able to pull this off. Since the demon needs someone to transfer to, doing it in a room with no witnesses should break the chain and finally release Sky from the curse. She's dead either way, even if it doesn't work, so when you think about it, she has every reason to give it a try. But there's just one problem. We need to make sure that we can trust Morris first. This should be simple enough because, just like always, Sky is surrounded by fans and cameras everywhere she goes. All she has to do is look at the photo she sent to Gemma or try to find recent videos tagged at the location, and she'll have definitive proof if Morris was ever there or not. Even if he turns out to be just another hallucination, she can still find a way to try the plan on her own.
Reaching her wit's end, Sky decides that her only option is to bail before the situation gets any worse. Grabbing her suitcase, she's rushing to pack her things when she tweaks that injury in her back again, and this time the frustration causes her to officially crash out. Grabbing a mirror from the counter, she chucks it through the glass shower on the other side of the room, and the outburst finally helps her calm down. Just when she thinks it's over, she goes back to the hall and turns on the lights, only to see a whole squad of smiling demons blocking her path. They all look like fans dressed in merch from her tour, inching closer and closer every time she moves and freezing in place whenever she stops. The monsters stare down at her like wild animals about to pounce, and when she makes a run for the door, they all get up and start chasing after her in some kind of bizarre interpretive dance of death. Unimpressed by their dance moves, she's just about to reach the door when the demons surround her and drag her back in. They slam her into the piano and start tearing out pieces of her hair, grabbing at her body with their demonic hands. As she screams, one of the arms forces its way into her mouth, going all the way up to the elbow until she finally blacks out. While unconscious, she relives the memory of the night that Paul died in the accident. They'd been having a substance-fueled screaming match on their drive home from whatever party when he made the ultimate mistake and called his girlfriend crazy. To be fair, she was acting pretty damn crazy, but things got serious when he started mocking her for crying. All of a sudden, Sky reached for the steering wheel and yanked it to the side, causing them to fly off a cliff in the accident that instantly took his life. As the car hits the trees, she suddenly wakes up in a hospital bed with her mom assuring her that everything is going to be fine. Apparently, they found her passed out on the living room floor and took her to a private clinic where she can rest up before the tour starts tomorrow. Sky starts asking for her phone, but the woman refuses to give it to her until she calms down. Desperate, she starts begging her to just postpone the tour, but too many people have invested too much money for her to back out now. So the only way it's happening is if she checks herself into rehab. Even then, they'll still get sued into oblivion and both of their careers will be done forever. But to Sky, it seems like her mother only cares about making money. The woman explains that they've given her too many second chances, but if she wants to throw it all away, then there's nothing that she can do to stop her. Suddenly, her face transforms into the demonic smile as Skylar realizes that the demon is back. Shattering a mirror with her bare hands, she picks up a piece of broken glass and just starts going full Swiss cheese with that thing. And there's nothing that the girl can do but pull out her IV and run for the door. Reaching for the handle, the singer realizes that she's the one holding the glass, and a look of shock crosses her face as the horrifying truth sinks in. Looking down, she sees that her hospital gown is covered in blood, and her mother is slowly bleeding to death on the floor. The girl tries snapping herself out of it, wishing that it was all just a dream, but that makes 5 down with 1 more to go, and that's when Josh knocks on the door.
Okay, this is one of those moments where I think we all know what I'm about to say next. Holy shit, Girl, that was not on the vision board for 2024. Pop stars get caught up in all kinds of drama all the time, and they almost always land on their feet, but I think the only place you'll be performing now is a padded cell, and that's if you're lucky, because Sky, you have astronomically f***ed up. What you just did definitely put the nail in the coffin, but the truth is that you've been totally screwed ever since that night at Lewis's apartment. And it's not just because of the demon. Forget the public backlash. Do you realize how much trouble you'd be in when the police found out? We're talking prison time, when all you had to do was just be honest about your mistake. Sure, it would have been embarrassing, but that's a lot better than intentionally covering up a death. And from that moment on, it was all downhill from there. After literally the first night, the evidence was absolutely piling up that you weren't just having a mental breakdown, you were caught in the middle of some seriously weird shit. And it was obvious that you couldn't trust your own perception. I mean, how many hallucinations was it going to take before you said to yourself, you know what, I should probably get this checked out? But instead of doing anything about it, you just keep pushing yourself to the brink, both mentally and physically. And it looks like now, you finally snapped. The craziest part is, this isn't even the first time you've killed someone. No wonder you feel so guilty over Paul's death. It was completely your fault. I'm starting to realize the smartest person of all was Gemma here, because at least she had the common sense to cut you off when she realized how toxic you are. If you think things are bad now, then you have no idea what's coming next. But one thing's for sure, Sky, you have seriously f***ed up. Rushing over, Sky slams the door shut and pretends that she's changing, sending Josh away on a mission to find a soda. As soon as he's gone, she quickly puts on a hoodie and covers her mom up with the blanket, taking her phone as she rushes for the exit. Just then, Gemma happens to find her, saying that she came in a car with a driver, and the singer takes this as her opportunity to escape. Running up to the limo, she forces the driver out and jumps behind the wheel, but Gemma refuses to let her go alone, and the girls speed away just as the police get to the scene. As they're speeding through the city, Sky starts texting the nurse, saying that she's finally ready to try his plan. He responds right away with an address on the other side of the city, and she tells Gemma to head over there as fast as she can. Sky here is just starting to feel a slight sense of relief when she gets a phone call from Gemma. Confused, Sky asks if she's been to her apartment, but Gemma reminds her that they haven't seen each other for over a year. And when she looks over, the Gemma in the driver's seat is staring at her with that same evil smile. The demon only laughs at her frustration, but Sky decides that enough is enough, and keeps repeating to herself over and over again that this is all in her head until it finally works. Suddenly, she wakes up behind the wheel of an SUV somewhere on Staten Island, and takes off speeding towards the meeting point where Morris is waiting for her. There's no time to explain why she's covered in blood, and they both rush inside where he leads her back to the large walk-in freezer. The place looks like something straight out of Jigsaw's surgery school, but they need the cold to keep her brain alive long enough for Morris to bring her back. With no other choice, Sky lies down on the table and gets ready to die, even thanking Morris for helping her do it. Before they start, he wants to know why she finally decided to trust him, and she explains that it's because there's nothing left for her to lose. But at least this way, they can stop it from hurting anyone else. Saying that he'll be right back, the man goes outside to grab something, but Sky starts to panic as soon as he's gone. All of a sudden, blood starts dripping down from the ceiling as a vision of herself from the night of the accident appears directly above her, opening her seatbelt and crashing down right on top of her. The demon lifts her up and pins her up against the wall, tormenting her as it tosses her across the room. Before she can run for the door, it holds her down and paralyzes her with its absolutely terrifying glare. But just when it looks like she's done for, Sky chomps down and bites the creature's thumbs off, giving her a chance to reach the needle. Thinking that she has it beat, she quickly takes a dose of the medication. But imagine her surprise when the plan doesn't work. Cackling, the demon reveals that it was all
all a trick, telling her to break a leg as it closes her inside of a dark box. When the doors open, Sky realizes that she's actually on stage for the first night of her tour, and there's a stadium full of fans all waiting to see the show. Looking into the crowd, she sees her mother in the front row telling her to smile, and at the end of the stage, there's another version of herself glaring at her with that demonic look on its face. All of a sudden, her stomach explodes as a massive, fleshy demon of borderline indescribable terror emerges from her body, leaving Sky too stunned to move. Reaching out, the monster tears open her jaw and forces its way inside her mouth. But to everyone else, it looks like she's having a seizure. Suddenly, the real Sky gets to her feet with the same terrifying smile, only to pick up a microphone and use it to give the last performance of her life. And now, it looks like the demon's turn to go on its first world tour.
Smile 2. That is what's up. What a crazy franchise. What a crazy story. What a crazy villain. Man, I hope they keep this franchise going for a long time. We need Smile 10 up in this bitch. But anyways, I have to know, everyone out there, is there anything that you would have done differently, Meat Shields? Thank you so much for watching. Leave a like and subscribe, and check out that How to Beat playlist for more videos just like this one. I'm the Guy. I'll see you in the next video, and have a damn good day.
If you had to survive 23 of Jigsaw's deadliest traps, what would you do? From reverse bear traps to needle pits, nerve gas, and everything in between. You've never seen more creative ways to die. Get ready to take a dive into one of the most twisted horror franchises of all time, because we're here to break down the mistakes made, what you should do, and how to beat all of the death traps in Saw Part 1, 2, and 3. These ungrateful victims are about to have a whole new appreciation for what it means to be alive. From the moment that he wakes up at the bottom of a tub in some dark and dingy looking bathroom, it's pretty obvious to Adam here that he's in just a little bit of trouble. As he scrambles to get his bearings, another voice starts speaking to him from out of the darkness. This is Dr. Lawrence Gordon, his new roommate for the next 8 hours, and he's just as confused about where they are as Adam is. They've both been chained to rusty pipes on opposite sides of a bathroom that seems like it could give you Ebola from just looking at it. But somehow, that's not even the worst part, because lying on the floor in the center of the room is a dead body, and he's holding a cassette player and a revolver. There are only 2 clues so far. Adam here does the only logical thing that you can do in a situation like this and starts to absolutely lose his shit. But it isn't long before he realizes that it's not getting him anywhere, and decides to start pulling on the chain instead. Obviously, that strategy doesn't work out either, so Lawrence suggests trying to remember how they got there, but neither one of them can recall a single detail about the attack. Looking around the room, he quickly notices that there's only one thing not covered in filth: a brand new clock up on the wall, so whoever did this clearly wants them to know the time. While Lawrence tries the door, Adam checks his pockets, and that's when he makes a game-changing discovery. He's been given an envelope with his name on it, containing a small cassette tape that says "Play Me." Lawrence got an envelope too, but his is even more interesting, because besides just a tape, there's also a single 357 Magnum cartridge and a small key hidden inside. They try the key first, but it doesn't seem to work on any of their locks, causing Adam to chunk it down to the floor in a fit of gamer rage. Instead, he decides to go for the tape recorder being held by the dead guy, and although it's sitting far out of his reach, he's able to pull it over after several attempts by using his shirt and the bathtub plug to reel it in. Adam plays his tape first, but instead of answers, all that he hears is some crazy guy with a creepy voice roasting him for his poor life decisions. Tensions are already high, but things get even worse when they listen to Lawrence's tape. The same voice wants him to kill Adam before 6 o'clock. Otherwise, his wife Allison and daughter Diana will die instead. They're given one more clue: X marks the spot, and with that, the voice says that the time for their game has begun. Okay, man, talk about a rude wake-up call. On one end, we've got Lawrence, who's calm, collected, and trying to keep things under control. And then there's Adam, who decided to take the immediately start screaming like a 6-year-old girl approach. I'm not gonna lie, I'd be freaking out too, but it seems like there are a few obvious options that these two could try if they just slow down for just 1 second and think things through. First things first, we need to start by carefully checking every inch of the room that we can for any hidden tools or clues that might help us escape, especially the X marking the spot that Jigsaw mentioned at the end of Lawrence's tape. It'd be better to work together with the other guy for now, since we're both in the same situation, but we don't want to get too comfortable either, because there might be a time when things take a turn for the worse and we need to make some tough decisions. Plus, for all that either of them knows right now, the guy standing across from you could be the one that brought you in there in the first place. So we need to be careful who to trust. After getting our bearings, the next step is to start attacking the problems one at a time in an organized and strategic way. Before we can go anywhere, we'll need to get out of the chains first. But instead of focusing on the chains themselves, I would pay more attention to the locks and rusty pipes that they're attached to. Those types of padlocks can be easily broken just by applying enough force. So I'd look around for anything nearby that I could use as an improvised tool, and try to either smash them open the old-fashioned way or pick the lock if we wanted to try that approach. Now, my guy Lawrence here is great at coming up with ideas when he's busy bossing Adam around. But where's that same brain power when it comes to himself? There's an obvious solution staring at him right in the face here. If Adam could reach the tape player, then why doesn't Lawrence try to reach the revolver next? I would try to tear some of those thinner pipes off of the wall behind him to give him some extra reach. Or just taking the same approach as Adam and using some of my clothes or belt tied together, which should work fine, especially if I find something heavy nearby to add some weight to it. If he could get his hands on that weapon, then that would open up all kinds of possibilities. He could shoot out the lock or just kill Adam and call it a day. Although it might be better to leave him alive for now, just in case he needs a meat shield later on. In the meantime, I'd also take turns just shouting for help as loud as we could. It might seem silly, yeah, but it literally couldn't hurt to try. On the bright side, at least they have 8 whole hours to figure it out, which is way more than some of Jigsaw's other victims are going to get. So, when you look at it that way, they're actually kind of lucky for how this game was set up. The situation in the room is awkward to say the least, but Lawrence here noticed something about his tape that makes him think twice. Playing it back, he's able to make out the words, "Follow your heart," whispered quietly at the end of the message. And sure enough, there's a heart traced in poo-poo right there on the front of the toilet tank. It's up to Adam to reach on in there and start searching. But after digging around for a minute in the most disgusting water imaginable, these two geniuses suddenly realize that they might want to check underneath the lid. There we go. A black trash bag containing 2 rusty hacksaws. Not exactly what you'd call a Christmas present, but at least they're getting somewhere. Their first instinct is to start working away at their chains, but the saws are too weak to make even a scratch in the thick metal no matter how hard they try. Adam here goes so hard that he ends up completely breaking his, and chunks it across the room where it shatters off a corner of the mirror. As for Lawrence, he decides that he better stop before he breaks his saw too, and that's when he suddenly understands the terrifying truth. The saws weren't meant for them to cut through the chain at all. No, they were meant for cutting off their own feet. Putting the pieces together, he realizes that they must have been taken hostage by a notorious criminal who's still on the loose. And he knows this because Lawrence himself was once a suspect in the case. 5 months ago, a team of detectives began to uncover a series of grisly death traps, including one where a man was forced to crawl through a maze of barbed wire and killed in the process. At every crime scene, they'd always find the same 2 things: a cassette tape with a message for the victim and a jigsaw puzzle piece cut out of their skin. Although the news started calling him the Jigsaw Killer, the truth is that he's never technically killed anybody. Instead, he forces his victims to play by the rules of his deadly games, offering them a slim chance to survive if they somehow complete the challenge, as a way to teach them a new appreciation for their wasted lives. Okay. This guy is seriously like the worst therapist ever. I mean, I get the point that he's trying to make, but there's gotta be a better way to teach people a lesson than forcing them to compete in the most complicated death traps that the world has ever seen. Am I right or am I right? Anyway, Lawrence here just made an absolutely terrifying observation. He seems to think that the hacksaws were meant for them to cut off their own feet. And while I can see how this would technically get them out of their current predicament, I can't say that it's definitely the best idea for several reasons. Going through with something like that already sounds bad enough, but the reality of the situation would be worse than I think any of us could even imagine. Besides the obvious, excruciating pain that you're going to be facing, severe blood loss, and the risk of even going into shock, you might not think that losing a foot would seem all that bad compared to spending the rest of your life in this horrific-ass Ebola dungeon. Your feet actually contain several major arteries, which means that you could bleed out in minutes if you were able to actually get all the way through. The rapid blood loss and extreme pain could also cause you to go into shock and lose consciousness, which is the last thing that you would want to happen when every second means the difference between life and death. Follow me. Hypothetically, if they were going to try it, there are some strategies that Lawrence and Adam could use to increase their chances of survival. They're going to want to choose a spot as close to the ankle as possible, since the bones there are thinner and easier to cut through. God damn, just thinking about it. Before starting, it would be crucial to apply a tourniquet as tightly as possible just above the cut point to minimize the blood flow. Using a shirt or belt should do the trick. The key would be to try and do it as quickly as possible. You know, like ripping off a band-aid, except 100,000 times worse. Once it was all said and done, they'd need to immediately apply pressure to the wound and get medical attention as fast as they possibly can, since even if they were lucky to survive the first 5 minutes, they'd still only have about 2 hours at the most before things really started to go downhill. Trust me, I've been watching this movie on DVD since 2004. I've thought about it a lot, you know? With that being said, going footless definitely isn't the best strategy. Instead, I'd try something obvious that they're both overlooking, and just use that saw on the locks or the rusty pipe. Those should both be much easier to get through than the thick steel chain, and even thin pieces from Adam's broken saw could be used to try and pick the locks or somehow pry them open. We also can't let all of this craziness distract us from keeping an eye on the other guy in the room. If Lawrence had been paying attention, then he would have noticed that Adam here clearly found something else besides just the 2 hacksaws in the bag, and deliberately hid it from him in the bathtub where he can't see. Whether you choose to call him out on it right away or not is a different story, but you need to be paying enough attention to notice something like that if you're going to make it out of here in one piece. At some point during their investigation, the detectives come across another test chamber, this one built for an insurance scammer named Mark. As a way to teach him a lesson, Jigsaw poisoned the man and brought him to a basement where he'd stashed the only antidote in a locked safe at the center of the room. His only chance for survival was to find the combination hidden somewhere in the hundreds of numbers painted all over the walls. But every inch of the floor was covered in broken glass, and Mark himself had been covered in a flammable liquid, making his only source of light, a small candle with an open flame, also his greatest danger. Needless to say, Mark here didn't make it, but the crime scene gave the detectives some interesting leads. For one, a peephole cut out of the wall told them that Jigsaw here likes to watch his games play out live and in person. But what was even more interesting was the pen that they found belonging to none other than our good old buddy Dr. Lawrence Gordon. Lawrence himself was busy giving some interns the rundown on his patient John Kramer, who was there receiving treatment for an inoperable brain tumor, when he was called over to the intercom to come to his office right away. To his surprise, he found city detectives David Tapp and Stephen Singh already there waiting for him, and they immediately started grilling him about his alibi from the night before. Although he wasn't exactly innocent himself, Lawrence knew that he hadn't committed any crimes. But when the detectives showed him that they found his pen at the latest Jigsaw scene, he had no choice but to follow them down to the station for questioning. Without saying too much, Lawrence admitted to his lawyer that it couldn't have been him, because the truth is that he was seeing someone that night who he didn't want his wife finding out about. The lawyer suggested that he might as well have come clean, and after confirming his alibi, Lawrence was cleared of any suspicion for the time. But before he could leave, the detectives wanted him to listen to the story of a Jigsaw survivor who they'd just brought in, saying that it might help him remember any leads. In the next room over, they brought in a young woman named Amanda, the only person to have survived a jigsaw trap so far. Nervous, she began to recall a story of how she was taken in by the maniac and woke up restrained to a chair with a horrifying contraption already strapped to her face. After struggling for a moment without any luck, a television on the other side of the room suddenly turned on, showing a video of a sinister-looking puppet that Jigsaw used to explain the rules of her game. He called this one the reverse bear trap, and when the timer ran out, the device would split Amanda's head in half from her jaw up, killing her instantly. Her only hope of escape was to find the key hidden in the stomach of a dead body in the corner of the room. As soon as she stood up, the timer on Amanda's mask activated, leaving her with only 60 seconds to complete the challenge or die trying. Panicking, she grabbed a scalpel from the floor, only to realize that the dead man was very much still alive, just paralyzed with medication. But by then, it was already too late, and she had no choice but to cut the key out of his stomach, killing the man in the process. Luckily for her at least, Amanda was able to unlock the device and save herself just in time, receiving a congratulations from the puppet, who rode in on a squeaky old tricycle, for having what it took to survive. The craziest part of all is that Amanda here was actually grateful to Jigsaw for what happened, saying that he helped her kick the addiction that would have eventually gotten her if she hadn't quit. Okay, this chick is seriously f***ed up, but I've got to give her some credit. She did the damn thing and made it out with her face still intact, which is more than any of Jigsaw's other victims can say so far. We're going to be seeing a lot more of Amanda here in later parts of the story, but for now, this gives us a great opportunity to point out something important. Thanks to Amanda, we've just had a first-hand demonstration on the #1 rule for surviving Jigsaw's death traps. The key here is to never under any circumstances start flailing around and freaking out before you've had a chance to carefully get a grasp of the entire situation. In this case, the timer on Amanda's trap wasn't activated until she stood up out of her chair and pulled the pin. Now, if she'd realized this before the timer was actually started, then it would have given her the option of examining the entire setup and trying to figure out a way to beat it without ever even activating the trap in the first place. After getting her hands free, she could have spent some time investigating the device itself and seeing if there was some way that she could damage, deactivate, or jam one of its crucial components, like the trigger pin, the timer, or the clasps holding it onto her head. Jigsaw is a pretty smart guy, so odds are good that there won't be any obvious weaknesses in the design for her to exploit. But giving yourself the time to at least try is much better than starting the timer and only having 60 seconds to figure it out before your head explodes. Plus, she could always just sit right there in that spot for the next 3 days or so before she eventually dies of dehydration, and just hope that some help happens to come her way before she has to handle the situation on her own. Once the timer started, she really didn't have any other options besides following through with the rules of the game the way that Jigsaw had set it up. That'd be easy enough if it really was just a dead body that you had to deal with, but realizing that the guy was alive completely changed everything. And it may have not been the most ethical decision, but you've gotta at least respect the fact that Amanda did what she had to do. Now it's off to the needle pit with her. I'm looking at you, Saw Part 2. But as for Lawrence and Adam, they've still got a long way to go. Hearing all of this from Lawrence makes Adam kinda paranoid, but when he grabs a piece of broken glass to threaten him, he notices something strange. One side of the glass is see-through, meaning that it's actually a one-way mirror, and after smashing the rest of it with some junk that he finds on the floor, they realize that someone has been watching them on a camera all along. Taking everything in, the two of them finally begin to understand that every part of this nightmare was precisely calculated in advance by Jigsaw. Adam questions how the doctor here can stay so composed when his wife and daughter could be in danger, but he says that protecting them is exactly why he's so determined to escape. To prove that he's telling the truth, Lawrence throws him his wallet full of pictures of his family, but as he's looking through them, Adam here makes a disturbing discovery. Hidden inside is a photo of Allison and Diana all tied up. With regards, from Jigsaw himself. On the reverse side is another message, reading, "Sometimes you see more with your eyes shut." Throwing the wallet back over to Lawrence, he decides to keep the picture a secret for now while he tries to figure out what the message could mean. On the night before, Lawrence left home for what he said was a late-night work call, but that was his biggest mistake. As soon as he was gone, someone kidnapped his wife and daughter, and now the man has them both tied up in their own apartment. But when he gets up to check outside of the window, he has no idea that there's someone else watching them from across the street, who Jigsaw doesn't even know about. After finishing up with Lawrence, Detective Tapp spent the rest of the night watching Amanda's tape over and over again until he finally found what he was looking for. For one brief shot, he could make out a particular graffiti tag on the wall behind the puppet, as well as the faint sound of a fire alarm going off somewhere in the background. This allowed Tapp and his partner Singh to narrow the location down to an abandoned mannequin factory across town. So they set off to the location to see if they can find any leads, never suspecting that they were about to walk right into a death trap. With Tapp leading the way, the two detectives broke into the abandoned factory and were able to quickly find Jigsaw's makeshift workshop hidden up on the second floor of the building. Besides what they saw on the tape, the place was full of tiny models of Jigsaw's recent traps, but that's when they realized that they weren't alone. Pulling back one of the sheets, they were shocked to find this whole-ass guy hidden under there, strapped to some sort of contraption with two power drills pointed straight at his neck, when all of a sudden they heard the elevator coming up, and in walked Jigsaw himself just as the detectives took cover behind some nearby construction materials. From their hiding spot in the corner of the room, the detectives watched as Jigsaw approached the man in the trap, springing out to confront him when they thought that he'd let his guard down, but before they could even react, Jigsaw kicked a button on the floor and activated the device, throwing the whole situation into complete chaos. Forced to make a choice between going after him or saving the victim, Singh jumped into action trying to deactivate the trap, while Tapp held Jigsaw at gunpoint. With only seconds left before the man would be killed, Singh quickly drew his weapon and shot out the drills, saving his life. But while Tapp was distracted, Jigsaw busted out a full-blown Assassin's Creed blade and slit his throat with one swift move, disappearing deeper into the factory before Singh could catch him. Somehow, Tapp here managed to survive the attack, and handed Singh the shotty, telling him to go after Jigsaw instead, the chase leading him down into the tunnels below the building where death could be waiting for him around any corner. In one of the hallways, Singh drew down on Jigsaw and fired a blast straight into his back, dropping him to the floor. But as he moved in to investigate, he accidentally activated a tripwire that automatically fired several shotguns down at him from above. By the time that Tapp could get to him, Jigsaw had already escaped, his body armor having saved him from the fatal shot, leaving Tapp here completely obsessed with finding the madman and stopping him once and for all. Okay, well fellas, I gotta say that I don't think that could have gone any worse if you tried. It's almost like that you forgot that you were going after the most deranged, calculating criminal genius that you've ever encountered in your entire careers, and you just decided to treat it like your first day on the job instead. Knowing his MO, you would have thought that they would have been just a little bit more careful about their approach, but now we've got one detective down, Jigsaw still on the loose, and there's really only one person to blame for this entire debacle. Detective Tapp, you, sir, have majorly f***ed up. Alright, bud, since you're clearly struggling here, let me sit you down for a little Jigsaw 101. This guy loves his traps, clearly, so if you're going after him in his own workshop, it might be a good idea to expect the unexpected. Just a suggestion. Honestly, you two are even lucky enough that you made it through the front door without being killed, considering you just kicked it in without even checking. But I guess that luck doesn't hold up forever now, huh? As a matter of fact, let's talk about my boy Singh for a minute, because what just happened to him was wrong. So wrong. On so many levels. Tapp here may have f***ed up, but poor Singh was the one who really got done dirty. You want to know what this guy's plans for the night were? He was heading down to the bar with his buddies from work to get a beer and a burger and then going home to be with his wife and kids. But instead, he got roped into an illegal search by this Jigsaw-obsessed maniac and ended up paying the ultimate price. At least he was being more careful, but even that still wasn't enough. And I guess that's just the risk you take when you're dealing with a guy who isn't a killer, but set up a vertical shotgun booby trap for anyone who tries to trespass in his workshop. Seriously, 4 shotguns on a tripwire, but he's not a killer? Yeah, Okay, here I was thinking that Jigsaw's victims were only supposed to be bad people. Singh here did absolutely nothing to deserve this besides just doing his job. And he didn't even get any warning or anything. Just straight up taken out in the most horrific way imaginable so that his family can't even give him a nice funeral. That's just diabolical, Jigsaw, even for you. And as for Tap, don't think I forgot about you. What? Did you forget your handcuffs at home or something? First of all, you jumped out at the worst possible time, and by waiting until he was right next to the hostage, you gave him the perfect opportunity to pull one of the classic Jigsaw tricks. Your partner Singh did his part and saved a man's life, even though you were the one who dragged him into this death trap in the first place. But even then, you still couldn't keep up your own end of the deal. All that you had to do was cuff him, and it would have been case closed. But you literally just sat there dumbfounded until you got straight up Ezio'd with the hidden blade. Assassin's Creed reference. And all I can say to that is, damn. I guess Jigsaw had that throat slash precisely lined up to leave Tap over there looking like he's clinging to your life, but not actually in danger of dying, you know, since he's definitely not a killer and all that. The worst part about this whole disgrace was that they could have ended Jigsaw's entire career right here and now if they just made better decisions. With some backup, proper gear, and a solid plan, this could have gone in a completely different direction. But Tap, being in such a rush, led them to blowing it when they had their best chance of stopping him yet. And his partner was the one who ended up having to suffer the consequences. You're a bad detective, Tap. Go home. But you're an even worse friend, and that is why you f***ed up. Tensions continue to escalate back in the bathroom, where Lawrence is getting more and more frustrated with Adam's cagey behavior. But something that the doctor says suddenly gives him an idea. Adam here tells his roommate to try turning off the lights, and that's when they realize that X has been right behind him the whole time, marked on the wall with glow-in-the-dark paint. Using the handle of his saw, Lawrence busts out the section of the wall and finds a small metal box hidden inside. It's locked, of course, but they're able to open it using the key that came with his envelope way back in the beginning, and inside they find several interesting items. There's a cell phone, a lighter, 2 cigarettes, and a note addressed to Lawrence, reminding him that there's more than one way to kill his opponent. Lawrence's first instinct is to try to call the cops, but he quickly realizes that the phone is only set up for receiving calls, not placing them. The sound of the busy signal suddenly triggers a memory of how he had been trying to leave a shady-looking parking garage the night before, only to be violently attacked and kidnapped by a figure wearing a red cloak and a pig's head mask, which finally explains how he ended up here. Getting suspicious, Lawrence demands to know how Adam here came up with the idea to turn off the lights, and after arguing about it for a minute, he finally decides to show him the picture that he found in his wallet. The doctor is completely heartbroken by what he sees, but this doesn't change the fact that his only way to save them is to finish the game, and now that he has proof that they're really in danger, he's starting to consider all of his options, including taking Adam out. Thinking it over, he remembers that the dead man in the room with them supposedly had poison in his blood and secretly dips one of the cigarettes into it while Adam here is distracted. For a moment, it seems like he's planning on killing the man to win his own freedom, but he's not actually ready to turn on him just yet. Instead, he shuts off the lights so that Jigsaw can't see them and quietly fills Adam in on the plan, telling him to play along. Turning the lights back on, he tosses Adam the safe cigarette, and he immediately starts pretending to choke on the poison in hopes of tricking Jigsaw. It's an Oscar-worthy performance, but the kidnapper calls their bluff by shocking Adam with a jolt of electricity through the shackle around his ankle, proving that he's actually still alive. Desperate to escape, Lawrence goes back to madly sawing at the chain, but it's no use, and he tosses the saw away out of frustration. At the same time, the jolt of electricity must have jogged Adam's memory, because now he says that he can remember how he ended up there. On the same night that Lawrence was taken, Adam here was back at his rundown apartment developing secret photos of the doctor himself, and fell asleep at his desk only to wake up in pitch darkness with the power seeming like it'd been cut. Just then, he heard what sounded like someone else in the apartment with him and started using the flash from his camera to look for the source of the noise. As he made his way into the kitchen, he was jump scared by Jigsaw's puppet sitting in one of the chairs and gave the little creep a much needed beatdown with a baseball bat, but he wasn't safe yet. Hearing a noise from the closet, he slowly pulled open the door using a camera flash to light up the inside, and that's when the same pig-masked attacker jumped out of the shadows, knocking him out and dragging him off to play the game. Okay, I swear. The more that I find out about these people, the dumber that I realize that they are. This could be up there in the How to Beat Hall of Shame for one of the most easily avoidable abductions that I've ever witnessed. And when you look at how bad the consequences were for this screw up, it only makes it so much worse. Adam, my boy, old buddy, old pal, I'm just gonna say something here that might sound crazy to you, but I really want you to listen up and hear me out. If you think that there's an intruder hiding in your closet when you have a clear shot to the fucking front door, just leave. It's not like you had a wife and kids in the next room that you had to protect. The door was right there. So what the hell are we even doing still standing around in your kitchen in the dark? The instant that I saw that jigsaw puppet sitting on my couch, I would have been halfway around the planet like Barry Allen so fast that the kidnapper would not have even been sure if anyone ever lived there to begin with. There's this little thing called fight or flight response that's been keeping us alive for millions of years, but it doesn't seem like you got either one, and maybe you just weren't meant to survive in the same universe as a guy like Jigsaw after all. At the very least, he could have bunkered up somewhere in a defensible position and used some furniture to block himself in. Then all he would have had to do is yell for help and start swinging that bat around if they tried to get him. But even with a baseball bat and the home field advantage, he still somehow managed to lose the fight. That's just embarrassing. Adam here just provided a great example of exactly what not to do if you ever find yourself in a similar situation. And his survival instincts clearly haven't gotten any better since then. But maybe if he gets lucky, there's still a chance of him making it out of this bathroom alive. With only about 25 minutes left on the clock, the phone starts to ring as Lawrence receives a call from his wife and daughter. He hears Diana on the other end when he answers, who tells him that the man from her room has them, before handing the phone over to her mother. When it's Allison's turn, she tells him not to trust Adam in a way that sounds suspiciously like she's reading it from a script, but the kidnapper abruptly hangs up before he can ask any more questions. At this point, Lawrence here is officially ready to crash out, and starts demanding that Adam tells him who he really is. Finally, Adam agrees to come clean, but he's not the only one with something to hide. While his family thought that he was at work, Lawrence here was secretly at a motel having a sneaky link with his secretary. Although he and the woman didn't actually do anything, they received a mysterious phone call as he was about to leave, threatening to expose him. And Lawrence left the place in such a hurry that he didn't even notice Adam taking pictures of him as he walked back to his car. It turns out that Adam here had been hired by a man named Bob to get the photos, but he swears that he doesn't know anything else about the doctor's personal life. It isn't until he starts to describe the man that Jigsaw realizes Bob is actually Detective Tapp, still hell-bent on solving the Jigsaw case as a way to avenge his fallen partner, and convinced that the doctor here had something to do with it. He's absolutely furious with Adam for essentially stalking him, but what Adam points out is that he was just capturing the truth, saying that Lawrence has no one to blame for what happened other than himself. The bag containing the hacksaws was also full of pictures that Adam had been keeping a secret until now, but as they're looking them over, they realize that there are a couple of photos in there of Lawrence's apartment that were definitely taken by somebody else. And in one of them, they can clearly make out a man named Zepp, who works as an orderly at the hospital, standing in his bedroom window, proving that he's the one who kidnapped Allison and Diana. It's a little too late though, because that's when the clock reaches 6, and now it's time for the final part of Jigsaw's game to begin. Back at their apartment, Allison manages to get her gag loose while the kidnapper is distracted. Speaking to her daughter, she reassures the girl that everything is going to be alright, and starts working at her hand restraints in an attempt to get herself free. Just as she finally does it, Zepp here comes back into the room and forces her to call her husband one last time, never realizing that she's no longer tied up. She plays along for a moment, but the second that she sees an opportunity, Allison leaps into action and tackles Zepp to the floor, wrestling his weapon away as she orders him not to move. Grabbing the phone, she tries to explain the situation to her husband, but as soon as she lets her guard down, Zepp jumps back up and starts trying to subdue her once again, with the two of them firing several shots into the walls of the apartment as they battle it out. Okay, you have got to be kidding me. I seriously just can't deal with these people anymore. Let me take a deep breath before I say something that I might regret. Alright, now that I'm cooled off, let's just take a second to talk about the absolute show that we just witnessed here. I think Allison might be giving Adam a run for his money when it comes to some of the worst survival skills that I've ever seen. Here's an idea. If the guy who you just escaped from is inching closer and closer to you, even though you're pointing the blicky straight at his face, just take the damn shot, please. Blast this creep back to Timbuktu and do the whole world a favor before exactly what just happened ends up happening. The only thing worse than getting kidnapped once is getting kidnapped twice by the same guy when he didn't even have a weapon the second time around. No weapon the second time around. Like that, She even had a phone in her hand that she could have used to, I don't know, maybe call 12? It's not like Lawrence was in any position to help her, so it doesn't make any sense to waste time telling him to hold on when you should be calling for help. She had the whole situation under control, but somehow, she still managed to blow it. We need to move on before I genuinely lose it, but at this point, whatever happens, happens. Good luck, idiots. You're clearly gonna need it. The commotion across the street attracts the attention of Detective Tapp, who goes charging over there with his own weapon to join the shootout. Just as Allison manages to stab Zepp in the leg with a pair of scissors, Tapp over here knocks on the door waving the 4-4 and just starts blasting with absolutely no regard for the innocent woman and child who are caught in the crossfire. All that Lawrence can do is listen as his apartment pops off like the 4th of July, but thankfully, Allison and Diana are able to make a quick escape as Tapp runs out of ammo and charges across the room, spear tackling Zepp to the floor. After a brief scuffle, Zepp manages to stun Tapp with a glass vase to the back of the head, and quickly takes off out of there to go kill Lawrence, leaving the others safe for now. Just then, Lawrence is struck by what seems like a lethal jolt of electricity, but it's only enough to temporarily knock him out. Meanwhile, Zepp speeds over to the building with Tapp in close pursuit, and the two of them start popping off shots at each other in the tunnels as he scrambles to get to the bathroom and finish the job. The phone starts to ring again as Allison tries to call to tell him that they're all right, but it's sitting just out of Lawrence's reach. And he gets so frustrated with the whole situation that he decides that it's time to do something drastic. In a frenzy, Lawrence tears off his shirt and wraps it around his leg like a tourniquet before laying into his own leg with the hacksaw in a desperate play to set himself free. Tapp finally catches up with the kidnapper and starts giving him a brutal beatdown. But during the struggle, Zepp drops down and fires a shot behind his back, killing the detective just when he was finally about to crack the case. In the bathroom, Lawrence finally manages to saw through his entire leg before dragging himself over to the revolver on the floor and loading in his single cartridge. Even though he begs him not to do it, Lawrence raises the weapon and reluctantly fires a shot into Adam's chest, killing him in the hopes that Jigsaw will set his family free. Okay, and this right here officially confirms that Lawrence is an absolute moron, the likes of which the world has never seen. He could have easily used the same saw that he just cut his own foot off with to reach the damn phone if he would have just tried even 1% harder. Then he would have known that his family was safe, and all of this bloodshed could have been avoided. Instead, he just maimed himself forever, killed a guy, and still doesn't even know if his family is okay. He did have some nice form when it came to the amputation though, and you could really see those surgeon skills coming through, so I'll give him credit for that at least. But brother, that was easily one of the most brain-dead decisions that I've ever seen. And you're about to find out that you did it all for nothing. What Lawrence here fails to realize is that his family is already safe and sound, but as for him, he's slowly bleeding out on the floor of this disgusting bathroom. And that's when Zepp comes crashing in to finish him off. Even though he technically killed Adam like he was told, he did it a few minutes too late, which means that according to the rules of the game, he still has to die. All of a sudden, Adam here proves that he's not dead by sweeping Zepp's leg and brutally beating him to death with the lid of the toilet tank, saving both of their lives just in time. The shot only hits his shoulder, leaving him injured but still alive, and Lawrence crawls out of the room promising to bring back help. But if they think that their game is over, then they're in for a terrifying surprise. Digging through the man's pockets, Adam finds another cassette player meant for Zepp, proving that he was only another pawn in Jigsaw's game. Remember that dead body that's been in there the whole time? It's at this moment that he suddenly gets up from the ground, peeling off the fake wound that he's been wearing and revealing his true identity. John Kramer, the cancer patient from Lawrence's hospital, or as he's known in the streets, the real Jigsaw. As Adam realizes that that he's just been played like a fiddle. Jigsaw tells him that the key to his chain went down the drain of the bathtub when he first woke up in it 8 hours ago. After stunning Adam with another jolt of electricity, Jigsaw turns out the lights and closes the door, leaving him to die alone in the darkness. The game might be over for Adam, but as for John, his games are just getting started. If you were trapped in a run-down house with no way to escape and only 2 hours to live, what would you do? These unsuspecting criminals are about to end up the next victims in a madman's death game, and they're going to have to do whatever it takes if they want to make it out alive. I'm going to break down the mistakes made, what you should do, and how to beat the return of Jigsaw in Saw 2. This detective is going to learn the hard way what happens when you try to hide from the mistakes of your past, suddenly waking up after being knocked unconscious. This guy, Michael, finds himself locked in a dingy room with nothing but some bright lights, a TV, and a mirror around him. Looking at his reflection, he realizes that his left eye seems badly damaged. But what's even more horrifying is that his head is trapped inside of a steel, mask-like contraption filled with giant metal spikes. Just then, the TV turns on, and Billy the Jigsaw puppet appears on the screen, telling Michael that he wants to play a game. Because the man makes his living spying on others, Jigsaw tells him that he'll have to sacrifice the part of his body that he relies on the most if he wants to survive. The death mask is on a timer, and if he doesn't find the key in time, then it will snap shut, brutally killing him. After showing Michael footage of him on an operating table to prove that the key is really hidden inside of his body, he gives him one final hint, flashing x-rays of the key behind his eyeball and telling him that it's right before his eyes. Terrified, Michael lunges for a toolbox across the room, accidentally pulling a pin out of the trap and activating the timer. Inside, he finds a surgeon's scalpel and starts psyching himself up to perform the operation. Although he comes close to doing it, in the end, he's too afraid, tossing the blade across the room and falling to his knees as he screams out for help. That's when the timer runs out and the trap snaps shut, killing him. That makes one victim down, with 9 more to go. Okay, talk about a splitting headache. This is an absolute nightmare scenario, but what could Michael here have done differently if he wanted to survive? The first step with any jigsaw trap is to carefully observe your surroundings. Looking around the room, we can see that the wire to activate the trap is attached to a small pulley on the wall nearby. Although he was definitely in a bad position, the danger didn't become immediate until he went for the toolbox, pulling on the wire and causing the timer to start counting down. This means that technically, as long as he avoided pulling out the pin, he'd have about 3 days to think of what to do next, or even just sit there and hope that someone would eventually come to help before he eventually started to die from dehydration. Now, instead of pulling away from the wall, what Michael actually needed to do here was go towards it and see if he could find some way to unhook or damage the pulley without ever activating the trap at all. He could search around the room for any improvised tools like a loose pipe to break it, or a thin piece of metal to pry it off of the wall, just as long as he made sure to stay within a safe radius that didn't trigger the timer. It also might have been worth trying to stop the mask from working the way that Jigsaw had intended altogether, either by finding some way to damage the padlocks, or leather straps that are holding it onto his body, or by jamming something into the mechanism to prevent it from snapping shut like a pipe, or parts of the chair that he was first sitting on. Of course, once the trap was activated, with so little time left and guaranteed death waiting for him if he failed, the safest bet of all would have been to just complete the challenge and cut out his eye to get the key. It's going to be the hardest thing that he's ever done. But when the other option is getting his head crushed in a death mask, he has to be willing to make the sacrifice to get out alive. If he was lucky enough to survive, then he'd quickly want to find something to pack the hole and stop the bleeding, and get some medical attention as soon as possible, so that the wound wouldn't become infected. Good luck getting it done in time though. With only 1 minute on the clock, he's got less time to do all of that than you're supposed to just spend brushing your teeth in the morning. So even if he actually had the stomach to do what needed to be done, the odds of surviving this one are unfortunately slim to none. Later, Detective Eric Matthews goes to pick up his son, Daniel, who's in trouble for attempting to steal from an electronics store. Eric warns him that they're going to press charges and starts giving his son a hard time for acting out. Upset, the kid says that he'd rather go stay with his mom instead, so the detective shouts at him to just leave if that's what he wants. The next day, Eric gets a call from his sergeant asking him to come down and check out the crime scene of Michael's death. There, he meets with fellow investigator Detective Allison Carey, who tells him that the victim was identified as one of Eric's informants, but that they need him to confirm his identity. Although the man's face is completely destroyed, Eric is able to identify him from the tattoo on his ankle and notices a puzzle piece cut out of his shoulder, proving that he must have been one of Jigsaw's victims. Allison asks him if he can think of anyone who might be a suspect, adding that whoever it was must be very intelligent based on the complicated design of the trap. Unsure, he's just about to leave the room when she calls his attention to one final clue. On the ceiling above them, the killer left him a personal message. "Look closer, Detective Matthews." That night, Eric has nightmares about the crime scene and suddenly remembers noticing an important detail about the mask. The metal used to make it was manufactured at a nearby industrial plant called Wilson Steel. After calling down to the station, Eric and Allison quickly join up with a SWAT team and storm the building. The officers make their way inside, eventually coming to a staircase that's enclosed in a suspicious-looking metal cage. Cutting open the lock, they cautiously start moving up to the next floor, when suddenly, the lead officer activates a pressure plate trap, causing the puppet to come riding up on his tiny bike as a distraction. Just then, the door behind them slams shut, and when the officer presses forward, placing more of his weight on the stair, the next step shoots towards him and breaks his legs, sending him crashing into the two men behind him, who then fall back and are electrocuted by a current that's running through the cage. Pulling the men to safety, the rest of the team storms inside where they find Jigsaw's workshop, and sitting in a wheelchair at the end of the room is a sick-looking old man, John Kramer, the Jigsaw killer himself. The officers put the man in restraints and arrest him without incident, but just when Eric is about to leave, John tells him that he shouldn't go until he investigates a cage on the other side of the room. Searching inside, Eric pulls back a blanket and finds a set of screens that show a group of hostages, suddenly realizing that one of them is his son, Daniel. Eric rushes back over to John, demanding to know what he's doing with his son. That's when John reveals that the boy only has 2 hours to live before a poisonous gas that's pumping through the house slowly kills him. Eric wants to know where he is, but John cryptically responds that he's in a safe place. Furious, Eric goes back over to the monitors and borrows Allison's phone to call his son, only to hear Jigsaw on the kid's voicemail. Another officer notices a digital clock counting down the minutes that the victims have left to live, and calls for the bomb squad as Eric watches Daniel through the screen, trying to figure out a way to save him. Okay, it looks like this just got personal for Detective Matthews here. He's only got 2 hours to save his son's life, but has no idea where the boy even really is, so where should he start? One thing that we know about Jigsaw is that he likes for a part of his hints to be taken literally. For example, like when he told Michael that the key was right before his eyes. The detectives have the tape from Michael's death game, so if they're paying attention, then they should be aware of this trick. Knowing this, because he said that Daniel was in a safe place, I'd start by searching any place nearby that might have a safe to see if I could find the kid or some clues to his location. This could be some place like a bank or even somewhere that Eric has known criminals to use as a safe house during his police work. When they first walked in, there was actually a safe sitting right next to Jigsaw there. And it might seem too obvious, but if it were me, then that would have been the first place that I'd check. Besides that clue, they also have the security camera footage to go off of, but they might want to make sure that it's actually live first before taking it too seriously. I'd start by following the cables to see what the monitors were plugged into, and checking to see if there's anything about the setup that's suspicious in any way, since the worst thing to do right now would be to accidentally waste time focusing on a distraction.
Finally, I'd want to check around Jigsaw's office for any more clues that could help me out. Remember, this is all a game to him, and the reality is that Jigsaw's too meticulous to make a convenient mistake, like leaving the location of his hideout right there on the death mask. The only reason that Eric figured out where to find him is because Jigsaw wanted him to. So there's a very good chance that there are more clues hidden around the building that could lead him to his son. At this point, Eric's best, and really his only option, is to keep playing along with the game and pay very careful attention to every detail of what the man says. Meanwhile, in the dilapidated house, the captives start to regain consciousness and begin trying to figure out what's happening. They quickly find out that the room is sealed with a huge metal door, and someone seems to be watching them through a system of closed-circuit cameras. Horrified, they realize that they've all been kidnapped and brought here for some unknown reason, and now their only option is to find a way to escape. Pressing her head against the door, this woman Addison tells the others that she can hear a strange ticking sound. Just then, another hostage named Amanda finally wakes up and immediately starts freaking out worse than anyone else. As Amanda tears the room apart, she eventually locates a few loose bricks along one of the walls and breaks them away until she finds a tape player. This guy Jonas comes to ask her what it is, and she explains that everything they need to know will be on the tape. After hitting play, everyone gathers around and listens as Jigsaw lays out the details of the trap. In 3 hours, the door to the house will open, setting them free. The only problem being that they have just 2 hours to live. There's a deadly nerve gas pumping through the building that they've been breathing in since they arrived, and the only way for any of them to survive is to find the antidote. Several syringes of the cure are hidden around the house, including one in the safe right in front of them. To open the lock, they'll have to figure out the combination, and Jigsaw gives them 2 hints. The numbers are in the back of their minds, and the clue for their order can be found just over the rainbow. Also, each of them has something in common that can help them better understand exactly why they've been chosen. And Jigsaw tells them to look carefully because for this clue, X marks the spot. Grabbing a piece of paper from a pile of rubble, this ex-convict, Xavier, discovers a small key, along with a note that straight up says, "Do not try using it on the door." Amanda warns him to listen to what the note says, but he's determined to try it anyway. This guy Gus here decides to look through the peepholes. As soon as Xavier turns the key, he accidentally activates a revolver trap that fires straight into Gus's eye, killing him instantly. That makes 2 victims down, with 8 more to go. As everyone begins to panic, Jonas grabs Amanda and demands that she tells them what she knows, which is exactly when she reveals that they've all been captured by Jigsaw. She knows this because she has survived one of his games before, and says that they can all make it out as long as they're careful and follow the rules. Okay, these people need to act fast. It's a scary thought, but if Jigsaw trapped you in an escape room with deadly consequences, do you think that you'd survive? These contestants have all been poisoned, and they only have 2 hours left to live. They need to find a way out, or quickly get their hands on some of the antidote before it's too late. Since there's only 1 dose of the cure here, and it's locked in a safe, their biggest priority should be getting out. The only door is made of impenetrable steel, so while some of them search for a key or combination, the others need to look for weak points, like the windows or thin sections of the walls. Although the door is too tough to get through by force, they could try creating their own exit using any improvised tools that they find, which would get them into the rest of the house and open up more options to escape. They'll still have a long way to go, but if they take their time and follow the rules, then they just might stand a chance at survival. Amanda here seems to know what's going on better than anyone else, which is why if it were me, I'd be teaming up with her and carefully listening to her advice. She says that the most important thing is to play along with the game and follow the rules, so that's exactly what the others need to do. Remember, Jigsaw's clues almost always have a literal element to them. The first clue that he gave was that the numbers to the safe are in the back of their minds.
The numbers are in the back of your mind.
So, as gross as it is, they should use the dead guy as an opportunity to check to see if he meant that literally. The second clue was that the order for the numbers is hidden over the rainbow. While it's exactly hard to put together exactly what he means by that right now, the good news is that since they're stuck in this one room, they have a very limited area to work with.
The answer must be in there somewhere, so they should work together to search the place up and down for anything that resembles a rainbow. Hopefully they'll end up finding something that will help them piece together the situation. They've all been pretty unlucky so far, but if there's one thing that they have going for them, it's that they're trapped in a room that has windows. The reinforcements on them look strong, but not impossible to get through. So while they're searching for a way out, at least a few of them should attack the windows to see if they can make any progress. Even if they can't create a hole big enough for a person to fit through, they might be able to expose a section of the glass, and then use one of the loose bricks that are laying around to shatter it, creating some ventilation and circulating the air, which should, at the very least, dilute the strength of the gas and help them live a few minutes longer. Back at the factory, Eric goes back over to John for more information, and the man explains that all he wants is a little bit of the detective's time. He wants to speak with him in private, promising that if he agrees, then he'll see his son again. Instead, the detective threatens to strong-arm the answers out of him, which is when John reveals that he's been diagnosed with terminal cancer, so there's nothing that Eric can do to put him in any more pain than he's already experiencing. Eric and the other officers discuss their options, and although the SWAT team leader thinks that they should take the old school approach, Allison finally convinces him to at least try speaking to John, if only to buy them a little more time. The hostages start tearing the room apart looking for any antidote syringes or clues, when suddenly the door to the room creaks open, and they realize that it was on a timer all along. Grabbing a broomstick, Xavier carefully pulls open the door the rest of the way before taking the key and stepping out into the hallway. After finding a spiked baseball bat, he tells the others that he's taking matters into his own hands to find some antidote and a way out. In the house's front room, they find a door labeled exit. Xavier crouches down off to the side and carefully tries the key, but it doesn't fit, so he throws it to the ground in frustration, and Jonas decides to pick it up. Meanwhile, Eric tells the others to clear the room and sits down with John to talk, which is when he reveals that he wants to play a game. The only rule is that Eric needs to stay and listen to what John has to say. If he succeeds, then he'll find his son in a safe and secure state. Back at the house, Xavier tries breaking through the wooden door with his bat, only to discover that the other side is reinforced with a heavy metal shutter. With the pressure of the situation building, the group begins to turn on each other, but Jonas manages to calm them down, mentioning that the tape said that they all have something in common, and saying that they should try to figure out what that is. Before he can finish his train of thought, this girl Laura finds an unlocked door leading down into the basement, and they decide to check it out. Xavier leads them in, with everyone else following closely behind. They see what looks like a person wearing a hood slumped over in a wheelchair and facing the corner. Xavier raises his bat, ready for a fight, but when Jonas pulls their head back, they realize that the person is already dead, and a knife pinning a note labeled Obi to their chest. Just then, one of the hostages, who hasn't spoken yet, says that the note must be for him. Inside, they find another cassette tape, and when they turn it on, Jigsaw tells Obi that he wants to play a game. According to the killer, there are 2 syringes of the antidote inside of the giant oven at the center of the room. That's when Jigsaw reveals that Obi helped him kidnap the others, saying that the first syringe is a gift for his work, and that it's up to him who gets the second. The only catch is that one of them will come with a price. And he adds one final hint, saying that once you're in hell, only the devil can help you out. Suddenly, Laura has a flashback, remembering that it was Obi who knocked her out and brought her there. He claims that he had no choice, but the others are completely furious at him for what he's done, with Xavier here grabbing the knife from the dead body and ordering Obi to go in the oven and get the syringes, or else he'll kill him on the spot. Cornered, he agrees to give it a try, on the condition that he gets to keep one of the needles for himself if he survives. Crawling headfirst into the oven, Obi spots the 2 syringes dangling on the other side and reaches out, safely pulling the first one down. After flipping over to get a better angle, he pulls down on the second syringe, but that's when the oven door slams shut, trapping him inside. Suddenly, the inside bursts into flames, and Obi quickly finds himself seconds away from burning to death. The others start trying to open the door while Obi desperately attempts to break out through a small window at the other end, but it's locked, and the handle is too hot for anyone to get a strong enough grip. Looking up, he sees a small valve with a drawing of the devil pointing towards it and the word twist, but the fire is already too much for him to reach. Jonas tries to use his jacket to get the door open, but it doesn't work, leaving the window as his only chance to escape. Xavier grabs the spiked bat and finally manages to shatter the glass, but it's too late, and Obi manages to make it halfway through before burning to death just inches from safety, the syringes melting in the fire along with him. That makes 3 victims down, with 7 more to go. While the others start to panic, Amanda here calmly grabs a shovel and quietly heads back upstairs. Okay. Obi here just got roasted, and he's not the only one that's feeling the heat. By now, they should all be well aware that every one of Jigsaw's puzzles is hiding some sort of deadly twist. So before trying to find a solution, the most important thing is to carefully think the challenge through. Instead of climbing straight into the death trap, Obi should have started by taking a careful look around and inside of the device. If he'd taken a minute to think about what he was getting himself into, then he might have figured out that it was some sort of oven. Logically, it's going to need gas to start a flame, so the first thing to try would be finding a way to turn off the gas from the outside. By taking a moment to peek in first, Obi would have noticed the needles dangling on the opposite end, meaning that he'd have to be completely inside to reach them. He'd also see the valve that says twist, the small window at the other side, and possibly anything suspicious about the door that he'd have to crawl through. Once he'd thoroughly checked the device out, that's when it would be time to take some action. For starters, I'd be breaking the glass window to see if I could reach through it and grab the needles from the other end without ever having to put my whole body inside of the trap. Or possibly use whatever I could to find in the room to create an improvised tool to pull the needles out that way. If that didn't work, and he had no other choice but to go in, then he could have listened to Jigsaw's hint.
Only the devil can help you out.
And tried turning the valve before reaching for the needles, which would hopefully have shut off the gas and stopped him from being burned alive. Also, it'd be smart to find something in the room that he could use to block the door from shutting, and have the others do their best to hold it open for a little extra insurance. At the very end, when he knew that he wasn't getting out, he could have at least still passed the 2 syringes through, which would have saved 2 lives and had given him the chance to die a hero. Instead, he panicked and let them both melt. So maybe this is just what he deserved after all. Back at the factory, John explains how finding out about his illness was the moment that he truly began to appreciate being alive. He'd tried to crash his car as a way to end his suffering. He ended up surviving the accident, and from that point on, decided to start testing others to teach them the value of life. Meanwhile, Laura begins to pass out as the nerve agent's hold on her becomes stronger, with Daniel doing his best to keep her awake and fighting, while Amanda searches around the room for any clues. Daniel asks her why she was chosen the first time, and she explains that it was because she was hooked on illegal substances. Although she managed to survive, she quickly fell back into bad habits, and Jigsaw must have decided that she hadn't truly learned her lesson. Although she was arrested for possession, insinuating that the officer who arrested her falsified the evidence to get a conviction. Trying to relate, Daniel almost admits that his father is a detective, but realizing that the others finding this out could put him in danger, he catches himself before he reveals too much. Just then, Jonas shows up and tells them that they found an unlocked door upstairs. Forcing it open, Xavier accidentally trips a wire, activating a digital clock that's built into a heavy metal door. The others follow him in, and while they're searching around, Jonas finds a note with Xavier's name on it, playing the tape. They listen as Jigsaw explains that the key to the door is buried somewhere in a pit of used needles in the center of the room, and if they don't find it before the timer runs out, then the door will be locked forever. With only 2 minutes remaining, Xavier panics and grabs Amanda, tossing her into the pit instead, and shouting at her to find the key. Screaming in pain, she desperately digs through the pile while the needles stab her all over her body. Finally, she finds the key and throws it up to Xavier. Just as he goes for the keyhole, the timer runs out, and the lock slams shut. Xavier storms out of the room, saying that he's done working with the group and is going to find a way out for himself. Okay. This guy Xavier just exposed himself as being the most dangerous one in the group, and I think that it might be time to vote him off the island, if you know what I mean. Because if anyone's gonna be using people as meat shields, it's gonna be me. Right from the beginning, he messed up their chances here by rushing into the room without carefully observing his surroundings. If he had just looked up, then he would have seen that the door was rigged with a wire. From there, the next thing to do would be to see if he could have reached up and deactivated the trap, or sent one of the smaller members of the group like Daniel or Laura inside to try to unscrew the little eye hook that's holding it all together without tripping the wire and activating the countdown for the lock on the other door. If they could get inside without triggering the hammer, then they'd have all the time that they needed to come up with a careful solution to find the key. Since nobody's going to want to dig around in a pit full of needles without some protection, they could have used the thick bed sheets that were originally covering up the hole to wrap around one person's legs and arms, and then lower them down slowly to avoid being jabbed. There's also some furniture and that creepy old stroller in the room, which they could have used as tools to safely dig around. Once the countdown began, with so many needles to search through and so little time to do it, there was pretty much no chance that they'd find the key in time anyway. Still, this doesn't mean that they couldn't try making their own door. Even with the exit locked, they should use whatever tools that they have, like the spiked bat, shovel from the basement, and anything else that they can find to attack the walls, windows, floors, or even the ceiling. Anywhere that might be weak enough for them to punch through and create their own path forward. Meanwhile, the detectives start to worry that time is running out and try to come up with a plan for what to do next. That's when Allison suggests that they threaten to destroy the evidence of John's work, thereby taking away the notoriety and chance to live on through his legacy that he seems to be after. Going back over to John, Eric starts tearing up the evidence right in front of him, but John tells him that it really doesn't matter, because doing this won't save his son. Just then, John reveals that he has one more trick up his sleeve, telling the detective to search one of the drawers in the monitor room to see what he's talking about. Inside, the detectives find a folder full of the arrest records for each of the hostages in the house, revealing that Eric was the arresting officer in each case, and planted false evidence to get all of them convicted. Now, it's even more important for him to act fast, because if the others were to find out that Daniel is his son, then they might kill him before the nerve gas ever has a chance. Xavier makes his way back up to the first room with the safe, accidentally moving the coat that they were using to cover up Gus's body. That's when he remembers that, according to Jigsaw, the combination is in the back of their minds, and pulls down the man's collar, revealing the number 2. Jonas steps in the room, starting to vomit up blood, and tells Xavier that they should work together, but he says that he's going to finish this on his own. Standing up, he pulls out a knife and orders Jonas to turn around. Jonas decides that it's time to fight back, and in the struggle, they both fall to the floor, with Jonas kicking Xavier hard in the face. Although he manages to get the upper hand, the nerve agent starts to take full effect. Xavier rushes for the spiked bat, swinging it into the back of Jonas's skull. He staggers forward and collapses to the floor, dead. That makes 4 victims down, with 6 more to go. Xavier finds the number 16 tattooed on the back of his neck. As the others continue searching the house, Laura collapses from the exposure to the gas. But from her position on the floor, she notices a picture frame hung up on the wall with the glass broken in the shape of an X, saying that this must be the X marks the spot. Turning the picture around, Addison finds a hidden photo of Eric and Daniel together and realizes that the boy's father is the officer who put them all away. Just then, Laura starts to violently convulse until she finally dies in Amanda's arms. That makes 5 victims down, with 5 more to go. No longer able to trust anyone, Addison decides to go off on her own, leaving Daniel and Amanda alone in the hallway, which is when they hear Xavier searching for them somewhere else in the house. While Xavier goes down into the basement and finds the number 11 written on Opie, Amanda goes back into the safe room and discovers Jonas's dead body, realizing that Xavier must have been his killer. Upstairs, he finds Laura's body next, this time seeing that her number was 8, before discovering the photo of Daniel and his dad. As Amanda grabs the kid and they try to escape, they nearly end up crashing right into Xavier and run for their lives as he chases after them with the knife. No longer able to sit back and watch as his son is in danger, Eric grabs his weapons and attacks John, throwing him around the room and demanding to know what he's done with the kid. John only taunts him that it won't be long until his son is dead, so Eric breaks one of the man's fingers before slamming him to the ground and threatening to shoot him if he doesn't give in. Finally, John agrees to take him to the house, on the sole condition that nobody else is allowed to follow. Before the others even have a chance to notice, Eric loads John into the van and speeds off towards the house. The officers get a lock on the signal for the source of the camera feed, and the SWAT team rushes to the location. Addison here wanders into an unlocked room where she finds a syringe of antidote placed inside of a clear glass box above her head. There's another envelope with a cassette tape, but she throws it away and immediately sticks her arm into the box. Grabbing the syringe, she tries to lift it out, but only ends up pulling it apart. Sticking her other arm in, she realizes that the holes are covered up with sharp, angled metal, leaving her trapped with no way to escape. Xavier hears her screaming for help, but instead of trying to set her free, he only looks at the number 9 on the back of her neck before leaving her there to die. That makes 6 victims down, with 4 more to go. Okay, this one was just embarrassing. Addison here didn't even try listening to the tape, and if there's one thing that she should have learned by now, it's that you always listen to the tape. I get that she's in a hurry, but really, how long could it have taken to go back, find Jonas, and get the tape player? That way, she would have at least had a hint about what she was up against. As with all of these tests, the thing to do here is to carefully observe the trap first, and in this case, think outside of the box. Literally. Before just sticking her hands in there, she should have tried breaking the cage in some way first, either by shattering the glass or by busting the whole pane right out of the frame if it turned out to be shatterproof. There seems to be plenty of thick pieces of wood right here in the corner of the room that look like they'd be great for doing some smashing. If that didn't work, then she could have taken one of those same boards and pushed it through the hole first, opening up the trap and allowing her to safely slip her hand inside to carefully grab the syringe without getting cut. As Amanda and Daniel take cover in the safe room, Xavier shows up and starts trying to break his way inside. While Daniel holds him off, Amanda grabs the spiked bat and slams it into the floorboards, using it as a bar to jam the door shut. Looking back towards the safe, she realizes from the pool of Jonas's blood that there's a trap door hidden underneath it, and calls Daniel over to help her push it clear. Although they managed to move the safe, they end up finding out that the door is locked, which is when Daniel remembers that Jonas should still have the key in his pocket. Luckily, it works, and they slip down through the door just as Xavier finally breaks in. Eric arrives outside of the building, and John gives him a key, saying that he'll need it to get in. Searching the house, he finds the photo of him and Daniel. While he sweeps the upper floors, the SWAT team busts in through the front door, but Allison points out that she can't see any of them on the cameras. That's when they find a room full of monitors, and realize that not only were the cameras never live, but Jigsaw led the SWAT team to an entirely different house. Now running for their lives, Amanda and Daniel end up walking straight into the bathroom where Jigsaw played his very first game, with the bloody hacksaw lying on the floor. Xavier finally catches up with them and finds Daniel passed out with Amanda looking like she's not doing much better. He tells them that all he wants is the number on the back of their necks, but she points out that he still doesn't know his own, and he won't be able to get it if she doesn't tell him. Xavier tries looking in a nearby mirror, but it's too dirty, so he realizes that he only has one choice left. He slices the chunk of skin from the back of his neck, and moving towards the others to finally finish the job. Daniel suddenly jumps up and slashing his throat with the hacksaw. That makes 7 victims down, with 3 more to go. Following their trail, Eric comes to the bathroom and finds Xavier's dead body, but Amanda and his son are nowhere in sight. That's when he sees what looks like a body laying in a bathtub, but when he leans in to investigate, the person springs towards him and jabs a syringe into his leg. Back at the warehouse, the death timer runs out, and a safe on the other side of the room swings open, revealing Daniel trapped inside but still alive. If Eric listened to John, then he would have found his son safe and sound, but now he's about to end up the most recent victim in the next of Jigsaw's games. Okay. Jigsaw just played this guy here like a fiddle. This whole time he thought that he was the one in control, but I think by now it's safe to say, Eric, you f***ed up. They say that what goes around comes around, and boy, are you about to learn that the hard way. It wasn't even Jigsaw himself who started your downward spiral, although it looks like he's about to finish it. No, the hard truth is that the only person you have to blame for the position that you're in right now is yourself. You might have thought that you could get away with falsifying evidence to get convictions, but a badge can't protect you from karma forever. The rules were simple. All that you needed to do was listen to what Jigsaw had to say, and you would have found your son safe and sound, just like he promised. Instead, you let your hot-headed ways take over once again, and sure enough, you ended up walking right into his trap. I guess this is what you get for locking up so many innocent people. And now, it's your turn to find out what it's like to be on the other side of the bars. If Daniel wasn't disappointed with you enough already, then he sure is going to be now. Because if this is how you planned on trying to save him, then he never would have had a chance. When all that you needed to do was go 2 hours without beating up an old man and you still somehow managed to blow it, Eric, you f***ed up. Eric wakes up on the bathroom floor, finding a tape player lying there on the ground. He hears Amanda's voice talking to him, saying how she wants revenge for how he ruined her life. After surviving Jigsaw's game the first time around, she decided to take him on as a new mentor and promised to carry on his legacy after his death. She leaves Eric trapped alone in the darkness, while John smiles from his place out in the van. That makes 8 victims down, with 1 survivor and a new Jigsaw on the loose. And now, Eric's real game can finally begin. If you had to complete a series of 3 deadly trials to get revenge for someone you love, what would you do? There's new contestants on the chopping block, but this time, there's more to winning than just survival. I'm going to break down the mistakes made, what you should do, and how to beat the death maze of revenge in Saw 3. Jigsaw wants to play another game, but his new apprentice is about to break all of the rules. After failing his game, Eric Matthews suddenly wakes up on the floor in the middle of a pitch-dark room, with nothing but a flashlight and his service weapon lying just out of arm's reach. As he tries to grab them, he realizes that he isn't able to move, so he takes off his shoe and uses it to pull the weapon closer. Unfortunately, the magazine is empty. Throwing it aside, he manages to get a hold of the flashlight instead, only to find out that his ankle is chained to a nearby pipe. The detective's first instinct is to start kicking as hard as he can, but no matter how hard he struggles, the pipe itself won't budge, which is when he notices a rusty hacksaw that was clearly left there for him to find. Grabbing it, he desperately begins trying to saw through the chain, but quickly realizes that it's no use, leaving him with only one other option. Across the room, he spots the chained up severed foot of one of the previous victims, and suddenly understands what Jigsaw wants him to do. Nervous, he holds the saw up to his ankle and prepares to get to work, but can't bring himself to do it. So he grabs the cover from the back of a toilet and slams it down on his foot as hard as he can, until he's finally able to completely snap his ankle, giving him the leverage that he needs to slip out of the cuff. Okay, this guy just gave snapping out of it a whole new meaning. It's hard to argue with the results here, but with that being said, his escape strategy could use a bit of work. For fans of the Saw films, this trap should be painfully familiar, but would you really need to sacrifice a foot to escape? The truth is that Eric here gave up on sawing through the chain way too quickly. Just because some other dummy got desperate and decided to cut his own foot off doesn't mean that he should have immediately jumped to that same conclusion. All he needed to do here was hold the chain steady, lean into the cut with his body weight, and eventually keep working it until eventually he got through. Without water, he'd still have a good 3 days to survive down there, and even longer if he could find some type of water source, like condensation from the nearby pipes. But without a foot, he'd likely die from blood loss in as quickly as 3 minutes if he didn't get some immediate medical attention. This is actually one of the few traps in the series that can be beaten without taking a serious injury. But unfortunately, the next players in Jigsaw's game aren't going to be so lucky. Of course, we know from the last movie that the only reason Eric was in a major rush here was because he was trying to save his kidnapped son. But for anyone else, there'd be no immediate danger besides eventually dying of dehydration, which gives you plenty of time to think up an exit strategy that doesn't involve any on-the-spot amputations. Plus, the longer that he's down there, the more time there is for help to arrive. There's no way to know if anyone's coming, of course, but it sure would suck to go through all of the trouble of sawing off a foot, or even smashing your own ankle, only to find out that rescue was on the way. When considering all of the possibilities, the best thing to do here would be to keep trying to cut through the chain until you were absolutely sure that it wasn't going to work. Now, let's say that this saw was too dull to cut through. This is when the toilet tank lid becomes the next best solution. Before turning it on his foot, it might have been smarter to try striking at the pipe that he was kicking when he first woke up, hitting the chain where it connected to either the pipe or his ankle cuff, or seeing if he could damage the cuff itself. Snapping his ankle definitely would have gotten the job done, but if it were me, I'd only want to resort to that after I tried every other possibility. Several months later, a team of police officers uses a torch to slice their way through a sealed metal door into an abandoned classroom where they find another one of the maniac's recent victims. Detective Allison Carey quickly arrives on the scene, nervous that it might be Eric, but finding out that it isn't him doesn't make what she's seeing any less shocking. Scattered around the room are pieces of what's left of a man who was held in place by chains before violently blown to bits. It turns out that the victim's name was Troy, and Jigsaw chose him because he had squandered the advantages that he was given in life, and instead chose to become a repeat criminal, spending most of his life in prison. He was chained to the floor and ceiling by several hooks piercing through the skin all over his body, and given only 90 seconds to set himself free before a makeshift bomb would explode. Desperate to escape, he began ripping out the chains, one after another, until only one left was hooked through his lower jaw. But for all his efforts, he was too slow and the bomb exploded, blowing him to pieces. That makes one victim down, with 8 more to go. Carrie still can't get Eric off of her mind, but the other officers say that the most important thing to focus on right now is finding the killer. The team is confused at how Jigsaw could have rigged up this trap in the first place, since he was practically dead the last time that they saw him. Which is when Carrie says that she doesn't think that it was him at all. She argues that although his traps aren't exactly fair, he always leaves the victim a legitimate way to escape. But in this case, the door was sealed shut, meaning that even if Troy had gotten free in time, he would have died either way. Okay, this was just unfair. The game was specifically designed to be unwinnable, and Troy here was dead the instant that that bomb started to count down. The only chance that he could have possibly had at survival would have been to somehow neutralize the explosives, and hope that someone eventually came along to break him out. Since his time was limited, he could have tried to tear out only the chains that were necessary to allow him to get close to the bomb, and then, after quickly observing the electronics, made his best guess as to what wire he could tear out to hopefully disarm it. Whether he gets it right or not, if he just sits there and does nothing, then he's dead either way. So giving it a try and hoping for the best really couldn't make the situation much worse for him here. Alternatively, it seems like the explosive charge itself was relatively small, with most of the damage coming from the shrapnel inside of the jar. With this in mind, he could have tried placing the bomb inside one of the desks to hopefully contain and redirect some of the power from the explosion, or tossed the thing next to the doors or windows and taken cover behind one of the desks, and the explosion would open up an escape route. Unfortunately, there was really no clean way out of this one, and poor Troy here was pretty much doomed from the start. That night, while washing up back at her apartment, Carrie sees a vision of Eric reflected in the bathroom mirror. Still obsessing over the case, she sits on her bed watching the Jigsaw tape, surrounded by evidence files from previous investigations. Just then, she notices something strange. At the end of the tape, it cuts into a live feed, and somehow it seems to be coming from the closet in her own bedroom. Acting quickly, she grabs her handgun from her nightstand and fires 4 shots straight through the closet door before going to check it out. Suddenly, someone wearing a pig mask appears in the room standing right behind her and instantly knocks her out. When she finally wakes up, she realizes that she's been taken into an abandoned building and is now in the middle of one of Jigsaw's traps herself. From a screen on the other side of the room, the puppet explains that she's attached to a device that's hooked into her ribcage. The key to unlock this device is sitting at the bottom of a jar of acid that's dangling right in front of her, and she'll have only 1 minute to retrieve it before she's torn apart. Horrified, she slams her hand into the jar, screaming with pain as the acid dissolves her skin, but finally manages to grab the key. With her hands shaking, Carrie desperately opens the padlock, only to realize that it was all a trick. Just like the last trap, this is the one that she was never meant to escape. The real killer steps into the room, revealing themselves to Carrie just before the end, when suddenly the trap activates, tearing open Carrie's chest and brutally killing her. That makes 2 victims down, with 7 more to go. Meanwhile, this ER doctor Lynn manages to save the life of a child who was gravely injured in a car accident, although her coworkers notice that lately she hasn't been herself. In truth, she's been struggling with problems in her family life, as well as a dependency on prescription medication. At the end of her shift, she goes to the locker room and gathers her things, only to discover that she's been locked inside. When no one answers her calls for help, she decides to try reaching someone on her cell phone, but suddenly, the pig mask-wearing attacker lunges at her from the shadows, knocking her out and taking her away. Sometime later, she wakes up tied to a chair in the middle of a horrifying workshop, and the kidnapper reveals herself to be Amanda Young, one of Jigsaw's former victims who survived her test and eventually became his apprentice. Wheeling her into the next room, Amanda brings Lynn face to face with John Kramer himself. He explains that her hospital was where he received his fatal diagnosis, and calls her out for not appreciating the advantages that she was given in life, before telling her that he wants to play a game. That's when Amanda straps a metal collar around her neck that's holding 5 shotgun shells pointed straight at her head. The collar is linked to John's heart rate monitor, and if he dies or she tries to go out of range, it will trigger the shells, killing her instantly. Somewhere else, another victim is about to go through a series of tests. Amanda here has the only key, and if Lynn can keep John alive until the other victim completes his tests, then she'll also be free to go. Okay, Lynn may be in a tough spot, but the sad truth is that she made capturing her way too easy for Amanda here. Right up until they actually put the collar on her, Lynn wasn't in any immediate danger. Plus, they clearly need her alive to take care of John, so they might not have been willing to outright kill her if she had at least tried to fight back. As soon as she woke up, before even figuring out where she was or what was going on, the first thing that Lynn should have done was immediately start trying to set herself free. Since the only thing holding her in place were a few loosely tied ropes, if it were me, I would have quickly began moving my wrists back and forth to try and create enough space to slip my hands out, and then waited for the opportunity to start fighting back with everything that I had. Once they put that collar on her neck, it was pretty much game over, so the key would have been to try to put the beat down on Amanda here before she even had the chance to lock her in. Since John's on the brink of death, he wouldn't have been able to help his friend once the tussle started, so she's never going to get a better chance to make her play than she had right when she first woke up. Is it risky? Absolutely, but personally, I'd rather go down fighting now than wait to see whatever else these freaks have in store. Meanwhile, Lynn's estranged husband, Jeff, wakes up trapped in a wooden crate somewhere in an abandoned meatpacking plant. Looking around, he finds a tape player in there with him, and Jigsaw explains that he's been chosen because of his obsession with revenge against a drunk driver who killed his son and received only a short sentence. He's about to face several challenges offering him the chance to choose either revenge or forgiveness, with the final test being a confrontation with his son's killer if he can make it all the way through. Throwing his body weight against the sides of the container, he finally manages to knock it down from the forklift where it was suspended, busting open the crate and setting himself free. Jeff has a flashback of him standing in his son's bedroom and preparing to confront the child's killer. After a few glasses of booze, he notices that one of the kid's stuffed animals is missing and storms into his daughter's room where he catches her sleeping with it. Furious, he tells her never to touch things from the boys' rooms again, showing that he's still extremely attached to his son's possessions. Back in the room, he returns the boy's shirt to the closet when suddenly, Amanda bursts out from behind it and kidnaps him. Back in the abandoned building, Jeff picks himself up and begins to look around. On a table nearby, he finds a note that reads, "Open the door, Jeff," along with a picture of himself that's been torn out from a more complete photo, as well as a single small key. At the workshop, Amanda alternates between keeping track of Jeff's progress and watching Lynn work. The doctor starts off by running some tests to evaluate John's condition, and Amanda steps in to let him know that the game has begun. Trying to reason with her, Lynn says that they need to take John to the hospital if he's going to survive, but Amanda grabs her by the side of the head and explains that they brought her there for a reason. Going to the hospital isn't an option, but without the proper medication and equipment, Lynn argues that he'll never make it. That's when John speaks up, telling Amanda that the woman can't do her job if she continues threatening her, and reminding her to play by the rules. Suddenly, his heart rate spikes, and he begins to vomit as he slips into a full-blown seizure. Lynn immediately jumps into action, holding him still and shouting at Amanda to keep the oxygen mask over his face. Panicking, she searches the room for any seizure medication, but without it, there's nothing that they can do. Luckily, the seizure subsides and John's condition stabilizes. Although Amanda is clearly shaken up by the whole event, Lynn asks Amanda if she's ready to take him to the hospital yet, explaining that John needs an operation to relieve the pressure from his brain. She agrees to the procedure, but insists that they have to do it in the workshop, saying that she'll find Lynn wherever she needs to get it done. Okay, the situation might look bad for Lynn here, but what Amanda doesn't realize is this actually gives her a perfect opportunity to escape. With John on his deathbed, the only real threats in the room are Amanda herself and the trap collar that's locked around her neck. Since Amanda is holding the key, if Lynn can find a way to disable her and take it without setting off any alarms, then she'll pretty much be home free. As a part of the materials that she's about to order, Lynn should request several doses of highly potent sedatives. To Amanda, this shouldn't come off as suspicious, because for all she knows, they're an important part of the procedure. In reality, she'll be bringing Lynn everything that she needs to make her escape. With the sedatives all secured, all that Lynn would need to do is lure Amanda out of John's sight before finding an opportunity to hit her with a heavy dose to silently knock her unconscious, grab the key, and get the hell out of there before anyone knew what she was up to. Even if she's locked inside, with the collar off, there's nothing stopping her from grabbing one of the dozens of weapons that's lying around the place, taking out her two captors, and then having all of the time that she needs to come up with a way to get out. Searching through the building, Jeff eventually makes his way to a large freezer door marked with the words, "Face your fears." Inside, he finds a woman hanging from a chain, and the door immediately slams shut behind him. The woman wakes up and starts begging him to spare her life, barely able to get a word out due to the freezing cold. Jeff notices a padlock attached to the chains, but the key that he found isn't the right fit. He spots another lock on a door nearby, only to find out that his key doesn't match with that one either, and that's when he notices a tape player placed in the corner of the room. He listens as Jigsaw explains that this is going to be his first test. The woman in front of him was the only witness at the scene of his son's death, but she was too self-absorbed to help out or testify against the killer. There is a key placed behind a stack of freezing cold pipes which will unlock the door, and can also be used to free the woman if he chooses to forgive her. Suddenly, several hoses turn on, covering the woman with freezing cold water as she starts to scream in pain, before shutting it off again and giving them a chance to talk. Jeff only listens as the woman begs him to let her go. She explains that she didn't personally do anything to his son, but he argues that that's exactly why she deserves her fate. On the brink of death, the woman tearfully apologizes, saying that she's only human and made a mistake, which finally convinces Jeff to set her free. As the water turns back on, he wraps his arm in his shirt sleeve to protect himself from the cold pipes, but the key is hanging just out of reach. By now, the woman is completely frozen solid, but there's a chance that she might still be alive. Jeff leans as close as he can to the pipes, burning the side of his face on the cold metal. Finally, he grabs the key, although he loses some skin from his cheek. Rushing back over to the woman, he reaches up for the padlock, only to realize that it's completely frozen over, leaving him with no way to save her. That makes 3 victims down, with 6 more to go. Okay, if Jeff here was really going to save this woman, then he sure wasted a lot of time giving her the old cold shoulder. Going forward, he should make a general decision about whether he's going to save the victim or let them die, if for no other reason than to streamline the process. Now, there are some pros to letting Jigsaw's traps take their course here, one of which being that Jeff would get his long-awaited revenge, but also because it keeps things simple and removes the chance of the other person deciding to turn against him at some point later on.
Personally though, I'd choose to save everyone that I could, since having a team of grateful allies could help out in the future tests, and, more importantly, I'd have someone to use as a meat shield if things ended up taking a turn for the worse. To save the woman's life, the first thing that Jeff should have done was to grab onto the water hoses and use his body weight to try and rip them down one at a time. They don't look very strong, and if he could manage to disable them, then that would buy him some more time to reach the key and unlock her restraints. When it comes to going for the key itself, Jeff made a wise move by using his shirt sleeve to protect himself from the freezing pipes. What he failed to do though was think the scenario all the way through. Since the key was just out of reach, he ended up needing to get so close to the pipes that he burned some of the skin off of the side of his face. The thing is, he's actually wearing several layers of clothing, so by simply taking one of them off and using it to protect his face, he could have reached the key without causing himself any harm at all. Although he managed to get out, he's gonna have to start thinking more creatively if he wants to get through the next challenges clean and get the good ending. Out in the hallway, Jeff finds another note that reads, "One bullet will end it all," along with a picture of his son cut out from the same larger photograph, and a single handgun round back at the workshop. Lynn starts looking around while Amanda is gone, trying to come up with a plan to escape. Just then, Amanda appears behind her, saying that she knows exactly what she was up to. Instead of retaliating, she simply hands Lynn an axe, giving her an open shot to kill her, but explaining every reason why doing so would be a horrible idea. Lynn can only stand there while Amanda takes back the axe and tells her that she has what they'll need for John's operation. Going to his bedside, Amanda tearfully updates John on Jeff's progress, saying that he's made it past the first test. He's clearly not doing well and tells her that there's some things that he needs her to do, explaining that she'll find an envelope with her instructions in the middle drawer of his desk. With the procedure about to begin, Amanda admits that she's terrified of losing him, but he reassures her that everything is going according to plan. Meanwhile, Jeff rounds the corner into a hallway where he finds a recreation of the scene of his son's death. The puppet laughs at him when he picks it up, making him extremely angry, and he sees another door ahead marked with the words, "Time to let go." Pushing his way inside, he accidentally activates the trap, and the door slams shut behind him once again. Just then, he hears a man calling out for help somewhere in the room. Climbing a ladder to the second level, he finds another tape player hanging from a chain, and the man in question at the bottom of a huge vat. He's looking at Judge Halden, the man who let his son's killer off with an incredibly light sentence. The key for the exit and to set the judge free is hidden somewhere within his son's possessions, but to find it, he'll have to make the decision to incinerate them all. The machinery in the room powers on, and the conveyor belt carrying rotten bodies of dead pigs begins dropping them into the meat grinder, with their liquefied guts being funneled into the vat, threatening to drown the judge in the revolting ooze. Jeff slowly thinks over his decision, asking the judge if he remembers what he did. The judge pleads with Jeff to save him and not to become a killer himself, adding that he has a son as well. Okay, Jeff here needs to act quickly before he loses another perfectly good meat shield to Jigsaw's trap. The pros and cons to saving the judge or letting him die are the same as the last test. So if it were me, I'd try to spare the man's life, but he's going to need to act fast. When Jeff entered the room, he accidentally pulled a pin out of the machine's control panel, which seems to have activated the trap. That pin should still be hanging near the wall attached to the wire. So the first thing that I'd try would be to see if I could get a hold of it and return it back to its original place, hopefully shutting down the conveyor. If that didn't work, then he could just try the brute force method of destroying the control panel itself to shut down the machine that way, or finding something like a metal rod to jam into the gears and bring it to a stop. Now, when it comes to the incinerator full of his son's things, it seems like the door is only secured with a padlock, meaning that if he could strike it hard enough with any blunt object that he could find,
then he could probably force his way inside without having to turn on the flames. He'd still have to figure out exactly which of the kids' items the key was hidden in though, and might end up needing to destroy them in the process anyway. As it stands right now, the smartest decision would be to just close his eyes and quickly flip on the incinerator without allowing himself to overthink it. Unless he wants to be stuck there revengeless forever, he's gonna have to find that key to get out of the room regardless of what happens to the judge. So it's best to just get it over with as quickly as possible. That way he can hopefully save the man in time and have a potentially helpful ally, while also bringing himself that much closer to freedom and his son's killer. Taking his time, Jeff makes his way to the incinerator, but he can't bring himself to destroy the only physical connections that he has left to his son. Eventually, the judge stops screaming. Jeff reluctantly activates the incinerator and watches as his son's things are turned to ashes before his very eyes. The key falls out, and he rushes back to the vat, where he finds the judge only seconds away from drowning in the guts. Jeff unlocks the chain and pulls him up just in time. Back at the workshop, Lynn prepares everything that she'll need for John's operation, and Amanda shows up to give him another update on Jeff's progress. Lynn explains that she has to cut away a part of John's skull to relieve the pressure on his brain. Although she can give him local anesthesia to help numb the pain, he'll have to remain fully alert through the duration of the procedure. First, she uses a scalpel to slice open and peel back the skin from the area, revealing the surface of his skull, and she tells John to keep his mouth closed, while she fires up a power drill and makes 4 holes in the bone. Lynn then picks up a circular saw and carefully cuts out a section of his skull one side at a time. Finally, the procedure is complete, but suddenly, John's heart rate begins to drop. Lynn does whatever she can to keep him alive, and Amanda goes into full-blown panic mode. Luckily, he manages to stabilize, but as he's coming to, he grabs Lynn's arm and tells her that he loves her, causing Amanda to storm out of the room. While Lynn's cleaning up after the surgery, Amanda comes in and gives old Johnny a big hug. Lynn chimes in that, since he's still in shock, John can't hear her. Furious, Amanda grabs her by the throat and is about to draw a pistol when suddenly John wakes up, ordering his minion to let the doctor go and telling her to leave the room. Once she's gone, he apologizes to Lynn for her behavior. Outside, Amanda has a flashback to the aftermath of the first game that she helped Jigsaw set up. One of the victims, a man named Adam, had survived the trial, but was left to die from his wounds in a dilapidated bathroom. Feeling guilty, Amanda returned to the room and promised to free him, although what she really meant was suffocating him to death with a plastic bag. This made her a murderer, which is strictly against Jigsaw's code. Meanwhile, Jeff and the judge arrive outside the door to the 3rd stage of his test, which is marked with the words, "Here's your chance." On a table nearby, he finds a note reading "One step closer to your revenge," along with a handgun magazine and a torn out picture of his daughter. The judge apologizes for what happened to his son, but also argues that vengeance won't solve anything. Still, Jeff kicks through the door, activating the final trap. Inside the room, he finds a man hooked up to a cross-like torture device with a tape player hanging from his neck. The man before him is the driver who struck and killed his son, and now's his chance to finally take his revenge, or forgive the man and set him free. The device is going to slowly twist his arms, feet, and neck, tearing him apart one limb at a time, unless Jeff retrieves a key that's placed at the end of a long glass box and tied to the trigger of a double-barreled shotgun. As soon as the tape is finished, the door that they come through slams shut, and a timer begins to count down from 1 minute as the machine jolts to life. Jeff only stands there and watches as the man's right arm is twisted until the bone snaps and tears through his skin. Trying to save him, the judge goes for the key himself but is too afraid to grab it. The man's left arm is next, snapping in the same way, but as his feet begins to twist, Jeff finally decides to spare his life. Moving over to the box, he quickly observes how it's set up before reaching in and pulling the key towards him as far as he can. Carefully, Jeff unlatches the hook and takes the key, but the moment that he lets go, the shotgun fires, tearing off the side of the judge's face and killing him. With only seconds left, he goes back over to the trap, but can't manage to find the place for the key in time, and the device snaps the man's neck while Jeff can't do anything else but watch. That makes 5 victims down, with 4 more to go. Okay, it looked like Jeff finally got what he wanted, but the revenge wasn't so sweet after all. You see, so far he ended up trying to save both of the previous victims after taking some time to think it over. So if he knew in his heart that he would do the same even for his son's killer, then he really should have acted more quickly to get the key and rescue him. I mean, what's the point of waiting until the guy's arms and legs were completely broken and he was bleeding to death before springing into action? With that much damage done, he's essentially just a liability that Jeff would need to take care of while he was still trying to find his way out. If he was just gonna let him die, then just let him die. Don't wait until the last possible second before deciding to set him free. The way that he got the key from the trap was almost perfect, but once he realized that pulling the key towards him would put pressure on the trigger of the shotgun, he should have made sure that no one was in the line of fire before letting go. After all, I would have hated to have to go through all the trouble of saving the judge the first time around only for him to be turned into Two-Face, this close to the finish line. While Amanda watches this unfold from the cameras, John begins to ask Lynn questions about her personal life, explaining that it's in her best interest to keep him talking. She confesses that things haven't been going well with her husband, although now she says that she'd give anything to see him again. But John calls her out for playing a part in the failing relationship and not being there for her children. Grabbing his hand, Lynn begs him to let her go. Just then, Amanda walks in to give them a progress update, but John only tells her to beat it. Heartbroken, she goes into the next room and grabs a handgun before returning to John's bedside and telling him that Jeff has completed the 3rd test. According to John, this means that Lynn is free to go, but Amanda refuses to remove the collar and honor her end of the deal. That's when he confronts her with the knowledge that she's been secretly killing off survivors of the game, including Eric, who had her falsely imprisoned and essentially caused the downward spiral that her life became. It turns out that Eric had managed to free himself before she left the abandoned building where he was being held. After hearing him coming down the hallway, Amanda first decided to hide and let him go, but he quickly discovered her and attacked her with a metal pipe. During the scuffle, she managed to kick Eric in his injured ankle, causing him to become stunned with pain and giving her a chance to escape. However, as she was walking away, he began mocking her, and in her rage, she turned back to finish the job. Although this broke the rules, John still chose to forgive her, giving her one final chance to prove that she could be his successor. Confused, she asks why this woman is so important to him, but John responds that she isn't important to him at all. However, she is incredibly important to Amanda herself, adding that this is her last chance to get things right. As he makes his way through the building, Jeff finds a final note with the words "last chance" and the matching handgun for the magazine and bullet that he picked up along the journey. Jeff steps into the workshop and calls out for his wife, but as she runs to him, Amanda fires a single shot into her back. Furious, Jeff raises his pistol and uses his only bullet to shoot Amanda in the neck. As she collapses to the floor, bleeding to death, John reveals that the test had actually been Amanda's all along. Because her games were unwinnable, her test subjects were really nothing more than murder victims. And so, he decided to give her one more opportunity to prove that she could play by the rules. While setting up this test, he deliberately left her in the dark about the couple's backstory, hoping that she'd do the right thing and set Lynn free when she won the game, which she ended up failing to do. Now, her game is finished, and Amanda falls to the ground, dead. That makes 6 victims down, with 3 more to go. Jeff raises his gun and points it at John, but the man argues that no amount of revenge will make things right. Laughing, he pulls the trigger, but the weapon is empty, and so he turns his attention back to his wife. John explains that he can have an ambulance arrive in 4 minutes to save the woman's life. But the only way that Jeff can help her is to resist his desire for revenge and forgive him. Jeff approaches his bedside and says that he forgives him, but suddenly raises a circular saw, using it to slit John's throat. Okay, these idiots both just made the worst possible decisions. When it comes to Jigsaw, his games may be twisted, but there's always a way to win if you just follow the damn rules. Well, it looks like these two are just the latest in a long line of degenerates who've had to learn this lesson the hard way. Amanda and Jeff, you f***ed up. Let's start with you first, Amanda. As Jigsaw's evil apprentice, you should have known better than anyone else how this was all supposed to work. Correct me if I'm wrong here, but back in that abandoned house with the needle pit a few months ago, were you not the one constantly reminding all of the other hostages that they'd only survive if you just play by the rules? Well, here you are, a bit older, but apparently none the wiser, thinking that you can take matters into your own hands and just run amok without facing any consequences. If there was one person who was guaranteed to catch on to what you were doing, it was John here. And when he did, how did you think that he was going to react? Killing your victims without ever giving them a chance to redeem themselves goes directly against everything that he stands for. So of course he was going to come up with some convoluted scheme to give you one last shot at redemption. Unfortunately for everyone involved, it looks like you failed miserably, and the worst part is that you're not alone. Which brings us to you, Jeff. Talk about making the absolute worst decision possible right when it mattered the most. I mean, seriously, man, just read the room. Your wife's just been shot in the back, and John here is telling you that he can have an ambulance on the way to save her life if only you'd spare his own. That's not to mention the horrifying death device that's still strapped around her neck. If anything else, it might be a wise decision to at least ask him what's up with that before making any rash decisions. Plus, every test so far has centered around the theme of forgiveness. And when you've failed to let things go, someone died. Looking around the room, your wife is clearly the only person left who could suffer if you make the wrong decision here, so chances are pretty damn high that failing this last test will result in her losing her life. This is what you call a no-brainer. You should have listened to John and just forgave him. But you blew it right at the very end, and you're about to find out that even in death, Jigsaw still has a few tricks up his sleeve. In an instant, the door to the room slams shut, trapping him inside, while John's heart rate monitor flatlines, activating the collar around Lynn's neck and blowing her head to pieces. That makes 8 victims down, with 1 survivor, but the game isn't over yet. With his dying breath, John activates a tape player, explaining to Jeff he was his final test, and by killing him, he failed. While Jeff was trapped, John captured his daughter and was the only person who knew where he could find her. The girl is trapped somewhere with only a limited amount of air to survive. And if Jeff wants to find her before it's too late, you guessed it, he'll have to play another game. Saw 2004. It's the best film in the whole franchise. The one that jumped off this whole death game phenomenon. I remember going to Walmart in 2004 after seeing it in the theater just so I could watch the deleted scenes on the DVD, and like picking up the DVD, I was just like, wow, this fucking movie's amazing. I couldn't get my parents to watch it because they're bitches, and they never had torture porn back in the 70s. They just couldn't fathom that horror movies would go this way. James Wan, brilliant. It just goes to show what you can do when you got a limited budget and extreme creativity. Saw 1, I f*** with you heavy, but let me know down in the comments what you thought. Leave a like and subscribe, and check out that How to Beat playlist for more videos just like this one. I'm the guy. I'll see you in the next video, and have a damn good day.
A young man reportedly angered by a local television blackout
direction of actual movement in the zodiac, and is in that respect evil. Hence, when malefic planets are in retrograde, and Saturn's malefic, okay, their malefice is increased.
Have you been doing those Reader's Digest word power hours?
Jerry, it just means Saturn's a bad influence. It's just particularly bad influence now because it's in retrograde.
Hey man, you believe all that stuff your old lady's talking to you? I don't know.
My granddaddy's buried here. Can we find out if anything happens to him?
What's your granddaddy's name?
Honey, that big, heavy feller that stands at that flashlight and saying that's the sheriff. You go telling your granddaddy's buried in there.
Okay.
He'll let you in.
Thank you.
Hey, fella, I'm gonna run off with the girl, man. You don't mind, do you? I mean, I get some Hey, folks, let's do it. This girl granddaddy's buried here.
He's in there the whole time, I didn't know his daddy. See, I'm sure about hell I see things. You see, they say that it's just an old man talking. You laugh at an old man. There's them that laughs knows better.
Yes, for sure. The man said they could tell if the grave had been dug up. Franklin, don't worry. I saw it myself. He didn't look dug up to me. What's that? What smell?
What is that stench? Roll on the window. People. That's Phil's slaughterhouse. That's where Grandpa used to sell his cattle. Hey, we got an uncle that works up in those places outside Fort Worth. Hey, you see those buildings there? That's where they kill him. They bash him in the head with a big sledgehammer. Oh, that's awful. It usually wouldn't kill him on the first lick. They'd start squealing and freaking out and everything, and they'd have to come up and bash him 2 or 3 times. And then sometimes it wouldn't kill him. I mean, they'd skin off sometimes even before they were really dead.
That's horrible. People shouldn't kill animals for food.
Well, they don't do it like that anymore. Now they got this big air gun that shoots a bolt into their skull and then retracts it. It's just boom, goes boom.
Franklin, relax me. Please, that's terrible. It's still going on. Hitchhiker.
Should we take him out? Oh, yeah, man. Pick him up till it's 68 out there.
What does he look like?
Well, the son of a bitch is gonna smell just like slaughterhouse.
Oh, give the guy a break. This is like Franklin.
What do you want to do?
Oh, he's weird looking. No.
I think we just picked up Dracula. Three-headed man.
Joe,
How did you get stuck way out here?
I was at the slaughterhouse. I got an uncle that works at a slaughterhouse. Hey, my brother works here. My grandfather too. My family's always been in me. Whole family attraction. Hey man, did you go in that slaughter room or whatever they call it? The place where they shoot cattle in the head with that big air gun thing. Oh, that gun's no good. I was in there once with my uncle. No way. Sleds. See, that was better. They died better that way. How come? I thought the gun was better. Oh, no. It's a new way people put on a job. You do that? Look. I was the killer. Hey. They don't send the heads away. You took these, huh? Yeah. See, they make head cheese. They take the head and they boil it, except for the tongue. And they scrape all the flesh away from the bone. They use everything. They don't throw nothing away. They use the jowls, muscles, and the eyes, and the ligaments, and everything. For the nose and the gums and all the flesh, and they boil it down and put a big jelly in the back. Wow, I didn't know that's what was in that stuff. It's really good. You like it? Yeah, I like it. It's good. You'd probably like it if you didn't know what was in it.
No, I wouldn't, and I wish you'd stop talking about it.
Everybody's sick.
What are you doing?
You didn't put that knife up. Oh, come on. Almost every day. Sidewalk and rain. Coffee, white. Around. I have this knife. Wait. It's a good knife. I'm sure it is. You took my picture. Hey, you can take me to my house. I live right off this road. Well, I don't know, man. We're in pretty much a hurry. How close is it? It's real close.
Well, couldn't you just walk? I mean, if it's so close.
You could have dinner with us. You like head cheese. My brother makes it real good. You like it. I think you better push on, man. Don't you, Jerry? Yeah, I'm sorry. It didn't turn out It's a nice picture. You can pay me now. Huh? $2. It's a good picture. No, man. Franklin, give him back the damn picture.
Long-range plans, upsetting persons around you could make this disturbing and unpredictable day. The events in the world are not doing much either to cheer one up.
That's just great.
Franklin, I think that'll be all right.
Every sound. Just careful.
I don't know. Capricorn's ruled by Saturn. There are moments when we cannot believe that what is happening is really true. Pinch yourself and you may find out that it is.
Eczema isn't always obvious. Eczema isn't always red. But now, eczema isn't always going to stop you with Eblis. Eblis is a once-monthly treatment to help those with moderate to severe eczema find real itch relief and real results. Like skin that's still more clear at 1 year. Don't use if you're allergic to Eblis. Allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Eye problems can occur. Tell your doctor if you have new or worsening eye problems. You should not receive a live vaccine when treated with Eblis. Before starting Eblis, tell your doctor if you have a parasitic infection. Skin that's still more clear, even at 1 year? Clearly, it's possible with Eblis. Talk to your doctor about Eblis for eczema.
Here comes somebody. How are you? Would you fill her up? I got no gas. You're out of gas? My tank's empty. Transport won't be here until late this afternoon. Maybe not even until tomorrow morning. Hey, you know what, don't bring me no shit. It's an old two-story rock house and it's sitting up on a hill. I think you have to turn on that road back there, but I'm not real sure. Yeah, maybe I seen something like that up that way. Well, look, you boys don't want to go mess around no old house. Those things is dangerous. You're liable to get hurt. You don't want to go fooling around other folks' property. Some folks don't like it. They don't mind the showing. Oh, my father owns it. That's your daddy's place, huh? Yeah. Look, I got some good barbecue here. Why don't you fellas stick around here? Transport will be by in a little while. Them girls, now, they don't want to go mess around the old house. Best you stick around here.
No, we should have asked him if there was another gas station around. Don't you think he would have told us if there was? Man, it wouldn't hurt to ask him. Okay, I'll go with it. What the hell was you stuck back there for gas? Hey, you think this place has good service?
Frankly, you maniac, tearing up the fan. Yeah, I just started doing that. Hey, I bet that's some of that guy's blood. Look at that. Look at that. Think that's blood?
Yeah, I guess so.
Oh, that's blood, all right. And that guy cut the hell out of himself. You think you could do that to yourself?
You're crazy.
Yeah. It takes something, though. I mean, just to do that to yourself. Do you think I said something made him mad?
What? Frankly, you're crazier than he was.
Hey, I got some barbecue. Who's the closest place to get gas? We're going to that grandpa's place. Let's go. There's a creek. You can go swimming. Let's go. Come on. Come on, Sally. We're going out to grandpa's place. Let's go.
Hey, that dog spit blood all over the bed. Looks like it's time to run some.
What did he do? You not see one thing?
Let me see your knife.
Franklin, if we run out of gas before we get back to that service station, you're towing us back to the gym.
Hey, you think that guy's just trying to scare us by, blowing up my picture like that?
back with me in a second. It's the Marcus Zorro. He's gonna get you.
Just let him wash it off, okay? I want to show you what it's like. Jerry!
Hey, wait a minute.
Come on, sir.
Here, man, you wash it off.
Hey, you don't think that guy would try and follow us, do you?
What for?
Where's my money? Kurt.
Looks like we must have been a nursery.
This is modern. I got to stay here one time when I was 8 years old. Right after my grandmother died.
What happened?
Right after my grandmother died.
You died.
What do you think of the wallpaper?
I think I've seen some better days. Thirsty.
No, leave that one. You taught me to sleep when I was a little kid. Look at the zebras, see? I have these fascination for the zebras.
Hey!
Come on, Franklin. It's going to be a fun trip.
I have any more fun today. I don't think I'm going to be able to take it.
Didn't you say there's a swimming hole around here?
Yeah.
Well, Pam and I'd like to go swimming there.
There used to be a trail down between those two old sheds.
Come on, Pam.
Granny Sally going?
We'll see you in an hour or so.
Yeah. We'll see you in about an hour or so. Sally? Sally?
gasoline. I can leave him my guitar, you know, give him a couple bucks. We gotta come back by here anyway. I can pick up my guitar and give him a couple more dollars and bring him back some gas.
I don't want your guitar. You can oversell some gas. Let's just go back now.
Hey, come here! Come here, look at this!
Bring your make it.
You again. Everybody's loving that Grubhub deal with Prime, huh?
Should we just start carpooling? Amazon Prime member, you can get $0 delivery fees on Grubhub. Eligible orders only. Terms and additional fees apply.
At the University of Arizona Global Campus, we are proud to be UAGC. Proud to offer over 50 career-focused online programs. Proud to serve those who serve, stateside and overseas. And proud to be part of the University of Arizona, a global community of Wildcats who fiercely support each other. From game day to graduation and beyond, the University of Arizona Global Campus. Learn more at uagc.edu.
Eczema isn't always obvious. Eczema isn't always red.
But now, eczema isn't always going to stop you.
With Eblis. Eblis is a once-monthly treatment to help those with moderate to severe eczema find real itch relief and real results. Like skin that's still more clear at 1 year. Don't use if you're allergic to Eblis. Allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Eye problems can occur. Tell your doctor if you have new or worsening eye problems. You should not receive a live vaccine when treated with Eblis. Before starting Eblis, tell your doctor if you have a parasitic infection.
Skin that's still more clear, even at 1 year? Clearly, it's possible with Eblis.
Talk to your doctor about Eblis for eczema.
Oh.
Hey, did you find the manual? Yes, of course I found it. No, I need that.
Summon Dale!
Who's Dan?
Oh, you're human.
I'm Dan. American Home Show now provides video chat with live repair experts for home fixes over the phone. Let's go fix that oven.
Okay, Dale.
I need my phone back. Fix it over video chat with American Home Shield. Sign up today at ahs.com.
We see the person we know you can become and put you in the center of a path toward a new career by bringing affordable education to you with access to materials and tests from wherever you are. We mentor you through every step of your acceleration to reach the momentum of a future that you define. Apply free at wgu.edu.
Losing weight shouldn't cost a fortune. Amble has personalized GLP-1 weight loss plans that are easy and affordable. Doctor prescribed and delivered to you. Get started today at joinamble.com.
Got something for you. Hello? 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 Come look at... What?
saving money feels right. Just like when things are packed tidy and tight. So get auto insurance that fits your budget and needs with USAA. See if you too can save an average of $725 a year when you switch.
He's gonna get you, Franklin. He's coming to get you.
You don't think it means anything?
We'll protect you if he tries to get you.
Well, I bet it's about me.
He's gonna kill you, Franklin.
It probably doesn't mean anything, huh?
You worry too much.
Well, he couldn't find us anyway. I mean, he doesn't even know our name.
I gave him your name, Franklin. I told him where you live. I even gave him your zip code. He's gonna kill you.
Jerry. What are you doing?
I can't find my knife.
That knife will do you any good. You lost that knife, remember?
When did you have it last?
Well, I didn't have it last. You had it last. I gave it to you, remember? What'd you do with it?
Well, I don't know. Didn't I give it back to you?
No, I didn't have it when I got out of the van. You just never gave it back to me.
All right, I'll look for it.
Listen, I think I'll walk down to the creek before it gets too dark. How do I get there, Franklin?
Well, there's a trail down there between them two old sheds.
Can I go too?
I think you better stay here.
All right. I can't find it.
Are you mad at me?
No, I'm not mad at you.
You really are mad, huh? Oh, I don't blame you.
Grr!
You really didn't want me to come, did you?
Oh, Franklin, I'm just tired. It's been a long day.
Sally, did you believe in all that stuff Pam was telling about Saturn and retrograde and all that?
Everything means something, I guess.
You don't think that guy tried and follow us, do you? I mean, there's no way that he could follow us. He's probably afraid Kirk will kill him. Sally,
What now?
nothing. Never mind. They must be lost. They don't have a flashlight or anything.
If you're not packing, then it better go look for them.
Oh, well, what if we get lost too? Sally, we ought to go to that gas station and get help.
I'm not leaving you without Jerry.
They'll probably be back in a minute or so. Sally, we ought to go to that gas station. Sally, I think we ought to go. Are the keys in the van?
Can I see the flashlight for a minute?
What for?
Frank, let me see the flashlight. I'm gonna go look for him. You don't have to go.
Now, Sally, don't go. I don't think that's a good idea, Sally. I don't think you ought to go. Look, I'm gonna honk the horn one more time.
Just give me the flashlight.
No, I'm gonna honk the horn, and we're gonna wait a minute, and then if they don't come, we'll go. All right? Sally, they took the keys. We don't have any keys. They took the keys. No, Sally, we can't go. Look, what if they came back and we weren't here? No, I got keys for them. Pearson, stop.
Eczema isn't always obvious.
Eczema isn't always red.
But now, eczema isn't always going to stop you.
With Eblis. Eblis is a once-monthly treatment to help those with moderate to severe eczema find real itch relief and real results. Like skin that's still more clear at 1 year.
Don't use if you're allergic to Eblis. Allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Eye problems can occur. Tell your doctor if you have new or worsening eye problems. You should not receive a live vaccine when treated with Eblis. Before starting Eblis, tell your doctor if you have a parasitic infection.
Skin that's still more clear, even at 1 year? Clearly, it's possible with Eblis.
Talk to your doctor about Eblis for eczema.
Oh, I see your kitchen sink is draining your bank account. No problem. An American Home Shield warranty covers important parts of plumbing systems with a fix or replacement. Aha! Good fortune. Sign up today at ahs.com.
Pacifico isn't just a crisp Mexican lager. It's a beer with a story. Legend says it was discovered by accident by a group of surfers. We'll let you discover it for yourself. Pacifico, on your own way.
Fire it up. The all-new Dragon Flame Grilled Whopper is here at BK. Bold, juicy, flame grilled, and ready for adventure. Experience a new kind of flame at Burger King. How to Train Your Dragon, coming to theaters June 13th.
What a hotel, right? And only $250 a month for my favorite flame. What? You didn't check Trivago? I got mine for $155. You have to check Trivago. Oh yeah? Prove it. On Trivago, you can compare hotel prices from multiple different sites, even a favorite one. Look, same hotel, $100 less. You didn't check Trivago? I didn't check Trivago. Check Trivago to compare prices and save up to 40%. Hotel? Trivago.
don't need to worry. No! You're just cooperating. You know what I mean? We're having no trouble. Not on it.
What do you want?
There's no need